That's right, Xianxia said with a cold glint in his eyes. Heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before slowly nodding. There were some details about the heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy in the books of the Qingyuan Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion, so he did have some understanding of it. Impartation of heaven's will was an ability that could be triggered through one's soul depth when one's words were aligned with the essence of the world. It served to place the students into a trance, allowing them to better absorb the knowledge that was being imparted. At the same time, it would also generate certain phenomena in the surroundings, such as drawing in spiritual energy, to further support the learning of the students. The more profound and aligned the content was to the essence of the world, the more effective the impartation of heaven's will would be. Heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy was similar to impartation of heaven's will in terms of the principles behind them, but the former was achieved through using an artifact known as the brush of heavenly impartation as a medium. The brush of heaven's impartation was not a saint-tier artifact. Rather, it was a unique artifact that was infused with the will of master teachers, and it was capable of discerning the authenticity of the words spoken by other master teachers. If the words spoken were aligned with the essence of the world and offered a fresh perspective on the topic, the brush of heaven's impartation would automatically move to pen down the essence of those words in the form of characters. The observation of those characters penned down could generate an effect reminiscent of the impartation of heaven's will to the individual, thus hastening the latter's cultivation significantly. Of course, the characters penned down by the brush of heavenly impartation would not exist eternally. After one observation, the characters would disappear. There were two reasons the heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy was considered the most difficult challenge of impartation of heaven's will. Firstly, the brush of heavenly impartation was infused with the ideas and understanding of innumerable master teachers, so it had already seen its fair share of ordinary impartations of heaven's will. In order to prompt it into action, the content lectured had to be innovative compared to the other master teachers. Secondly, it was extremely taxing on one's soul depth, even more exhausting than conducting an entire lecture. On average, the writing of a single character could expend 1.0 soul depth of a master teacher. It was for these two reasons that it had left countless master teachers defeated. There were many 7-star pinnacle master teachers who were unable to invoke the movement of the brush of heavenly impartation even after a long lecture, and even for quasi-8-star master teachers, the most characters anyone had evoked from the brush of heavenly will in a single sitting was 10. Nearly no one had been able to break that record. The heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy is extremely damaging to one's soul depth. Are you sure you want to choose this for the duel? Yao Shi asked with a darkened complexion. To make the brush of heaven's impartation right was extremely taxing on one's soul depth. If a master teacher accidentally pushed themselves too far, it could lead to their state of mind collapsing altogether, and their many years of cultivation would be ruined. As such, this duel would not only be difficult but dangerous as well. I am sure, Xianxia replied firmly. You? Yao Shi frowned at Xianxia for a moment before turning her gaze to Zhang Xian. Zhang Shi, what's your view on this matter? If you don't wish to proceed with the duel, you can always turn it down. As she said those words to Zhang Xian, she also secretly sent him a telepathic message. Zhang Xian has specially studied heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy, and he has achieved the outstanding record of having the brush of heavenly impartation pen down 8 characters. You have never used the brush of heavenly impartation, so it'll be extremely difficult for you to defeat him. Why don't you just turn down his proposal and choose another type of duel? Without prior experience with the brush of heavenly impartation, it was difficult to ascertain what kind of content excited it, making it nigh impossible for it to move. So far, there had nearly been no master teachers who had managed to get the brush of heavenly impartation to move on their first attempt. The reason Xianxia had proposed this challenge was because he possessed a brush of heavenly impartation, and he had even achieved an outstanding record of 8 characters. Given that 10 characters were the very limits of a quasi-8-star master teacher, his record of 8 characters would put him among the top in the field even in the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. Indubitably, Zhang Xian had an overwhelming advantage in this challenge, making this duel unfair for Zhang Xian. It's fine. Let's just go along with his rules. Knowing that Yao Shi was advising him out of goodwill, Xianxia directed a nod along with a smile toward her to express his gratitude. It was just heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy. While he had never come into contact with it before, he did not think that it would be too difficult. All right then. Seeing how nonchalantly Xianxia accepted the duel, Yao Shi could not help but shake her head. With a flick of her wrist, a floating golden brush appeared before everyone's eyes. It was roughly a chi-1 long, and there was no ink on its tip. When scanning it with one's spiritual perception, one could feel an aura unique to master teachers from it, inducing a slight pressure on one. With a tap, the brush quietly took its place between the duo. After which Yao Shi looked at the duo and said, "This is the brush of heavenly impartation. Who will be going first?" Since Song Shi was the one who has proposed the rules of the duel, let's allow him to go first, Xianxia said humbly. While he had read the records concerning heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy, he had never tried it himself before, so he was not too certain of the rules concerning it. By allowing the other party to go first, he would have a chance to examine how the brush of heavenly impartation should be used. Very well, Song Shi nodded. He took 2 steps toward the brush, and his lips began moving. There was no sound to be heard. He was communicating with the brush via Xianxia telepathy. Fearing that Xianxia would not understand, Yao Shi secretly informed him via Xianxia telepathy. Through using Xianxia telepathy, the effects of the impartation of heavens will are more directed, and that makes it easier to move the brush of heavenly impartation. Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded. Indeed, there was a vast difference between lecturing an individual and lecturing a group of people. Naturally, one-to-one guidance from a teacher would be more nurturing and effective as compared to a one-to-many guidance. Through using Xianxia telepathy, the effects of the impartation of heaven's will would be more directed, thus reducing unnecessary wastage of energy. Proceeding with his impartation, Song Shi's lips never stopped once, and it did not take long before sweat droplets began appearing on his forehead. However, the brush before him remained completely motionless, as if it had been fixed in place. Using his spiritual perception to assess the situation, Xianxia could clearly sense that Song Shi's soul depth was rapidly falling with time. After some time, the silent brush finally began moving. With swift strokes, a massive character soon appeared in the sky. Suspended imagery. The character written by the brush of heavenly impartation was not of a language Xianxia was familiar with. It was not the language of a human, otherworldly demon, or the beast tribe. It was a character he had never ever seen before. But while he could not recognize the character, he found that he was vaguely able to understand the meaning and conception behind it. If a normal cultivator studied the character, their Xianxia might have been driven to cultivate according to the method depicted within it. By scanning the character with your spiritual perception, you will be able to learn the ideas infused within the character. However, the character will disappear after a single scan, Yao Shi explained to Xianxia. Heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy could be considered a form of impartation of heaven's will, being able to drive a cultivator's Xianxia through the profound knowledge harnessed within the written characters. As long as a cultivator scanned the characters with their spiritual perception, they would find their body cultivating the technique uncontrollably. However, the characters produced through heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy could only be used once. No matter how profound or mystical the cultivation technique infused within the character was, it could only be viewed by one person. In a sense, it could be said that the characters were storable impartation of heaven's will that master teachers could gift to those whom they viewed to be fated with them. In view of precious knowledge harnessed within these characters, they were extremely high in demand and valuable. However, due to the difficulty in heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy, it was one of those commodities that could not be bought with just money. With the appearance of the first character, the droplets of sweat on Song Shi's head grew more and more numerous. The second character swiftly followed after the first, and then the third and fourth. As the number of characters increased, Song Shi's face grew paler and paler. It seemed like he had expended too much of his soul depth, and it was already about to be sapped dry. Quasi-8-star master teachers had a soul depth of 23 and above, but they could not afford to expend all of it in a single breath, or else it could lead to the breakdown of their state of mind, and that could potentially introduce countless inner demons in their minds. Typically speaking, a quasi-8-star master teacher would be in a dangerous position once their soul depth fell beneath 15. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia observed Song Shi intently. As the number of characters written increased, the latter's body trembled with greater and greater intensity, and his primordial spirit was starting to show signs of breaking down. It was fortunate that his primordial spirit had been tempered by 4 lightning tribulations, or else it would have already succumbed. 6, 7, 8. 8 characters. That is his record so far. By the 10th minute, there were already 8 characters floating silently in the sky, emanating a brilliant glow. 8 words were Song Shi's record so far, as well as his limit. His body trembled non-stop, and it looked as if he would collapse to the ground at any moment. His face was also as pale as a sheet of paper, and there was not the slightest trace of color to be seen. However, it appeared that Song Shi still had no intention of stopping, as he continued communicating with the brush of heavenly impartation through his Xianxia telepathy. Seeing this, Xianxia said with a frown, "If you continue pushing yourself, you will inflict irreparable harm to your body. Be it in cultivation or impartation of heaven's will, a cultivator should always take note of their own limits and strive not to overexert themselves. Otherwise, the overwhelming burden they had forced upon their body could very well cause it permanent impairment." As a 7-star pinnacle physician, he could tell that Song Shi had already reached his limits. Perhaps he would be able to achieve unprecedented results if he forced himself on, but he would also be inflicting permanent damage on his body and possibly his state of mind. It could cause his soul depth to stagnate permanently, and as a master teacher, that would mean that Song Shi would be doomed to remain a quasi-8-star master teacher for life, unable to ascend to greater heights. Who? Despite his poor condition, Song Shi still gritted his teeth and forced himself on. All of a sudden, a spurt of blood escaped from his mouth, and in just a mere instant, it seemed like he had grown much older. Voila! The brush in the air moved once more and wrote the 9th character. Pong! That single character seemed to have stolen every single last bit of strength Song Shi had. He fell weakly to the ground and fainted. Geez, is there any point going this far? Seeing how Song Shi had pushed himself to his limits for the sake of achieving victory, Xianxia could not help but shake his head in disapproval. To throw away whatever future he had just to get even with him. That fellow sure was tenacious. Sighing deeply, he walked up to Song Shi and placed his finger on the latter's acupoints before sending a surge of Xianxia in. A moment later, Song Shi slowly opened his eyes. You? Gritting his teeth furiously, Song Shi struggled to his feet, and with a livid face he spat. It's too late to show your goodwill. It won't change a thing. Xianxia shrugged. Whatever pleases you. He had only saved the other party out of his obligation as a master teacher. Whether the other party appreciated his favor or not, it did not matter to him. After regaining consciousness, Song Shi quickly took out a pill and ate it, and only then did his complexion finally improve slightly. Following that, he turned to Yao Shi and said, Yao Shi, I have completed my heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy. I hope that you can bear witness to my results. You have written a total of 9 characters. While it has not broken the highest record of 10 characters among quasi-8-star master teachers, you have indeed performed exceptionally. Yao Shi replied with a nod. The result of 9 characters was nothing much among 8-star master teachers, but indubitably, it was an exceptional result among quasi-8-star master teachers. Even the head of the Chenchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion was unlikely to be able to rival this feat. Thank you for your compliment, Yao Shi. Seeing that Yao Shi had acknowledged his results, Song Shi glanced at Xianxia with narrowed eyes. Xianxia, it's your turn now. Very well. Xianxia nodded. He had seen how the other party had carried out the heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy previously, and that had given him a good idea of how he should go about doing it as well. He walked up to the floating brush of heavenly impartation, and with his hands behind his back, he began lecturing it telepathically. His mouth opened and closed swiftly, making it hard to discern what he was talking about. The brush was still fidgeting slightly in the air earlier, but upon hearing Xianxia's words, it suddenly froze completely, as if someone had nailed it in place. It has been nearly an hour now, so why is there no movement from the brush yet? It can't be that Xianxia cannot get a single character out of the brush of heavenly impartation, right? If that's really the case, it would really be terrible. After waiting for nearly an hour, the brush remained completely motionless in the air. At this point, the crowd had begun looking at one another, a little apprehensive at the current situation. Within the same period, Xianxia had made the brush of heavenly impartation write down 7 to 8 words. Why would there be no movement when it came to Xianxia? Could this mean that he had failed? Xianxia has never tried the heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy before, so it's inevitable that he's unfamiliar with the nature of the brush of heavenly impartation. No matter how high his soul depth is, it'll still be hard to bridge this disparity in experience between them. It's precisely in view of this that Xianxia intentionally challenged Xianxia to this duel. It seems like Xianxia's undefeated record is about to come to an end. Indeed, there are no ordinary quasi-8-star master teachers out there. He must have seen through Xianxia's flaws, so he intentionally proposed such rules to the duel. After waiting a while longer, the brush remained completely motionless. The crowd beneath the stage was already beginning to feel a little unnerved. Even though heavenly impartation of mentor calligraphy was considered another offshoot of impartation of heaven's will, its difficulty was far greater than the latter. There were many talented master teachers who possessed high soul depth and exceptional insight in cultivation but failed to cause the brush of heavenly impartation to move on their first attempt as well, and this could have been the situation that Xianxia was facing. Benefactor Xianxia. Elder Su looked at Sun Chong worriedly. It was to save them that the young master of their benefactor ended up being challenged by Xianxia. If the young man came to any harm as a result of this matter, they would never be able to rest in peace. Don't worry. Our young master has never lost in this kind of challenge before. Sun Chong waved his hand nonchalantly. It had been nearly a year since he had met the young master, and they had seen innumerable conflicts and battles within this period of time. In comparison, this matter could not have seemed any more trivial, so how could the young master possibly lose? In this moment, the confident Sun Chong suddenly saw the young master on the execution platform stretching his back lazily, seemingly a little exhausted, before taking a few steps back. All right, I'm done. After which, Xianxia stopped speaking and stood patiently by the side. Upon seeing this sight, the flabs on Sun Chong's cheeks began to twitch wildly. The brush had not even moved, and yet the young master actually said that he was done. Wasn't the young master supposed to be invincible? Could it be that he was unable to push on anymore, so he intended to admit defeat? Upon seeing Xianxia's actions, Yao Shi's face also warped in astonishment. Xianxia, there's no time limit to the heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy. The victor is determined by the number of characters written. I know. Xianxia waved his hand. Given how much I have said, it should suffice for me to win. Win! That word made Yao Shi's eyes roll up, and she nearly choked on her own saliva. From the moment you started speaking, the brush of heavenly impartation has not even moved a single inch, as if it was sleeping its way through your lecture. Did you really think that you could win with this? Xianxia was also stunned for a moment before sneering coldly. You want to defeat me without having a single character written? Given how the young man could get all of the higher-ranking master teachers in the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion to acknowledge him as their teacher, as well as his feat of successfully crashing the Master Teacher Pavilion, there was little doubt that the other party's soul depth was at least on par with his. As such, he had been worrying that the young man might just make a miracle here and break his current record. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had been worrying in vain. If only he had known how weak his opponent was, he would not have forced himself to write the 9th character. What a waste! Xianxia stepped forward and clasped his fist. Yao Shi, the results should be clear at this point. You were the one who brought the brush of heavenly impartation here, so there's no way I could have cheated in the duel. I beseech you to declare the victor of the duel. This, Yao Shi hesitated. The master-teacher confrontation was only conducted when there was a conflict between two master-teachers. The victorious individual would be able to do anything to the losing party without incurring any punishment, and this included murder. However, Xianxia had just killed the Qingtian emperor and saved the countless civilians from Qingyuan city. The contribution he had made to mankind was truly great, so if Song Shi dealt with him too harshly, it would be hard for her to explain this to the headquarters. May I know what kind of punishment Song Shi intends to issue Xianxia upon your victory? Putting aside the fact that he's a genius who has succeeded in pavilion crashing, more importantly, he also just made a huge contribution to mankind. Instead of announcing the results, Yao Shi hesitated for a moment before turning to Song Shi to remind him of who his opponent was. Song Shi harumphed coldly. Yao Shi, rest assured, I won't kill him. However, he has undermined my dignity and sullied my reputation, and for that, I cannot let him off easily. Firstly, I shall cripple him and make him just like me. After that, I will crush the spirit of the cauldron that injured me. Last but not least, I want him to publicly apologize to me. You want to make him like you? Yao Shi's lips began twitching uncontrollably. While she did not witness the sight with her own eyes, she could still tell the current state Song Shi was in. By saying that he wanted to make Xianxia like him, wasn't the other party effectively saying that he wanted to castrate Xianxia? But, even though Song Shi's intention to castrate Xianxia was a little gruesome, it was still possible for Xianxia to fully recover through the grand intermittence pill. The process would be humiliating and excruciating, but at the very least, it would not cause any physical impairment to the young man. As for destroying the spirit of the cauldron and making a public apology, those were at least acceptable conditions. Very well. After a moment of thought, Yao Shi turned to Xianxia and said, Xianxia, there is no one in the world who can avoid loss their entire life, so you don't have to take this matter to heart. As long as you live to see another day, there will still be a chance for you to turn the tables. After saying those words, Yao Shi sighed deeply before turning to the crowd. With a resounding voice, she declared, All right, I'm going to announce the results of the duel. But before Yao Shi could finish her words, Xianxia suddenly raised his hand and said, Yao Shi, the duel is still ongoing. Why are you announcing the results now? The duel is still ongoing? The brush of heavenly impartation has not written out a single character under your impartation of heaven's will. So I believe the results should already be clear for everyone to see. Stop stalling for time. Song Shi sneered coldly. With so many people present to testify for him, not to mention the fact that Yao Shi was presiding over the duel herself, it was impossible Xianxia to refute the results. Xianxia shook his head. Isn't there no time limit to the heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy? The brush of heavenly impartation might not be moving at the moment, but that doesn't mean that it won't move later on. Later on? Are you joking with me? You should know very well that if the brush of heavenly impartation did not move during your lecture, there's no way that it will move after it. Despite being a 7-star master teacher, are you so gutless as to be unwilling to acknowledge your own defeat? Song Shi mocked. Seeing that Song Shi was unwilling to believe his words, Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. Just as he was about to explain himself, Yao Shi suddenly sighed and interjected, Xianxia, the fact that the brush of heavenly impartation hasn't moved yet is enough to show that you have already lost. Lost? Hearing those words from Yao Shi, the look of disappointment in Xianxia's eyes deepened. Yao Shi, you are unable to discern it as well? Discern what? Yao Shi frowned. Since none of you can tell, I guess I have no choice? With a look of helplessness, Xianxia turned to the unmoving brush in the air and bellowed, Why are you still playing dead over there? Hurry up and write. I have already given you sufficient time to ponder over the lecture. It's about time you stop playing dead and get to work. Not expecting Xianxia to roar at the brush of heavenly impartation like that. Everyone was stunned. Yao Shi even nearly collapsed to the ground from shock. The brush of heavenly impartation has been nourished by the wills of countless master teachers, so it carries the authority of the way of teacher. Bellowing at it like that will only make it even more reluctant to write. The brush of heavenly impartation was an extremely proud artifact, such that not even Pavilion Master he of their Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion would dare use such a harsh tone toward it. Yet, this fellow actually insulted it straight to its face. That was as good as completely offending the brush. Putting aside having it write anything for him, it would already be a blessing if it did not scribble on his face as vengeance. Grabbing her forehead out of frustration from the foolish action from the young man, Yao Shi suddenly heard a commotion beneath the execution platform. Countless piercing screams echoed in the air, as if something inconceivable had just happened. What's wrong? Frowning, Yao Shi raised her head to look at the brush of heavenly impartation once more, and what she saw left her frozen on the spot. The unmoving brush of heavenly impartation suddenly began shaking intensely as its golden exterior faded into paleness, and a warm glow emanated from within. Following that, the spiritual energy in an area of 200 li swiftly converged toward the brush, sapping the entire area dry within just a few moments. Jai. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, the brush of heavenly impartation seemed to be undergoing an evolution, and a crisp sound reminiscent of a being breaking out of its cocoon echoed in the air. This is... Clenching her fists in agitation, a hint of disbelief surfaced on Yao Shi's elegant face. The brush of heavenly impartation is making a breakthrough? While the brush of heavenly impartation was not a saint-tier artifact, there were still differing grades to it. This was similar to how brushes could be of different qualities. Without a doubt, a brush of heavenly impartation nourished by a 9-star master teacher would be vastly different to one nourished by an 8-star master teacher. The brush of heavenly impartation that Yao Shi owned could be said to be average. It would not have much trouble penning down the quintessence of the teachings of an 8-star low-tier master teacher, but anything more profound than that would prove to be a challenge for it. Typically speaking, for a brush of heavenly impartation to make a breakthrough, it had to be nourished by the aura of a higher-ranked master teacher. So, why would it suddenly achieve a breakthrough after listening to a single lecture from Xianxia? Not to mention, the huge commotion that was happening at the moment was abnormal as well. Without a doubt, this was no ordinary breakthrough. Kacha! While everyone was still in a state of shock, the motionless brush finally began to move. An entire line of words appeared before the crowd in the blink of an eye. 1, 2, 3, 87. It's moving too fast for me to count properly, shouted someone amid the crowd. Look, it's writing so fast that smoke is rising from its brush tip, another person shouted. Smoke! With a look of horror, Xianxia quickly turned his gaze to the sky and saw that due to the astounding speed that the brush of heavenly impartation was writing at, a long stream of smoke was rising behind it. Back when he was conducting the heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy, the brush of heavenly impartation wrote every single stroke slowly, as if there was something restraining it. Yet, when it came to Xianxia, characters seemed to flow out like a flood. Did there really have to be such a huge disparity between the two of them? Unlike the flabbergasted crowd, Yao Shi gulped as she uttered with a quivering voice. This is the beacon of heavenly impartation. Beacon of heavenly impartation? Xianxia frowned. Despite being a quasi-8-star master teacher, he had never heard such a term before. Yao Shi clenched her fists tighty in agitation as she explained. The brush of heavenly impartation takes every word that it pens down solemnly, rarely making a move unless it hears something that inspires it. However, if it encounters a particularly profound impartation of heaven's will, it will rush to pen whatever it heard down, leaving behind a trail of smoke in its wake. We named this phenomenon beacon of heavenly impartation. When in this state, the brush of heavenly impartation will jot down the profoundness of the lecture down word for word. Word for word? How can that be possible? Xianxia could hardly believe what he was hearing. No matter how concise a lecture is, there's bound to be conjunctions and connectors, and even though those words improve the flow of the lecture, they don't add value to the content, so the brush of heavenly impartation never jots them down. Even the most formidable of teachers could not possibly conduct a lecture where every single word was significant. It was inevitable that some unmeaningful words would be mixed into the lecture. This was also why the brush of heavenly impartation would only selectively pick out the crux of the impartation of heaven's will to record. It's indeed true that there are bound to be many meaningless words in an ordinary lecture. But, have you forgotten about that? Xianxia replied in a shaky tone. That? Xianxia was stunned for a moment when a thought streaked across his mind. His body immediately stiffened as if a wooden stick as he asked weakly. Is Xianxia referring to the ability that only 9-star master teachers possess? Words of wisdom. Indeed, only words of wisdom can induce the beacon of heavenly impartation, Xianxia replied. Unable to believe what he was hearing, Xianxia exclaimed, But he's only a 7-star master teacher. He turned his gaze back to the brush in the air and saw the latter writing faster and faster. At this rate, it was already moving so swiftly that afterimages could be seen in its wake. At the same time, the lines of words ferociously swallowed the gathered spiritual energy, seemingly ready to break into the world themselves. This is too exaggerated. It can't stop at all. Feeling as if he had just received 10,000 points of damage, Xianxia nearly burst into tears. Despite being fellow 7-star master teachers, why was there such a huge gap between the two of them? He had used all his might to squeeze out a few characters from the brush of heavenly impartation, and yet, when it came to the other party, the brush leaped from place to place swiftly as if a leopard, visibly getting more and more excited as it wrote, to the point where it could not even stop itself anymore. Was this really the ability that only 9-star master teachers were capable of? Words of wisdom? Rumor had it that every single sentence and every word of a 9-star master teacher carried profound wisdom behind it. Putting aside listening to an entire lecture, even a few words from them could benefit one greatly. Even though the young man before him was a talented individual, no matter what, he was still only a 7-star master teacher. So, how could he possibly possess the ability of a 9-star master teacher? But if that wasn't the case, there was no way to explain the brush of heavenly impartation's sudden breakthrough and outburst. Let's see what he has lectured on. Unable to believe his eyes, Xianxia immediately began examining the characters written in the air. With just a single look, his body could not help but begin trembling. It would be impossible to comprehend the deepest significance harnessed within the lecture without scanning the characters with his spiritual perception. But nevertheless, as a quasi-8-star master teacher, he could still roughly fathom the meaning of those written characters. He could feel that those characters harnessed knowledge that was directed toward the very essence of cultivation itself. And with just a glance, he already found himself gradually growing more and more absorbed in them. No, I mustn't look, otherwise, I might really just become his student. Biting his tongue to bring back his rationality, Xianxia quickly closed his eyes. If he cultivated according to the method imparted by Xianxia, that would mean that he had accepted the other party's guidance, and that would effectively make the young man a half a teacher to him. He was there to challenge Xianxia to a master-teacher confrontation to right his reputation and regain his dignity, not to acknowledge a teacher. But, considering how profound this cultivation technique is, if I study it carefully, there's a good chance that it could become my impetus for a breakthrough to the Grand Dominion realm. Gritting his teeth tightly, the angel and the devil within Xianxia's heart began clashing with one another. He did not want to become Xianxia's student, but this was a truly valuable opportunity for him to achieve a breakthrough. Such an opportunity was hard to come by, and he had a feeling that he would regret it for life if he allowed this chance to slip through his fingers. Deeply conflicted, Xianxia fell into an internal struggle. There are around 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Forget it, it's too much trouble to count. In any case, there are more than 9 words here. Brush, you don't have to write anymore. Not only was the crowd astonished by the sight before them, even Xianxia was dumbfounded. It had taken a while before he finally recovered. Knowing that he had already won the duel, he turned to Xianxia and said, Xianxia, this duel should be my victory, right? Hearing Xianxia's words, Xiaoxi's eyebrows shot up. Despite spurting blood and passing out, Xianxia only managed to squeeze out 9 words. On the other hand, in the blink of an eye you have already written 3,000 words. No, it has written another 2,000 words while I was speaking. 5,000 words. If this isn't sufficient to be considered a victory, what else can be considered a victory? Yao Shi hurriedly nodded. Of course, you are the victor. Thanks. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia raised his head and saw that the brush of heavenly impartation was still writing. At this point, there were already more than 8,000 words in the sky. I said that it's enough. Didn't you hear me? Xianxia frowned in displeasure. What the heck is this? Since I told you to stop, you should stop obediently. To keep writing and writing, are you boasting about how fast you are able to write? Seeing that Xianxia had lost his temper, Yao Shi quickly explained with a bitter smile, Xianxia, under the effects of your words of wisdom, the brush of heavenly impartation will have to pen down the content of your entire lecture before it is able to rest. It was not that the brush did not want to stop, but it could not. Words of wisdom was a truly formidable ability. While it was a skill that only 9-star master teachers were capable of, it was not something that all 9-star master teachers were able to pull off. Is that so? I guess there's no helping it then. Scratching his head awkwardly, Xianxia sighed deeply before waiting patiently. Some time later, the brush in the air finally came to a halt. Completely exhausted by the sheer amount of work it had done, its brush tip was split haggardly, and it looked as if it had done enough work for its entire lifetime. You are finally done, Xianxia sighed in exasperation. But right after he spoke those words, the brush struggled up into the air and wrote down a line of characters. They were the words that he had just spoken. Are you doing this on purpose? Xianxia's face darkened. The brush continued writing. Are you doing this on purpose? Xianxia was on the verge of clawing his hair away. Yao Shi, look, it's copying me. Brush moved again. Yao Shi, look, it's copying me. It might be because Xianxia said too much earlier, such that it has developed a habit of penning down your every word. As a result, even when you aren't executing the impartation of heaven's will, it still moves to record your words, Yao Shi explained with a twitching mouth. This was also the first time she had seen a situation like this, so she was not too sure. If that's the case, I think it would be good for you to put your brush of heavenly impartation away now. Otherwise, I fear that it might end up scribbling all over Qingyun City, Xianxia remarked as he looked at the lines of 10,000 words in the air. Currently, those words had already covered around a half of the massive square. If the brush of heavenly impartation was allowed to continue, it would not be long before the entire sky over Qingyun City was dyed black. You're right. Seeing how the words that Xianxia had just said were being written down, Yao Shi shook her head helplessly. She immediately stepped forward to stow the brush of heavenly impartation back into her storage ring, but the latter suddenly jolted wildly before abruptly plummeting from the sky and falling weakly to the ground. This is... Anxious, Yao Shi immediately rushed over to take a look. Upon closer examination, her face darkened. It has fainted from exhaustion. While the brush of heavenly impartation was neither a saint-tier artifact nor a spirit-tier artifact, in order to be able to discern the impartation of heavens while spoken by a master teacher, it had to possess some degree of sentience. The abrupt overload of profound information from Xianxia, along with the physical exhaustion from writing so many words, had sapped its energy dry, resulting in it collapsing. Fainted from exhaustion? Such a thing is possible, too? Hearing Yao Shi's words, a huge commotion broke out beneath the stage. All the master teachers had looks of shock on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost. Usually, it was the master teachers who fainted during the brush of heavenly impartation out of exhaustion from the heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy. And yet, Xianxia actually managed to make the brush of heavenly impartation faint from exhaustion instead. Was this really happening before them? They could not help but pinch themselves to check if they had imagined everything that had happened before them. Pooh! In this moment, a spurt of blood showered the sky. Unable to suppress his injuries any longer, Xianxia fainted as well. He had gone to the extent of expending every last bit of his soul depth in order to break his previous record. And yet, with just a seemingly leisurely lecture, Xianxia actually managed to break his record by more than 1,000-fold. More importantly, He even made the brush of heavenly impartation faint out of exhaustion? Could such an existence still be called a human? Not even real 9-star master teachers would be as outrageous as him. Xianxia, how do you intend to deal with these characters? Yao Shi swiftly packed the brush of heavenly impartation back into her storage ring before turning her gaze to Xianxian. Given that those characters had been written from Xianxian's heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy, naturally, he possessed ownership over them. This? Xianxian looked at the huge accumulation of characters in the sky, and he could not help but feel his head hurt. Those words were so densely packed together that it caused a huge shadow to loom over the square. They would be an eyesore if he left them there. Noticing the conflicted look on Xianxian's face, Yao Shi stepped forward and clasped her fist. From how you were able to induce the beacon of heavenly impartation, causing the brush of heavenly impartation to continue writing non-stop, there's no doubt that the knowledge harnessed within those words is deeply aligned with the essence of the world. If Xianxia doesn't mind, I'm willing to use 2 Saint Intermediate tier artifacts to purchase the characters from you. As an 8-star master teacher, she knew that those characters in the sky were incredibly valuable. It was no exaggeration to say that they were worth an entire city or even more. You wish to purchase them? Xianxian was taken aback. Those characters could actually be sold? That's right. Yao Shi nodded. Through a unique method, it's possible to store those characters within a book and study them whenever one wants to. Despite existing in a tangible form, those characters could be said to be no different from a physical embodiment of the impartation of heaven's will. As long as a cultivator scanned those words with his spiritual perception, they would be able to interpret the knowledge harnessed within it and benefit greatly from it. Despite being an 8-star master teacher herself, Yao Shi could sense that the knowledge harnessed within those characters could help her rise to greater heights. As such, putting aside 2 Saint Intermediate tier artifacts, she would not hesitate to up the stakes if needed to. Yao Shi is offering to buy those characters with 2 Saint Intermediate tier artifacts? Doesn't that mean that those characters are literally words of gold? Taking the discussion between the two in, the master teachers beneath the execution platform were utterly stunned. Saint Intermediate tier artifacts were incredibly valuable. There were no more than a couple of them within the entire Qingyuan Empire. Converted to high-tier spirit stones, they would be worth several 10,000. To actually offer that much money in exchange for those characters. Granted that it was Xianxia's lecture, but it was still a really huge sum to pay for them. 2 Saint Intermediate tier artifact? Xianxian hesitated for a moment before eventually shaking his head, rejecting Yao Shi's offer. He usually relied on his strength and wits in order to defeat others. In comparison, his weapons seemed to play a smaller role. Not to mention, he already had the Golden Origin Cauldron, so any more Saint Intermediate tier artifacts would be unnecessary. Seeing Xianxian reject her offer, Yao Shi quickly replied, Xianxia, I am willing to negotiate the price with you if you find my offer inadequate. If 2 Saint Intermediate tier artifacts aren't enough, what do you think of 3? It's not about your offer. Xianxian shook his head. He swept through the crowd with his gaze before speaking with a resounding voice. Chu Tianxing has committed many reprehensible deeds in his time, and he deserves the fate that befell him. Even though those deeds were orchestrated by the otherworldly demonic tribe, there's no doubt that our Master Teacher Pavilion was somewhat responsible for this matter. Despite serving as the guardians of mankind, we allowed the otherworldly demons to infiltrate our ranks and cause harm to our brethren. It's fortunate that we managed to stop Chu Tianxing in time before he could conduct his depraved ritual, but it's still a fact that our lapse in duty endangered countless innocent lives in Qingyuan City. As such, in order to make up for our mistake, I would like to donate this heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy to Qingyuan City as a show of repentance from our Master Teacher Pavilion. We will write where we have erred and reflect on where we have failed. He's actually giving such valuable characters to us? That is worth 3 Saint Intermediate tier artifact. To gift it to us just like that. Hearing Xianxian's decision, the eyes of the civilians of Qingyuan City reddened. To view money as if it was nothing more than dirt, giving them the characters that were easily worth 3 Saint Intermediate tier artifacts without much hesitation. He was a true master teacher. Actually, the matter concerning Vice Pavilion Master Tian and Chu Tianxing has already left me a little doubtful about the competency of the Master Teacher Pavilion. However, after hearing Xianxia's words, my trust in the Master Teacher Pavilion has been restored. Indeed, without their protection, there's no way we could have lived in peace for so many years. Perhaps, we might even have fallen under the treacherous schemes of Chu Tianxing and lost our lives. While the crowd of Qingyuan City had not said anything, the problems that had surfaced one after another in recent days had really left them a little disappointed in the competency of the Master Teacher Pavilion. After all, the betrayal of a Vice Pavilion Master and an Emperor of a conferred empire was no laughing matter. Yet, the Master Teacher Pavilion had been oblivious to something as huge as this for such a long period of time. Inevitably, they had started to question the Master Teacher Pavilion's leadership internally. However, the display of magnanimity from Xianxia reassured them that the Master Teacher Pavilion was still devoted to its responsibilities and duties, and this had helped to restore public faith in them. Hearing the words from the crowd and the agitation on their faces, Yao Shi clasped her fist toward Xianxia and bowed. Xianxia's magnanimity is truly worthy of praise. I was being too narrow-minded. She had been thinking of how she should dispel the various adverse consequences of the matter and re-establish the prestige and authority of the Master Teacher Pavilion among the populace. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like there was no need for her to do so anymore. As long as Xianxia was around, the unrest among the populace of Qingyuan City would be settled easily. In just 2 short hours, the young man had already effectively become the #1 figure of Qingyuan City, wielding authority incomparable by anyone else there. With just a few simple moves, he had already managed to reduce the adverse effects from this incident to the bare minimum. It seemed like the young man did not just possess superior talent. More importantly, his outlook toward matters was also far broader and deeper than others. Compared to him, she really had much to learn. All right, I shall announce the results of the Master-Teacher confrontation now. For the duel of heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy between Songshi and Zhangshi, Zhangshi is the victor, Yao Shi declared loudly, her voice sounding across the entire capital. Wonderful! Great! I knew that Zhangshi would win. Loud cheers broke out throughout the capital. Not expecting Xianxia to receive the admiration of so many people within such a short period of time, the awoken Songshi's face paled. You all! After announcing the results, Yao Shi turned to Xianxia and asked, Zhangshi, since you have achieved victory, may I know how you intend to deal with Songshi? Upon hearing Yao Shi's questions, the crowd also swiftly sent curious gazes over. They had heard Songshi's earlier words as well. Not only did he want to cripple Xianxia's manhood, he even wanted to kill the Golden Origin Cauldron and have Xianxia issue a public apology to him. Considering that the tables had turned, they could not help but want to know how Xianxia would deal with this situation. Given how callous Songshi had been previously, any punishment that Xianxia enforced on him would not be considered overboard. At the same time, Songshi also tightened his fists as he nervously awaited Xianxia's verdict. The losing party of the Master-Teacher confrontation had to comply with whatever request the victor demanded. This was the rule established by the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Xianxia waved his hand and said, Songshi attempted to kill Sun Chong, Elder Su, and the other meritorious subjects, but that was due to the compelling situation forcing him to do so. While I disagree with his actions, I can understand his rationale for doing so. Other than that, I do not have a personal grudge with him either, and if we look to the heart of the issue, my artifact was indeed at fault for going too far and injuring him. Thus, I won't enforce any punishment on him. In a sense, the assault from the Golden Origin Cauldron was already a sufficient for punishment against Songshi. At this point, he was not interested in pursuing the matter any further. That would only make him appear narrow-minded and unforgiving. As expected of Xianxia, magnanimous and gracious. Indeed, they are both master teachers from the Master-Teacher Pavilion. So why is there such a huge disparity in their characters? Huge disparity? More like they aren't even on the same level. From today onward, Xianxia will be my idol. Anyone who wants to get to him must go through me. Hey, Xianxia doesn't belong to you alone. He's my idol too. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, a wave of admiration rippled through the crowd. Even Yao Shi could not help but nod in approval. It was no wonder Zhang Xian was able to rise to such heights at his young age. Putting aside his talent, what was more important was his heart. Despite Zhang Shi's magnanimity, there's no doubt that Song Shi has failed to carry out his mission as an envoy from the headquarters properly. He passed judgment upon Sun Chong and the other poison masters without investigating the issue properly, nearly inflicting grievous injustice upon meritorious subjects. Yao Shi said, no matter what, he still has to take responsibility for his actions. I'll report this matter to the headquarters and have them make a judgment. Zhang Xian sparing Song Shi of his punishment was only a result of his victory from the master-teacher confrontation. Putting that aside, there was still no doubt that Song Shi had committed a huge oversight in the handling of this incident, so he still had to be punished for his lapse in responsibility. This was the rule of the master-teacher pavilion, so it had to be upheld. Thank you, Zhang Shi. Thank you, Yao Shi. Hearing the judgment, Song Shi heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but glance at Zhang Xian with complex emotions in his eyes. Previously, when the young man crippled him with his artifact, he had been so angry that he could have murdered the other party. But now, seeing how the young man's every action was dedicated to fulfilling his responsibility as a master teacher, not forgetting his role regardless of the situation, he could not help but feel deep respect for the other party. Perhaps that was how a real master teacher should act. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Seeing that the matter was finally resolved, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief on the inside. Raising his gaze toward the sky once more, he raised his finger toward the many characters and tapped lightly. Hong Long. The first character abruptly burst apart, and concentrated spiritual energy diffused into the surroundings, shrouding the entire Qingyuan city. In the blink of an eye, every life form in Qingyuan city heard a word resounding in the depths of their souls. A single word it might have been, but the rich intent infused into it left them falling into a trance. Pa 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 pa. The characters popped one after another, and more words sounded. In the way of cultivation, the body as the world, and the spirit as yin-yang. 1. Hearing those words, Yao Shi and Song Shi could not help but fall into a daze. From the moment they saw those characters, they knew that the knowledge they harnessed would be anything but ordinary. However, it was only when they heard it with their own ears that they realized just how profound it truly was. Compared to the content in those characters, the cultivation techniques that they cultivated were truly inefficient and slow, as if a crawling snail. Hardly worth a mention. Suppressing her urge to cultivation, Yao Shi's eyes widened in bewilderment. Zhang Shi is converting the characters of the heavenly impartation of Mentor's calligraphy back to impartation of heaven's will. Taking a look at the square beneath her feet, all of the cultivators in her sight had already sat down cross-legged on the ground, driving their Xianxia according to the method depicted through those words. Palipala. Not too long later, as if an endless firecracker had been lit, the crisp echoes symbolizing breakthroughs in cultivation sounded amid the crowd. It was understandable that a cultivation technique as profound as the one lectured by Zhang Xian would cause the cultivators to swiftly achieve breakthroughs. But beyond the crowd, a group of wild chickens, flying birds, and many other animals were also swiftly growing stronger, and they were beginning to make breakthroughs as well. Am I really not dreaming? Astonished, Yao Shi extended her spiritual perception to scan the area, and she swiftly saw countless donkeys, horses, geese, chicks, and as if they had all started cultivating as well, their auras swiftly surged along with Zhang Xian's words. It isn't just those flying birds. Even the domesticated animals are achieving breakthroughs as well. Shocked beyond words, she was just about to retract her spiritual perception when another sight she saw nearly caused her knees to cave in from sheer astonishment. Weren't those metal pipes bent earlier? Why did they suddenly straighten themselves? The bent metal pipes just a little in front of the execution platform had, at some point in time, become incredibly straight, as if valiant soldiers standing at attention, exuding a heroic aura. To actually be able to talk a metal pipe into becoming erect. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Yao Shi took another glance at Xianxia, and she felt as if she was going insane. This had already far exceeded the ability of a normal impartation of heaven's will. It's heart of a teacher, Yao Shi thought as her eyes lit up in excitement. Only those who possessed the heart of a teacher would wield such capabilities. Who would have thought that the young man before her had actually comprehended this at such a young age? It was no wonder he would unreservedly gift those valuable characters to the crowd and consider the welfare of the master-teacher pavilion and mankind in everything he did. A thought emerged in Yao Shi's mind. If I could accept such a formidable genius as my student, there was no denying Xianxia's outstanding talent, but his potential was limited by his environment. The Qingyuan Empire, ranked last among the conferred empires, was simply too backward, and it was not big enough for him to fully spread his wings. If she could accept him as her student, bring him to the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion, and accord him the best resources there, he would be able to avoid many detours in his cultivation and improve swiftly. When he finally displayed his brilliance, as his teacher, her reputation would also spread far and wide. I should ask him later, glancing at the slowly disappearing characters in the sky and the countless cultivators achieving a breakthrough around her. Yao Shi suppressed her urge for the moment and waited patiently for the impartation of heaven's will to come to an end. At the same time, in a smithy located at the suburbs of Qingyuan City, in a compact room, an old metalsmith was forging a metal ingot beneath his hammer. An elder walked up to the old metalsmith and smiled. "Old Joe, I am still lacking 18 metal pots. You must complete them for me by today." The old metalsmith was neither a blacksmith nor a celestial designer. He was just an ordinary metalsmith who forged basic necessities for a living. "There's no need to rush me. Don't you have any confidence in me? I'll surely finish your order by today." The metalsmith replied with a smile. Like magic, just with a few strikes from the hammer in his hands, the metal ingot swiftly assumed the shape of a pot. "I have known you for several decades now. Of course I have confidence in you," the elder said. With several decades of fellowship, they had long become close friends with one another. The pots, spoons, and other necessities forged by the old metalsmith were exceptionally exquisite and elegant. Whenever he placed the products of the old metalsmith on display, they would be swiftly sold out. Even the nobles of the country had placed orders for the old metalsmith's works with him, offering to pay a premium on them. It was for this reason that he would always frequent the smithy of the old metalsmith and acquire his goods. The metalsmith gestured to the chair by the side as he said, "Yes, wait there for me. I should be done soon, so let's have a cup of tea together later on." However, something happened at this moment that caused the metalsmith's hammer to freeze in place. Ding ding dang dang. The various pots and bowls he had hung on the walls suddenly began moving by themselves despite the absence of wind. They delightfully leaped to the ground before marching out of the smithy in a neat line. This, unable to believe his eyes, the old metalsmith rubbed his eyes. Those pots and bowls were just ordinary goods, possessing no spirit at all. Why would they suddenly flee by themselves? Watching as a bunch of spoons make their way out of the room, the elder who had been speaking to the old metalsmith a moment ago was also dumbstruck. He quickly rushed up to the metalsmith and asked, "What's going on?" "I don't know either." The metalsmith stared at the fantastical sight before him in a daze. Slowly, his dazed expression twisted into one of horror. Those were the goods that he had hammered with great effort. If they ran away, wouldn't his effort all have been in vain? Thus, he swiftly dashed to the door to block the marching of the various metalworks. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp ache in his palm, which caused his clenched hand to open. The metal hammer he was holding made use of this opportunity to leap to the ground and dash out of the room. "Don't run." That hammer had been with him for several decades now, and he depended on it for a living. The old metalsmith immediately gave chase, but the following moment, the metal door to the smithy abruptly smashed into his head, knocking him back. Before he could even process what was going on, The entire house began shaking intensely before furiously running after the metal hammer. "Even my house is running away?" The metalsmith was crazed. It was one thing for his pots and bowls to run away, but for his house to escape as well. Where was he going to live from now on? Where was he going to smith his goods in the future? Panicked, the old metalsmith turned to his old friend and pleaded, "Old Liang, don't you have an aerial spirit beast? Help me check what's going on. I can't lose my wares and house just like that." "All right." The elder who had been speaking to him earlier nodded. With a loud whistle, an aerial spirit beast immediately flew to the ground. The elder stepped on the back of the aerial spirit beast and flew into the distance. Not long later, the elder returned with a pale face, as if he had just seen something supernatural happening before him. "What's wrong, old Liang? Is this the work of some kind of burglar?" The old metalsmith asked anxiously. He had heard rumors about formidable burglars being able to steal items even from a distance away. Could one of these burglars have cast some kind of sorcery over his possessions, causing them to run out of his control and flee? "It's not the doing of a burglar, but—" The elder swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but his voice still sounded extremely hoarse. "Xianxia is conducting a lecture." "Xianxia is conducting a lecture?" The old metalsmith was taken aback. Pricking up his ears and listening intently, there was indeed a faint voice to be heard a distance away. As it was too far away, the voice sounded indistinct. Nevertheless, just by catching traces of it, he could already feel the Xianxia in his body leaping into action, moving along with the other party's words. "Is this impartation of heaven's will?" the metalsmith asked hoarsely as his eyes lit up in agitation. Even though he was only an ordinary metalsmith, he had still heard much about the master teachers. It was indeed troublesome that his pots and bowls had run away, but this was also a rare opportunity for him. There was a vast difference in the price of an ordinary pot and one that had been infused with a spirit. With his exquisite craftsmanship, he could sell his pots for 1,000 gold coins easily. However, if his pots were infused with spirit, he would have to think twice about selling them even if the buyer were to offer him a middle-tier spirit stone. Of course, before considering any of that, he had to capture his escaped pots and metalware back first. Not too long later, the old metalsmith finally managed to catch up to his pots and bowls, and his hammer was finally back in his hands as well. This time, though, he could feel a bloodline connection with his hammer, and it felt as if the hammer had no weight at all. "With this, I won't need to rest in between my forging anymore. I can finish the 18 pots required well before afternoon. As long as I have this hammer in hand, I'll be able to lead a far better life than before," the old metalsmith thought as he clenched his fists in agitation. Gazing in the direction that the voice had come from, the old metalsmith kneeled onto the floor with reddened eyes. "Thank you, Xianxia." The same sight was happening throughout every street and alley of Qingyuan City. Zhang Xian's impartation of heaven's will was not only able to raise one's cultivation, it was also highly effective toward one's proficiency in an occupation. There were some apothecaries who found themselves successfully forging pills that they had failed countless times before after listening to Zhang Xian's lecture. There were also saint beasts who were unable to reproduce due to their strong bloodlines suddenly finding themselves carrying twins in their wombs after listening to the lecture. Pada. When the final character above the square dissipated, the cultivators in the square gradually roused from the trance they were in, and an ardent heat could be seen in their eyes. Ordinary heavenly impartation of mentor's calligraphy was only sufficient for the cultivation of an individual, but Zhang Xian's had been actually able to release a resounding voice, reminiscent of an impartation of heaven's will. Within just a short period of time, they had found themselves benefiting greatly from his teachings. Everything felt so mystical that they could not help but feel a little dreamy within. "Teacher." One by one, they kneeled onto the ground and kowtowed in agitation. Having benefited from the Zhang Xian's guidance, he could be considered half a teacher to them. From that day onward, nearly all of the master teachers and cultivators in Qingyuan City would be Zhang Xian's students, granting him unparalleled authority and prestige in the city. Seeing the gazes of admiration around him, Yao Shi remarked in awe, to make countless submit to him through just words. This is a true master teacher. Despite being an 8-star master teacher, she knew that she was incapable of doing the same. The talent that the young man before her possessed far surpassed her imagination. Perhaps, he might even be on par with the offspring of the sage clans. Furthermore, despite having so many people acknowledging him as their teacher simultaneously, he showed no signs of excitement or complacency at all. Just by his state of mind alone, there was no doubt that he would eventually achieve great things in the future. I must accept him as my student. Yao Shi clenched her fists tightly in determination. As talented as Xianxia was, he still was not an 8-star master teacher yet, so she stood a chance in becoming the young man's teacher. As long as she groomed him well, it would not be long before she became one of the most respected figures in the master-teacher continent. With such thoughts in mind, Yao Shi could no longer hold herself back anymore. Turning to Xianxia, she asked, Xianxia, are you interested in cultivating in the Empire Alliance? Empire Alliance? That's right. The cultivation techniques and resources they have there are incomparable to those of the Qingyuan Empire. As long as you agree to become my student, I can take you there and vie for the best resources for you. With my guidance, I guarantee that you will become a real 8-star master teacher within the next 50 years. Yao Shi nodded. 50 years. Hearing those words, Xianxia shook his head. No thank you. If he needed 50 years to advance to an 8-star master teacher, he would already be lying in the dirt with tall grass above his grave. To others, to be able to become an 8-star master teacher before 70 was already a formidable achievement. But to him, that was a speed even slower than a snail's crawl. It could not generate the slightest enthusiasm in him. Despite Xianxia's rejection, Yao Shi did not show the slightest hint of anger. Instead, she began patiently explaining, Xianxia, this is really a good opportunity. The Empire Alliance is filled with many different factions, and without someone to bring you around, you will face many obstacles there. Factions? The Empire Alliance is basically a power consisting of multiple organizations, namely the 8 conferred empires and several smaller sage clans. Due to the independent nature of these organizations, there are often conflicts of interest, resulting in the rise of several different factions in the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Without any understanding of the various factions, it's very easy for one to get on the wrong side of the more powerful factions, which would make it hard for one to survive there. Yao Shi replied with a nod. I am not taking advantage of you by accepting you as my disciple. By coming under my protection, you will be able to better maneuver your way around the politics there and receive the recognition from the various powers. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, it will be difficult for you to rise through the ranks. After all, given how big the Empire Alliance is, one thing that they don't lack is talented individuals. Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded. He had read books concerning the Empire Alliance, so he had some understanding of how it operated. Just as Yao Shi said, the 8 conferred empires were only a portion of the Empire Alliance. Some of the weaker sage clans and sects were under them as well. As a power consisting of multiple individual organizations, it was inevitable that multiple factions would rise in the Empire Alliance so that these organizations would be able to protect their interests. There's no need to give me a response right now. You can give it some thought, Yao Shi said. Regarding that, I'm curious. Why do the headquarters allow the master teachers of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion to engage in factional rivalry? Xianxia asked curiously. In the previous places he had been to, the master teachers from the same Master Teacher Pavilion would typically get along harmoniously with one another. While there was some rivalry and conflict, it was mostly between individuals rather than factions. So, why would the headquarters turn a blind eye to such chaos in the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion? When Kong Shi first established the Master Teacher Pavilion, he once said that in order for mankind to grow swiftly, their true nature mustn't be restrained. There should always be some degree of competition and conflict internally, or else peace will slowly result in stagnation and decline, Yao Shi explained. Hearing those words, Xianxia fell into deep thought. This was similar to the rules of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. unless in the face of affairs that threatened the welfare of mankind, the management of the academy would usually stay out of the rivalry among students. Only with competition would there be a sense of urgency for improvement. If each independent power felt that their interest would be assured by a higher power, while it was true that this would allow the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion to become united in the short term, in the long run, these independent powers could grow complacent and lazy. It was also for this reason that the Regional Master-Teacher Pavilion was entrusted with the full responsibility of dealing with whatever conflicts they faced on their land. Unless the problem surpassed their capability, the direct headquarters would not interfere in the matter. As long as the factional rivalry did not get out of hand, maintaining such a state in the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion was not necessarily a bad decision. It was through such a system that talents rose one after another in the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and despite dozens of millenniums passing, its position as the number one occupation still remained unwavering. This was survival of the fittest. Only through a cycle of continuous selection would the most capable master teachers be left within the organization. I really dislike dealing with such factional rivalries. Xianxia pinched his glabella in frustration. It was simply too tiring to engage in politics against others. I understand your point of view, but there's no way to avoid it. Unless you become an elder of the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion, you will eventually be dragged into the factional rivalry as well. Yao Shi replied with a sigh. Elder. The elders of the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion have a vote in deciding major affairs, and just for that, every single organization lobbies them. It could be said that they possess a transcendental position in the Empire Alliance, and no one dares offend them. Yao Shi explained. How can one become an elder then? Xianxia was a little moved by that idea. By becoming an elder, he would be spared from the politics that he hated, and he would also be able to enjoy cultivation resources as a result of that position. Two birds with one stone. You want to become an elder? Yao Shi was rendered speechless. That fellow sure knew how to dream. Even she, an 8-star low-tier master teacher, was not qualified to become an elder. Yet, a 7-star master teacher like him was actually already thinking about it. Aren't you being too ambitious? Suppressing her displeasure at the young man's conceit, Yao Shi explained patiently. In order to become an elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, you first have to become an 8-star master teacher, and your cultivation has to reach Saint 7 Dan. More importantly, you must receive Pavilion Master He's recognition and approval. Without any of that, it's impossible to become an elder. At this point, Yao Shi sighed deeply before continuing. My teacher is an 8-star high-tier master teacher, and he has been applying for the seat of an elder for 30 years now. Despite that, he still has not been approved. If only her teacher was an elder, she would have been in one of those blessed lands for cultivation at this moment instead of being dispatched here to the remote Qingyuan Empire to deal with this trouble. Since even her teacher was not qualified to be an elder, how could the young man before her possibly stand a chance? Even if he possessed astounding talent, he was still only a 7-star master teacher. One must know that the number of talented master teachers increased exponentially going up the ranks. Xianxia might have been an incredible genius, but which of the current 8-star master teachers were not astounding talents back in their time? Besides, one had to get past Pavilion Master He in order to become an elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. If it was that easy to earn Pavilion Master He's approval, there would not only have been 12 elders in the entire Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion over the course of the past few centuries. I see. It's indeed not easy to become an elder. Hearing that even Yao Shi's teacher, an 8-star high-tier master teacher and Saint 7 Dan expert, had not succeeded in becoming an elder yet, Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that he might have been a little too impudent. Indeed. Yao Shi shook her head and sighed deeply once more. As such, it's impossible to avoid the factional rivalry in the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. Since that's the case, the only way to protect yourself is by choosing a side to stand with and coming under the faction's protection. Even though my teacher is not an elder, he still possesses one of the managerial roles there. If you become my student, you will automatically become a member of our faction, and you can be assured that my teacher and I will do our best to protect you. while Yao Shi was busy analyzing the situation for Xianxia in order to convince him to become her student. A furious gale suddenly sounded in the air, following which a massive aerial Saint Beast came to a halt above the execution platform. Several figures leaped down from the aerial Saint Beast. Wuxia, Hall Master Xing. Xianxia greeted the familiar faces with a smile. Wuxia and the others had taken a short stop at the Northern Meadow City Master Teacher Pavilion in order to report the incident concerning the Qingtian Emperor to the headquarters before rushing back, thus causing them to return to Qingyuan City a few hours later than Xianxia. After trading some pleasantries, Wuxia said with a smile, "Xianxia, I have already reported the matter in detail to the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, and Pavilion Master, he has also prepared a reward for you." Following that, he abruptly raised the token in his hand, and a pillar of light rose from the nearby Master Teacher Pavilion. Boom! As if some kind of formation had been activated, a powerful aura began diffusing into the surroundings, shrouding the area. Realizing that a decree from the headquarters had arrived, all the Master Teachers and Combat Masters hurriedly turned their gazes over grimly. A powerful voice echoed in the surroundings. Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion's Xianxia has foiled the schemes of the otherworldly demonic tribe and annihilated the Qingtian Emperor and his 10 kings. For the immense contribution he has made to mankind, I hereby declare him an honorary elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. Hong Long. Right after those words were spoken, a peculiar power began shrouding Xianxia, and it gradually converged to form a unique token in his hands. On the front was an emblem representing the Empire Alliance, and on the back were the words, Honorary Elder. The token was golden in color, and it carried an aura of authority. Honorary Elder? I became an elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. Xianxia was stupefied. It was just a moment ago that Yao Shi had been filling him in on how difficult it was to become an elder, advising him to drop the hopeless idea. But in the blink of an eye, he was suddenly bestowed with this identity? Too easy. Xianxia subconsciously shot a glance toward Yao Shi, only to see the latter's face completely red as her body trembled uncontrollably. It seemed like she was already on the verge of tears. Well, it was no wonder she would react in such a manner. Her teacher had spent so many years applying for the position of an elder time and time again, only to fail each time around. Yet he, a 7-star master teacher who had never even been to the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, had actually become its elder so easily. Not to mention, he had even received the title right after Yao Shi explained how difficult it was to obtain it. Thank you. Knowing that this was probably the result of Wuxia and the others passing on the credit of the expedition to him, Xianxia quickly turned around to thank them. Other than bestowing Xianxia with the position as an honorary elder, Pavilion Master, he also announced Wuxia's promotion as the new head of the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. Yao Shi and Pavilion Master Wu, I'll be counting on you to deal with the affairs here. As the two clasped their fists, Pavilion Master, his voice gradually faded into silence. With this, the problem that Sun Chong and the others had caused had been resolved, so there was no longer any need for Xianxia to remain there. As for dealing with the post-crisis cleanup concerning the Qingyuan Empire and the Master Teacher Pavilion, Wuxia and Yao Shi were clearly more competent than him in that area, so his interference in those matters would only be excessive. Thus, Xianxia bade farewell and prepared to take his leave. At that moment, however, Wuxia suddenly stopped him and asked, Xianxia, wait a moment. Chu Tianxing's death has resulted in a power gap in the Qingyuan Empire. Who do you think will be a suitable candidate to become the next emperor? The Qingyuan Empire could not go on without an emperor. Since Chu Tianxing was dead, they had to ascertain a successor as soon as possible, or else it would not be long before internal strife broke out for the throne. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. Chu Tianxing has a son named Chu Xiang. I know him personally, and he does have the qualities suited for the crown. I think it's worth considering him. Sun Chong had revealed Chu Xiang's identity to him in the message that he had left for him in the Jade communication token. While that young man was indeed a little lustful, he was no profligate scion. Putting aside his superior talent in cultivation, The young man did have a keen eye for assessing the big picture, and in the interactions with him, Xianxia had realized that he harbored compassion for the populace. From those two aspects, he would make a much better emperor than Chu Tianxing. I understand. I'll take a look at Chu Xiang, Wuxia replied. Xianxia nodded before leaping down from the execution platform. He walked up to Sun Chong and asked, "Where is Lu Yang's letter? Let me take a look at it." Shortly after Chu Tianxing's death, Lu Yang had gone missing, leaving behind only a letter. Considering how Song Shi had mobilized the entire Master-Teacher Pavilion to comb Qingyuan City and its surroundings, only to find no trace of him at all, there was a good chance that he had already left Qingyuan City. Sun Chong had expressed that he was unaware of the details concerning Lu Yang's departure as well, and the only clue that was left behind was the letter. Since the crisis was already over, it was time for him to deal with Lu Yang's issue. As the letter was addressed to young master, "I didn't dare open it," Sun Chong explained as he passed it over to Xianxia. Taking the letter, Xianxia tore open the envelope, and lines of words immediately appeared before him. "Teacher, I'm sorry for my abrupt departure. I have really caused you much trouble this time by killing Chu Tianxing, but that's only partly why I have chosen to take my leave. I know that with you will be able to absolve me from blame, but I really do not wish to remain a burden by your side. You have already done too much for me." The words were neat with distinctive strokes, and they carried an air of resolve to them. Soon, Xianxia finished reading through the letter, and he shook his head silently. In truth, he was able to understand the reason behind Lu Yang's abrupt departure. Lu Yang was one of the first few students he had accepted, and in that sense he could be considered the senior of Zhengyang, Luchong, Yuantao, and the others. But now, Zhengyang had become the progeny of combat. Luchong had headed to the ancient domain of the Soul Oracles to inherit the heritage of the Soul Oracles, and Yuantao had returned to the Yuan clan. It was clear that all of them were destined for greatness. On the other hand, of Zhang Xian's 3 female students, one had gone to the Glacier Plain Court, one had taken root in the Poison Hall, and one had joined the Spirit Awakener Guild. In contrast, he appeared to be the only unaccomplished one, still silently following behind their teacher's back. The pressure he had been under was unimaginable. It was one thing for him to expend their teacher's cultivation resources, but he even fell for the enemy's ploy and was held hostage by them in order to threaten his teacher. The immense guilt that he felt nearly had suffocated him. He knew how much his teacher cared for them, and that only served to deepen the pressure on him. He realized that the only way he could stop being a burden to his teacher was to leave. This way, no one would be able to hold him hostage to threaten his teacher, and his teacher would not be put in a spot because of him. Thus, he hardened his resolve and departed without any hesitation. "Geez," Xianxia sighed deeply. "You are my precious student. I would never think of you as a burden." Even though Lu Yang could not be said to be particularly outstanding of the 7 direct disciples, he was still a student who had been with Xianxia since Tianxian Kingdom, and step by step they had come this far together. Xianxia had long viewed the young man as his own child, so how could he possibly view the latter as a burden? "Young master, what should we do about young master Lu Yang?" At this point, Sun Chong had also finished reading the letter, and he could not help but ask. Xianxia shook his head. "There's no need to look for him. Given his capability, it'll be impossible to track him down. We can only wait for him to think things through and find me of his own accord." As his direct disciple, what Xianxia had imparted to Lu Yang were not just cultivation and battle techniques but practical skills such as disguising and anti-tracking. If Lu Yang really wanted to hide himself, unless it was Xianxia himself, not even a 7-star master teacher would be able to identify him. "I have really neglected his state of mind and sentiments," Xianxia sighed deeply. Zhang Yang becoming the progeny of combat must have been a huge blow to Lu Yang. His peer had already become someone who could bring pride and honor to their teacher, whereas he was still living off their teacher. It was inevitable that he would feel dispirited. However, Xianxia had simply had too much on his hands then to pay any heed to Lu Yang's state of mind, or else, he never would have allowed such a thing to happen. In grooming a student, A teacher mustn't just focus on developing their cultivation and capabilities. Xianxia sighed deeply once more. For the past year, he had been too focused on developing the capabilities of his students that he had neglected their feelings. His students did not just view one another as seniors and juniors, they also thought of the others as rivals whom they compared themselves with. However, it was already too late to do anything about it. He could only wait for Lu Yong to walk out of this matter by himself now. In the sky far away from Qingyuan City, a beautiful figure was seated on the back of an aerial saint beast with her eyes tightly closed. A surge of pure Xinqi flowed through her veins, resulting in a peculiar deep melody. Kacha. Some time later, as if successfully breaking some kind of bottleneck, the young lady slowly opened her eyes. I have finally made a breakthrough. She had been cultivating diligently during this period of time, and her efforts had finally paid off. Even though she was still some distance away from reaching Saint Realm, it was no longer a distant target for her. Xianxia, just you wait. I'll look for you once more I catch up to you, the young lady declared with a determined gleam in her eyes. She really fancied the talented master teacher who dared treat her as his maid for a period of time. But she knew that blindly following behind the other party would only bring her greater and greater despair. Since that was the case, she would just have to focus all her effort into her cultivation, and hopefully, she would be able to get him to spare her an additional glance. She had thought over many matters in the 10 days that she had spent on top of the aerial Saint Beast, and she had come to understand a lot. Leaving did not mean that she was giving up or admitting defeat. Rather, it was to build the foundation for a sweeter reunion. Hopefully, when I meet you once more, I will have the courage and strength to speak on equal grounds with you. Chio. While the young lady's eyes were still wandering over the place, the piercing call of a beast sounded in her ears, following which, she felt the aerial Saint Beast beneath her trembling non-stop, as if it had encountered an overwhelmingly powerful existence. She quickly raised her head and saw an emerald-colored Saint Beast slowly flying over from the horizon. Roughly 10 meters in length, the Saint Beast before her was indescribably beautiful. It had 9 tails that fluttered elegantly behind it, and its movements seemed to manipulate space itself, allowing it to soar freely in the sky. That is the Saint Nine Dan Nine-Tailed Empyrean Phoenix? The young lady gasped in disbelief. While it was only a short stay in Qingyuan City, she had not spent her time idling away. Through visiting the various guilds and reading the books they had on their shelves, she had managed to deepen her understanding in most of her supporting occupations, including beast tamer. Based on what she knew, the saint beast that was appearing before her was likely one of the rarest saint beasts in the master-teacher continent, the nine-tailed Empyrean Phoenix. It would already be a blessing of a lifetime if an ordinary cultivator was able to catch a glimpse of it, so it felt too much of a coincidence for her to encounter it there in the middle of the vast, endless sky. As the young lady stiffened her body warily, a figure suddenly emerged on the back of the Empyrean Phoenix. Her face was covered with a veil, making it impossible to discern her appearance or age. However, from the veiled lady's slender and elegant figure, the young lady could tell that the other party was likely a ravishing beauty. Just from the fact that the other party was standing upon the Saint Nine Dan Nine-Tailed Empyrean Phoenix, there was no doubt that the veiled lady was a formidable expert, an existence who stood at the very peak of the master-teacher continent. Not daring to hesitate in the least, the young lady immediately got to her feet and bowed respectfully. There was no way she could afford to offend such a powerful expert. Who? The nine-tailed Empyrean Phoenix stopped at a distance not too far away from the young lady's aerial Saint Beast. With a pair of eyes that twinkled like the brilliant stars in the sky, the veiled lady looked at the young lady and said, "You are Euphraer." It was a crisp voice reminiscent of the jingle of bells. Rather than a question, it seemed like she was making a statement instead. Nevertheless, the young lady still hurriedly nodded in response. Yes, she was indeed Euphraer. My teacher wishes to accept you as her disciple. Despite her crisp voice, the veiled lady's tone was one of nonchalance. This? Euphraer's body stiffened. She could not believe what she had just heard. Considering how the veiled lady was riding a Saint Nine Dan Nine-Tailed Empyrean Phoenix, She was bound to be an incredible expert herself. So, just how powerful of a person would the teacher she spoke about be? May I know who your esteemed teacher is? Yufei asked meekly. My teacher is a 9-star master teacher of the Master Teacher Pavilion main headquarters, Elder Ji Ruochin, the veiled lady replied calmly. 9-star master teacher? An elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion main headquarters. Yufei's breathing hastened. In this moment, she found her head insufficient to process the astounding news she had just heard. But I am just an ordinary person from a Tier 1 empire, and I have never met Ji Shi before. Why would Ji Shi want to accept me as her disciple? Everything had happened so abruptly and quickly that she dared not believe that something as good as this could possibly happen to her. You will have to ask my teacher personally. My job is just to bring you to my teacher, the veiled lady replied impassively. So, what's your decision? If you are willing to become the disciple of my teacher, I'll take you with me. Otherwise, I'll convey your refusal to my teacher. I am willing. I'm willing. Yufei quickly woke up from her daze and nodded vehemently. If she could become the disciple of a 9-star master teacher, her cultivation would surely grow by leaps and bounds. Perhaps, she might even be able to catch up with Xianxia. Without a doubt, this was much better than fumbling her way forward. This was a rare opportunity that countless dreamt of. She would have to have been a fool to let it slip through her fingers. Very well, follow me then. The veiled lady waved her hand, and Yufei suddenly found the world blurring before her. Before she could understand what was going on, she realized that she was already standing on the back of the 9-tailed Empyrean Phoenix. Boom! While she was still dazed, the Empyrean Phoenix beneath her roared furiously before abruptly disappearing. As if teleportation, several thousand kilometers disappeared behind them in an instant. How fast! Seeing how fast the world was passing by her, Yufei's face reddened in astonishment. Glancing back in the direction of Qingyuan City, she tightened her fists in agitation and made a vow. Xianxia, I'll definitely stand proudly before you once more and have you make your choice again. Xianxia, here is the gift that the headquarters have given us for the friendly spar with the other combat master halls. Xianxia brought Sun Chong and the others back to their accommodation in the combat master hall. And not too long after they returned, Hall Master Xing came over. There had recently been a friendly spar between the 4 lower-ranked combat master hall in order to choose 20 combat masters to train at the Qianchong Empire's Sword Lagoon. Thanks to the training regime that Xianxia had specially created for their candidates, the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall had managed to acquire all 20 of the slots, and the Combat Master Hall headquarters had specially relayed their compliments to them. Just a few days ago, the rewards for their spectacular performance this time around had arrived through a special delivery channel. The reward this time around is 120 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, 20 more than we initially expected. However, even as the hall master, I can only freely allocate half of them, so I can only give you 60. Hall Master Xing flicked his wrist and passed several jade containers over. 60 concentrated high-tier spirit stone? That is good enough. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. It seems like the effort I put into training those lads wasn't in vain. The effort you put into training those lads? Hall Master Xing's eyebrows began twitching, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. You ran off to crash the Master Teacher Pavilion right after coming up with the training regime, and you didn't even return to watch the friendly spar. If even that can be called effort, what can't be? Thanks. Zhang Xian was perplexed by Hall Master Xing's twitching eyebrows, but he decided not to pay any heed to it. He opened the jade containers, and upon feeling the dense spiritual energy flowing out of them, he nodded in satisfaction. With so many concentrated high-tier spirit stones, he would be able to advance his cultivation considerably. While it was his obligation as a master teacher to raise the fighting prowess of the combat masters, it still did not hurt for him to earn some benefits in the midst of doing so. This is what we agreed on previously, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. All right, if there's nothing else, I won't hold you any longer. Knowing that Zhang Xian would surely have to cultivate after obtaining the concentrated high-tier spirit stones, Hall Master Xing bade farewell before taking his leave. As soon as he left, Xianxia unhesitatingly entered the myriad anthive nest. He had already compiled the Saint Fordan Heaven's Path divine art, and all he had been lacking was ample concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Since he had finally obtained what he had been waiting for all this while, it was a given that he should quickly raise his cultivation. After all, it had already been more than 10 days since he had been stuck at St. Threedan Pinnacle. It was about time for him to make a breakthrough. In this world of cultivation, strength was the foundation to almost everything. Without sufficient strength, one would be too vulnerable. If he did not obtain strength soon enough, his girlfriend could very well be going into the embrace of another man. Xianxia swiftly conditioned his state to the peak, and once everything was in place, he took a seat and flicked his finger. A concentrated high-tier spirit stone flew out from the jade container. Under the effects of the formation, incredibly pure spiritual energy gushed out from the spirit stone and gathered around Xianxia, flowing into his body via his acupoints. This isn't enough. Knowing that he would require far more spiritual energy than an ordinary cultivator to achieve a breakthrough, he continued to draw more spirit stones out from the jade containers. So. The remaining 59 concentrated high-tier spirit stones flew out one after another, and they took position in a unique formation around Xianxia. Hong Long Long. The spirit-gathering formation drew out the spiritual energy from 6 of the concentrated high-tier spirit stones, and in the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy around Xianxia felt as viscous as water. If any other ordinary cultivator had been in his place instead, they would have found their breathing becoming erratic. Not only would they be unable to cultivate under such circumstances, it might even pose a threat to them. The difference in the concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings and a cultivator's body would result in the spiritual energy relentlessly gushing into his body, and if the cultivator could not assimilate the spiritual energy fast enough, the energy could end up wrecking their body, resulting in an unfortunate death. However, such a situation would never occur to Xianxia. Having cultivated the quintuple incandescence golden body, his body was already comparable to a Saint intermediate tier artifact. On top of that, he had also cultivated his soul through the Heaven's Path soul art, making it far more resilient than the soul of any ordinary cultivator. As a result, it was nigh impossible that a situation would occur where his body was unable to withstand a massive influx of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy grew more and more concentrated, and when it finally reached a certain density, Xianxia opened his mouth wide and began absorbing it furiously. Boom! The concentrated spiritual energy surged into Xianxia's body through his acupoints and into his body before swiftly gathering in his dantian. In his dantian, the 10-meter-tall origin soul waved its hand excitedly upon seeing the influx of spiritual energy, and it swallowed it delightfully in huge mouthfuls. Slowly, it began to metamorphose. The key to achieving Saint Fordan primordial spirit realm was to relentlessly feed one's origin soul with energy in order to nourish it, granting it sufficient energy to evolve into a primordial spirit. With ample spiritual energy and the Saint Fordan Heaven's Path divine art, Xianxia's origin soul grew at a visible pace, and the aura it exuded was swiftly becoming stronger. Kacha! 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 But along with the metamorphosis of the origin soul, the concentrated high-tier spirit stones lying all around were also beginning to shatter with crisp echoes as the spiritual energy within them was sapped dry. The rate at which the concentrated high-tier spirit stones are being consumed is really frightening. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched wildly. He had thought that 60 concentrated high-tier spirit stones would be sufficient for him to cultivate from embryonic soul realm pinnacle to primordial spirit realm pinnacle. However, from the looks of it, he had once again underestimated the frightening consumption rate of cultivating the Heaven's Path divine art. The further he cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, the greater the requirement for the purity and quantity of spiritual energy he would need. At this point, even the purity of concentrated high-tier spirit stones seemed to be slightly lacking. Xianxia sighed. Of the 4 necessary elements to cultivation, wealth, peers, method, and environment, wealth is indeed ranked at the very top. Without sufficient resources, no amount of talent can allow one to climb to the top. He had been thinking that he would try to achieve a breakthrough to Saint Seven Dan as soon as possible so that he would be on equal footing with the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. But he now realized that the road ahead was truly arduous. Putting everything else aside, just the lack of spirit stones could already leave him with a splitting headache. Kacha! 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 Finally, when 32 concentrated high-tier spirit stones had been expended, he struck the bottleneck of embryonic soul realm pinnacle. Hong Long. His aura abruptly transformed, granting him a more imposing presence. Saint Four Dan primordial spirit realm reached. Upon the breakthrough in his cultivation, Xianxia instantaneously felt his thoughts become clearer and faster. At the same time, his physical body and soul had also undergone massive changes, becoming far more resilient and powerful than before. On top of that, his reflexes had also grown significantly. In the past, when he clashed with leaving Aperture Realm experts, while he had been able to match them with his sheer strength and speed, his slightly slower reflexes had placed him at a critical disadvantage. He had needed to depend on his eye of insight in order to predict the opponent's move in advance in order to stand against them on equal footing. Otherwise, he might not have even been a match for the copper-masked clone of the Qingtian Emperor. But with his current enhanced reflexes, he would be able to easily carry out maneuvers faster than the copper-masked clone's reflexes, allowing him to subdue the latter in a single blow. Continue. Seeing that he still had some spirit stones remaining, Xianxia calmed his state of mind before closing his eyes to continue cultivating. An hour and a half later, all the remaining 28 concentrated high-tier spirit stones had shattered in powdery dust, and his cultivation had also advanced to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage. He raised his hand and grasped the area before him lightly. In an instant, the surrounding air turned viscous, making it tangible to one's touch. Incredible! Feeling that his grasp over space had advanced another notch, Xianxia's eyes lit up. With my current strength, even if I encountered the real Qingtian Emperor again, I would be able to subdue him easily even without the assistance of my clone. From the embryonic soul realm to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, he had only achieved a breakthrough of 3 cultivation stages, but his fighting prowess had risen by twofold at the very minimum. With his enhanced strength and grasp over space, even in the Qingtian Emperor's cloned form, without relying on his clone or any ploys, he would be able to overpower the latter with brute force. In other words, the current Xianxia already wielded strength comparable to leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage experts, or perhaps, he might even stand a chance against ordinary leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle experts. In the leaving Aperture Realm, every single advancement in one's cultivation stage would bring a lightning tribulation, and the tempering from the lightning tribulation resulted in a vast difference in strength between each cultivation stage. If it were to be known that Xianxia was able to match a leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage cultivator before he had even made a breakthrough to the leaving Aperture Realm, it would surely scare many to death. Of course, considering that he cultivated the Heaven's Path Divine Art and Heaven's Path battle techniques, as well as the advantage from the Eye of Insight and Library of Heaven's Path, he would really be useless if he could not do this much. It's a pity that I only received 60 concentrated high-tier spirit stones from Hall Master Xing. If I had obtained all 120, I might have been able to make a breakthrough to Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle directly. Xianxia shook his head. If only he could have raised his cultivation to Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle, he was confident that he would have been able to down just about any leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle expert. Even without the Golden Origin Cauldron, he would be able to defeat cultivators of Songshi's caliber with ease. Xianxia sighed deeply. I guess it can't be helped. No matter what, Hall Master Xing is the head of the Combat Master Hall. He will surely have to leave some concentrated high-tier spirit stones for himself to groom his own combat masters, so I can't possibly take all of them from him. To be honest, Hall Master Xing was already being generous by giving him half of the rewards given to them by the Combat Master Hall headquarters. He would only be greedy if he attempted to acquire any more from them. After taking a while to adapt to his newfound strength, Xianxia left the myriad anthive nest. As soon as Xianxia walked out of the room, Sun Chong walked up to him. Young Master, Pavilion Master Wu has requested that you drop by the Master Teacher Pavilion for a moment after you are done cultivating. Wu sure wants me to drop by the Master Teacher Pavilion? Xianxia frowned. It had not been long since he returned. Why would Wuxia suddenly ask him to drop by the master-teacher pavilion? Sun Chong pondered for a moment before replying. Pavilion Master Wu said that the guide to the Sanctum of Sages has just arrived. So he wishes to invite you over to participate in the selection of sages. The guide has arrived? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Previously, Mu Shi had told him that it was very likely that Luo Ruoxin was at the Sanctum of Sages, and if he wanted to find her, he would have to enroll into the Sanctum of Sages himself. However, as the highest academy of the master-teacher continent, it was not a place that just anyone could enter. The slots for it were severely limited. When Zhang Xian had asked about it back then, the response he had received was that the guide would be arriving around 20 days later. Taking a look at the time, it was around 20 days since he had parted from Mu Shi, and it was indeed about time for the guide to arrive. I'll head over to take a look. Since it was a matter concerning Luo Ruoxin, there was no need for Zhang Xian to hesitate at all. He quickly made his way over to the master-teacher pavilion. Not too long later, he arrived at his destination. Zhang Shi. Now that Zhang Xian was the teacher of all master-teachers, there was no one who did not recognize him. As soon as he entered the master-teacher pavilion, all the master-teachers who saw him immediately clasped their fists and bowed. He is Zhang Shi? How dashing! I am his loyal fan. Do you think that he'll allow me to bear his babies? Scram to the side. You are a man. How do you intend to give birth? A commotion swiftly broke out in the surroundings. After the incident with the heavenly importation of Mentor's calligraphy, Zhang Xian had already taken over Zhang Juxiao's position as the idol of all young men in the Qingyuan Empire. Thus, upon his appearance, all the young men who were currently studying in the master-teacher pavilion could not help but fall into a state of agitation, unable to control themselves. Seeing the crazed crowd around him, a feeling of deep helplessness rose within Zhang Xian. This is really not the type of life I want. Why do things never go the way I want them to? All he sought was a humble life, cultivating peacefully, advancing his cultivation peacefully, and remaining the inconspicuous handsome lad he was. It really was not his wish to have so many people idolize him frenziedly. Scanning the surroundings, Zhang Xian saw the millstone-bottom lady, who had been deeply infatuated with Zhang Juxiao back then, standing amid the crowd as well. Upon noticing his gaze, the latter began shrieking in excitement, and from the looks of it, it seemed like she might even dash straight forward to knock him onto the ground. Alarmed, he hastened his footsteps. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. Forget it, it's about time for me to leave Qingyuan City anyway. He had been in Qingyuan City for roughly 20 days now, quite a long time indeed. It was about time for him to move on. No matter what, I must clinch the slot for the Sanctum of Sages. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly in agitation. Led by a master teacher, Zhang Xian soon arrived at a majestic hall. Within the hall were Wu Shi, Yao Shi, and the others. On the guest seat was a silk-robed middle-aged man, and two young men stood behind him. Taking a quick peek over, Zhang Xian found that the aura of the middle-aged man was deeply concealed within his body, like lightning shrouded by ominous storm clouds, rendering him incapable of gauging the latter's strength. On the other hand, the young men had powerful primordial spirits lying dormant within their bodies, ready to bring forth devastating damage at any moment. Primordial spirit realm intermediate stage cultivators. Judging from their physiques, Zhang Xian gauged them to be beneath 30 this year. To wield such strength at their young age, they were indeed nothing short of the word frightening. They would not pale even in comparison to the highly talented Zhang Juxiao. Zhang Shi. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Wu Shi immediately stood up and introduced with a smile. Seated over here is the guide to the Sanctum of Sages. Zhao Xingma. Zhao Shi, this is Zhang Xian, whom I spoke much about earlier. He possesses unparalleled talent not only in our Qingyuan Empire, but possibly across all 8 conferred empires. Zhao Xingma took a look at Zhang Xian before giving a slight nonchalant nod. It was as if he had heard so many of such introductions that they could not faze him anymore. On the other hand, Zhang Xian began swiftly scanning the room. Other than the few of them, Zhang Zhuxiao and 10 or so of the more outstanding young geniuses from the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion were also in the room. A moment later, when 2 more men finally arrived, Zhao Xingma said with an impatient frown, "Since everyone is already gathered here, let's begin." Nodding, Pavilion Master Wu took a sweeping gaze at the surroundings before announcing, "Master Teachers, I believe that all of you should know of Zhao Shi, so I won't waste your time introducing him to you once more. For the selection of sages this time around, the guide shall be conducting the test himself. Without further ado, let us invite him to announce the rules for the test, as well as what you will have to prepare." The crowd quickly turned their gazes over to Zhao Xingma. "There's no need for any preparation. First and foremost, I shall announce the requirements for the selection. Those who fail to meet the requirement need not waste any more of their time here," Zhao Xingma announced impassively. "I'll assume those who are gathered here should have some understanding of the Sanctum of Sages. There are several strict requirements for one to enroll into the Sanctum of Sages. One must become a 7-star Master Teacher and achieve a cultivation of Saint 3 Dan embryonic soul realm before 30. I can see that most of you here have already met the requirements, but in my view, it would be best for one to have as high a cultivation as possible. So far, only 2 of you have reached Saint 4 Dan. Therefore, other than those 2, the rest of you can leave right now." That's all to the selection? Isn't this taking the selection of sages a little too lightly? Not expecting Zhao Xingma to reduce the number of candidates to 2 just on the basis of their cultivation, everyone could not help but look at one another in astonishment. The Sanctum of Sages isn't like the Master Teacher Academies that you know of. It won't accept any Master Teacher just because they have met the prerequisites. You all should know that it's the highest academy in the Master Teacher continent, and it's a place to nurture future sages. Those whose strength pales in comparison to their peers really shouldn't be wasting their time," Zhao Xingma uttered coldly. "I don't have that much time to waste with the rest of you." "Ah!" Pavilion Master Wu did not think that Zhao Xingma would actually be so direct. However, considering that the futures of a dozen young, talented Master Teachers of his Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion were at stake, he interjected. "Zhao Shi, isn't it a little too reckless to choose the candidates solely on the grounds of their cultivation? Why don't you take another look at them? Even if their cultivation is lacking, they might be able to make up for it through other aspects. There's no need for that. To be honest with you, I am only in charge of the preliminary selections. There will be another round of selections when we arrive at the Qianchong Empire and a final examination when we enter the City of Sages. Those whose cultivation has yet to reach primordial spirit realm won't even be able to clear the selections at Qianchong Empire, so it would only be a waste of time to bring them along." Zhao Xingma waved his hands casually. "I see." Since Zhao Xingma had already said such words, there was nothing else Pavilion Master Wu could do. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned to the dozen or so eliminated Master Teachers and said, "There's no need to be too disheartened by this setback. As long as you set your mind to it, you will be able to advance to great heights no matter where you are. The Sanctum of Sages isn't the only place for you to spread your wings and soar. All right then." Knowing that there was nothing they could do about the situation either, the dozen young geniuses could only shake their heads and leave. In truth, they also knew that it was unlikely that they would have been chosen. Their cultivation and talent weren't too weak either, but compared to Zhang Xian and Zhang Zhuxiao, they knew that they were still sorely lacking. With those 2 competing for the slot in the Qingyuan Empire as well, there was no way that they would be picked. Soon, Zhang Xian and Zhang Zhuxiao were the only candidates left in the room. Zhao Xingma turned his gaze over and said, "Only the elites of mankind are allowed into the Sanctum of Sages, and these are the people who will eventually lead mankind to greater heights. But in order to have others submit to you, the most important thing one must possess is strength. As such, for this preliminary selection, I shall be taking strength to be the main assessment criterion." Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded. He could relate deeply to that sentiment. Schemes and disguises could bring others over to one side in the short term, but what would compel others submit to one was overwhelming strength. Take the current Zhang Xian, for example. Possessing unsurpassed might in the Qingyuan Empire, He no longer had to fear anyone or anything there. If he wished to, he would be able to exert his dominance over the populace, and no one would be able to oppose him. As for disguises, they would ultimately be exposed in a matter of time, so they were not a reliable measure. It was for this reason that most powerhouses relied not on schemes but the might of their fists to establish their dominance. Unwilling to submit, he would just have to crush the dissenters until they finally gave in. The same went for the master-teacher pavilion as well. Of course, its values and impartiality did allow it to win the heart of the others, but without sufficient strength at its foundation, it would only have been a matter of time before their leadership was questioned and overthrown. There were two occupations in history who had challenged the Master-Teacher Pavilion's leadership: the Soul Oracles and the Poison Masters. The Soul Oracles had been completely eradicated, such that their heritage had been completely terminated, and there was barely any trace of them to be found in the current times. As for the Poison Masters, they had been exiled to the darkest corners of the world, not daring to show their faces in public. Unquestionably, strength played a crucial role in building one's authority. Similarly, the reason sage clans were so widely feared by others was not because of their ties to disciples of Kong Shi, but because they had a strong foundation and overwhelming might that left others with no choice but to take them seriously. Only the strong were qualified to show compassion to others. Without sufficient strength, all words spoken were nothing but empty. Zhang Juxiao also nodded in agreement. Even though he was only from the side family, if his cultivation had already reached Saint 6 Dan or Saint 7 Dan, he would have been highly regarded by his clan. He would not have fallen into this position, where he needed to go through so much trouble to vie for a slot to the sanctum of sages in a mere conferred empire. Seeing that the duo understood his intention, Zhao Xingma gestured to the two young men behind him and said, "These two are listening-in students, one of the sanctum of sages. Even though they are not outstanding cultivators, their individual strength is still not too bad. On top of that, they are also able to complement one another through a collaborative formation. If one of you is able to withstand 3 moves against their collaboration, I'll take it as a pass." Voila! As Zhao Xingma said those words, the two young men stepped forward and exerted their auras. In an instant, the entire hall suddenly seemed to have turned freezing cold, leaving those present feeling deeply pressured. They aren't too bad. Just from their disposition alone, Xianxia could tell that even though those two only possessed a cultivation of primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, they wielded fighting prowess that could match any ordinary primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert. If the two of them were to collaborate perfectly with one another, it was likely that they would be able to match even a leaving aperture realm primary stage expert. In other words, even Pavilion Master Wu could be placed in a dangerous position when faced against them. And yet, they were only listening-in students of the Sanctum of Sages? If that was the case, just how powerful were the real students of the Sanctum of Sages? After making introductions, Zhao Xingma looked at the two examinees and asked, "Who wants to go first?" Zhang Juxiao took a look at the duo before him, and after evaluating them, he shook his head with a bitter smile and sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. "Zhang Shi, I didn't know that you were intending to head to the Sanctum of Sages as well. Since that's the case, I think I'll just forfeit here." Forfeit? Xianxia was taken aback. He did not expect a person as proud as Zhang Juxiao to admit defeat so easily. "Indeed, rather than embarrass myself, I think it would be better if I just forfeit right here," Zhang Juxiao said helplessly. Since he had traveled down to Qingyuan City from his home to vie for the only slot here, there was no doubt that he harbored great hopes for the Sanctum of Sages. He had thought that he would be able to succeed this time around, but who knew that Xianxia would suddenly appear at this moment? Regardless from which aspect he was looking at, he had no confidence that he would be able to match Zhang Shi. Previously, he had thought that given his talent, he might still be able to put up a fight. However, after finding out that Xianxia was a celestial master teacher, he dared not harbor such thoughts anymore. Figures like Xianxia were destined to make their mark in history. There was no way someone like him could possibly stand against Xianxia. Furthermore, he had just made a swift calculation, and he realized that with his current strength, it was very unlikely that he would be able to survive 3 moves against the duo. Seeing through Zhang Juxiao's thoughts, Xianxia pondered for a moment before turning to Zhao Xingma. Zhao Shi, you said earlier that anyone who is able to survive 3 moves against their collaboration will clear the test, correct? That's right. Zhao Xingmo replied affirmatively. Then, if both of us withstand 3 moves, would this mean that we will both receive the slots for the Sanctum of Sages? Both of you. Zhao Xingma shot a glance at Zhang Xian before replying nonchalantly. From the looks of it, it seems more likely that both of you will fail the test. That's not necessarily so, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. He had harbored some prejudice toward the Zhang clan due to the issue between Luo Ruoxin and that young prodigy of the Zhang clan, but after spending some time with Zhang Juxiao, he realized that the latter was just a little too proud. Other than that, Zhang Juxiao was not as bad as he had initially thought. Zhang Juxiao had left his home to reside in Qingyuan City for several years, all in the hope of attaining the Qingyuan Empire's slot to the Sanctum of Sages. If Zhang Xian had not cut in abruptly, it was likely that he would have been the one to have obtained the slot. If the two of them could head to the Sanctum of Sages together, that would really be for the best. If both of you can survive 3 moves from those two, I'll consider the matter. However, just a word of advice. Don't overestimate yourself. Seeing the confident smile on Zhang Xian's face, Zhao Xingma warned, since I set the test in such a manner, you should also know that it won't be easy to survive 3 moves from those two. He earnestly did not believe that the master teachers from a humble conferred empire would be able to survive 3 moves from these 2 listening-in students from the Sanctum of Sages. It'll suffice as long as you are willing to consider the matter. All right then, I guess we will have to try our best to survive those 3 moves, Zhang Xian replied. It's good to see that you are confident. Let's hope that it isn't arrogance, Zhao Xingmo replied with a frown. All right, who is going first? Allow me. Zhang Xian stepped forward. He released his aura as well, primordial spirit realm intermediate stage. In contrast to the 2 young men before him, the might that he released seemed insignificant. Those are big words. Let's see what kind of strength you possess. The young men sneered coldly as they flitted forward, flanking Zhang Xian on both sides. They had positioned themselves perfectly to seal all plausible escape routes that anyone trapped in between them could possibly take, leaving him feeling as if he was locked within a cage. To exert psychological pressure ahead of the battle to make their opponent panic, not bad. Zhang Xian nodded in approval. As expected of experts from the Sanctum of Sages, they really paid careful attention to every single aspect of battle in order to ascertain their victory. Through their psychological pressure, those who possessed a weaker state of mind would be more prone to falling into a state of panic, especially if they found themselves cornered in the midst of the battle. Once a seed of doubt was planted in their minds, it could possibly change the tides of the battle entirely. Your battle plan isn't too bad, but to compete with me in a battle of wills, the both of you are still lacking. Raising his chin, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and stepped forward. The opponents were attempting to heap pressure on him, aiming to launch the decisive blow when he finally exposed an opening in his defenses. Such a move might have worked against Zhang Juxiao, but against him? A piece of cake. Putting aside the fact that his soul depth had already achieved a level equivalent to 8-star high-tier master teachers, even if it was beneath the other parties, there was no way such simple tricks would work on him. Hong Long. That single step forward may appear to be nothing much, but to those young men, they felt as if a towering mountain was crushing down on them, placing them in a fluster. Following which, the pressure that they had exerted on Zhang Xian was immediately returned to them, causing their minds to spin wildly. Terp's a Korean art? Zhao Xingma's eyebrows shot up. Even though Zhang Xian's hands remained firmly behind his back, Zhao Xingma had sensed a soul offense belonging to that of a terpsichore for a split instant. Not only did it wipe away the pressure from the wills of the 2 young men cleanly, it even struck terror into their hearts. To be able to see through the psychological attack and even return the favor in an instant, causing the 2 listening-in students of the Sanctum of Sages to suffer a setback. That fellow was not bad. Begin, Zhao Xingma declared impassively. Boom. To an outsider, it would not seem as if there was anything peculiar to his voice. However, to the 2 young men, It sounded just like a bolt of lightning, jolting them awake from their daze. Damn it! Realizing that they had fallen from Zhang Xian's counterattack, their faces reddened in fury as their eyes narrowed menacingly. They had come here to teach the young man a lesson, but before they could accomplish anything, they had ended up falling for the young man's counterattack and lost themselves. The intense frustration they felt from this failure left them with a blazing inferno raging inside their bodies. Voila! Driving their Xianxia furiously, they sealed the space around Zhang Xian, after which the two of them dashed forward simultaneously, and two palms struck down on Zhang Xian simultaneously, one from the front and one from the back. Their assault was perfectly coordinated with one another, such that even if their opponents succeeded in avoiding one of the attacks, they would never be able to avoid the other. Even a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage expert would have found it hard to escape from their collaborative offense. However, it was a pity that even though Zhang Xian was no leaving Aperture Realm expert, he wielded fighting prowess comparable to a leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage cultivator, far beyond the likes of them. A glint flashed across his eyes as he began moving his lips. It seems like both of you are attacking the wrong target. His words carried a unique melody reminiscent of the whisperings of a lover, causing the faces of the duo to redden upon hearing it. In an instant, the palms that were heading for Zhang Xian's body abruptly changed their trajectory to strike the other instead. Pong! Pong! Two deep moans sounded, and the two young men were sent flying. They had intended to assault Zhang Xian together, but somehow, it turned into a battle between themselves instead. Demonic tune? Zhao Xingma was startled for a moment before his eyebrows shot up. Is he trying to warn me? Previously, when the two listening-in students had fallen for Zhang Xian's terpsichorean art, he used his voice to jolt them back from their trance. While he had done it very discreetly, it seemed like the other party had still noticed it, and he was using the same method to turn them against one another. The provocation behind his intention was clear. Demonic tunes? I know some, too. It was a clear warning toward him against interfering with the duel. What an interesting fellow. This realization did not anger Zhao Xingma. Instead, it only served to deepen his interest in Zhang Xian. Those who were qualified to enroll into the Sanctum of Sages were either the offspring of the sage clans or unparalleled geniuses of the master-teacher continent. In either case, they were destined to become the leaders of humanity, taking charge of a region to guard mankind from other threats. If they dared not speak up in the face of injustice, it would really be doubtful if they had the necessary qualities to become one of the powerhouses of the master-teacher continent. In a sense, Zhao Xingma's previous action was an intentional attempt to goad a response from Zhang Xian. He wanted to see how the young man who had been so highly complimented by Pavilion Master Wu would react. But who would have thought that the young man would actually return the favor straight to him, not allowing anyone to wrong him at all? With such a mentality, if he could set his mind to furthering the prosperity of mankind, he would surely become a valuable asset to the world. However, those who are able to become the listening-in students of the Sanctum of Sages don't make easy opponents either. Given that he has already revealed his cards as a terpsichore and demonic tunist, it'll be hard for him to survive the remaining two blows, Zhao Xingma analyzed with a smile. Just to become a listening-in student of the Sanctum of Sages, one would still have to clear several rigorous examinations. If Zhang Xian thought that he would be able to defeat those two young men just by relying on his prowess in demonic tunes and terpsichorean arts, he would really be looking down on his opponents. As expected, even while they were retreating, they had already shaken themselves out from their trance, and killing intent flickered within their eyes. They had gone there to invigilate the candidates, not to be toyed around with. Yet, they had actually been humiliated time and time again by a mere fellow from the remote countryside. This had left them feeling deeply embarrassed. Fortify your soul, he specializes in soul attacks, bellowed the young man on the left. At the same time, he thrust his palm slightly behind him and successfully halted his retreating figure. Following which, he clenched his fists together, and the space before him froze. Despite being only at Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate stage, he was actually able to execute Spatial Seal, a technique that only leaving Aperture Realm cultivators should have been able to wield. Rest assured, the young man on the right had also noticed this much by now, and he furiously drove his Jinqi and clenched his fist. The spatial seals cast by the two of them immediately compounded upon one another, causing the entire area to feel like an invisible marshland. Any attempt to move was met with overwhelming resistance, making it an arduous task to even take a single step forward or backward. Impressive. Xianxia nodded slightly in approval. Under normal circumstances, if two cultivators were to attempt to overlap their spatial seals, it was likely that their spatial seals would conflict with one another and cause destructive interference instead of constructive interference. As a result, the spatial seal would be weakened instead of fortified. It was for this reason that leaving Aperture Realm experts did not fare that well in group fights. But astoundingly, the two young men were actually able to harmonize their spatial seals together with one another perfectly. This was a sight to behold, even for Xianxia. As expected of students from the Sanctum of Sages, their grasp over their techniques was indeed far superior to ordinary cultivators. While there was no doubt that the compounded spatial seals was powerful, and no ordinary primordial spirit realm cultivator would ever be able to escape from it, to Xianxia, breaking out of the compounded spatial seals was really a walk in the park. He took 2 steps forward and tapped on the area in front of him. Sila! As if an invisible balloon had been popped, air currents began leaking out furiously into the surroundings. Pong! Pong! The two young men had not thought that Xianxia would be able to overcome their spatial seals so easily, and they suffered an energy backlash as a result of it. The both of them simultaneously took 2 steps back as their faces turned ghastly pale. It has been 2 moves. It should be about time for me to make a move now, Xianxia said with a smile. As long as he could withstand 3 moves from them, it would be considered his victory. He had allowed the 2 young men to attack him as they pleased for the previous 2 moves, so the least he could do was return the favor for the last move. Come! The eyebrows of the duo shot up. They swiftly got into a unique formation, and an indomitable aura began drifting between them. In their current form, even a leaving Aperture Realm intermediate stage expert would have to fall back temporarily against them. At this point, they had also realized that the young man before them was no ordinary cultivator, and they dared not let their guards down anymore. Despite facing such an overwhelming aura, Xianxia calmly clasped his fist and said, "Allow me to apologize in advance for any injuries that you might sustain later on." Injuries? You are courting death. The 2 young men nearly exploded on the spot. The other party had not even made his move, but he was already apologizing to them. He was clearly looking down on them. Why don't you brag after you have achieved victory? Fueled by their rage, all their strength poured out unreservedly, whipping up deadly air currents that threatened to tear the entire hall down. A shockwave rippled into the surroundings, leaving a searing sensation on the skin of those standing in the area. They are really strong. Zhang Juxiao's face paled. In this moment, he finally realized why Zhao Xingma was so confident that they would not be able to withstand 3 moves from the 2 young men. Putting everything else aside, just the sheer might of this move would be able to tear apart every single secret art he had learned in the past. Worried for Xianxia, he quickly turned his gaze over, only to see the latter calmly standing his ground, not bothering to dodge at all. Without using any battle techniques or complicated maneuvers, he simply raised his hand and struck at them as an ordinary human would strike down a fly. Let's end this. Pada! Pada! As these leisurely sounded words echoed in the air, the furious outburst of Jinqi around the 2 young men abruptly vanished, as if it had never appeared before at all. In the next moment, the 2 men were knocked flying as if ping-pong balls. Hoo! They were smacked right into the wall, and buckets of blood spewed from their mouths. Despite gathering all their might together, those 2 listening-in students of the Sanctum of Sages could not even withstand a single slap from Xianxia. After knocking the duo flying, Xianxia calmly raised his gaze to look at Zhao Xingma. The perfect nonchalance on his face made it seem as if he had only done something insignificant, unworthy of mention. Does this mean that I have passed? Zhao Xingma was also startled for a moment before nodding slowly. You have overcome their collaboration with a single strike, and it's clear that you haven't even used your full strength. You have passed. At the same time, Zhao Xingma could not help but feel a little perplexed. In the first two moves, it was apparent that Xianxia had gone easy on them. Or else, given that the two young men had their guards down, he would have been able to knock them out easily given his proficiency in Terpsichorean arts and demonic arts. Since that was the case, why did he suddenly go overboard in the last move? It might have seemed like a trivial detail, but Zhao Xingma felt like there might have been more to it. Could it have been that even Xianxia was pressured before the combined might of the duo, so he did not want to take any risks? Xianxia turned around and said, "Thank you. Zhuxiao, it's your turn. You should be able to survive 3 moves from them." "My turn? Now?" Zhang Zhuxiao was taken aback. The two young men were currently still pressed into the wall, severely wounded. Surely it would not be good for him to attack them at that moment. There are 2 of them and there are 2 of us here. Thus, even though I have just fought with them, surely it will be fair for you to face them right after." Xianxia replied with a smile. "Ah, I see. All right." Hearing those words, Zhang Zhuxiao immediately understood Xianxia's intentions. The latter was trying to help him clear the selection of sages. He had intentionally executed a heavy blow for the final move, so as to injure them and grant him an advantage in the battle. This way, he would stand a chance at surviving 3 moves from them. It might have been a little despicable, but considering that a slot for the Sanctum of Sages was at stake, he swiftly vanquished all of the hesitation in his mind and stepped forward. Clasping his fist at the duo pressed against the wall, he said, "I'll be in your care. You too. Damn it." Hearing the conversation between the two and seeing that Zhang Zhuxiao shamelessly stepped forward to challenge them in their injured state, the two young men felt so indignant that they could have exploded on the spot. How can there be such shameless people in the world? We are already injured to this state, and even standing up would be difficult for us. How can we possibly fight you like that? Zhao Shi has said that as long as we can withstand 3 moves from the 2 of you, he will consider adding another slot to our Qingyuan Empire. If the 2 of you think that you aren't up to the fight, I suggest that you surrender," Xianxia said. "You want us to surrender and let you win so easily? Dream on. Even if we have to put our lives on the line, we will make sure that you don't survive 3 moves from us." Gritting their teeth, the 2 young men forced themselves out of the wall and began preparing themselves for a second round. "Enough! Stand down, both of you." Zhao Xingma waved his hand. But Zhao Shi, the young men panicked. They knew that they had failed their responsibilities this time around. They were supposed to invigilate all qualified candidates, but they ended up being nearly incapacitated after the first battle. Zhao Shi must have been really mad at them at the moment. "Don't worry. This isn't your fault. This was all part of Zhang Shi's plan." Zhao Xingma waved his hand to allay the worries of the 2 young men before standing up himself. "I'll assess Zhang Zhuxiao personally." "You will assess me personally?" Zhang Zhuxiao's face paled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He understood Xianxia's intentions. He had injured those 2 young men and rendered them incapable of battle, so that he would be able to take advantage of their weakness and obtain an easy pass for the selection of sages. But who would have thought that Zhao Xingma would actually disregard his own standing as a senior and declare that he would conduct the test personally? Given how formidable those 2 listening-in students were, the guide was bound to be even more so. Against such an opponent, how could Zhang Zhuxiao possibly stand a chance? Hearing Zhao Xingma's words, Xianxia frowned. "As a guide to the Sanctum of Sages, isn't it inappropriate for you to make a move against your juniors?" "Don't worry. I'll suppress my cultivation down to your level, Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage," Zhao Xingmo replied calmly. "This?" Hearing that, Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking, "As long as Zhuxiao is able to withstand 3 moves from you, it'll be considered a pass, right?" "That's correct." Zhao Xingma nodded. Following which, the energy within his body began flurrying, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation had already been suppressed to Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage, the same as the 2 challengers. Xianxia fell quiet. To be honest, even if Zhao Xingma suppressed his cultivation, he still possessed an absolute advantage in terms of his experience and eye of discernment. It would be extremely difficult for Zhang Zhuxiao to withstand 3 moves from him. Or to be more precise, it was impossible. Xianxia, I appreciate your goodwill, but it's fine. If I am unable to clear the test, it can only mean that my cultivation hasn't met the mark yet, and I'm not fated with the sanctum of sages. Zhang Jiuxiao stepped forward and smiled. To be honest, he was rather touched to see Zhang Xian speaking on his behalf. However, since things had come to this point, there was nothing else that could be done. At the very most, it would just be a loss. It was not like it would be the end of the world. As an offspring of the Zhang clan, he could at least take a defeat. Hong Long. Zhang Jiuxiao began furiously exerting the Jinqi within his body. While his aura paled in comparison to the collaboration between those two listening-in students, it carried an unwavering and fearless intention behind it. Good. Zhao Xingma nodded. Considering the overwhelming disparity between the both of them, Zhang Jiuxiao could be said to be rather courageous to still be willing to step forward and face him. Of course, courage was not enough for one to become a student of the sanctum of sages. More importantly, one had to possess sufficient strength. Without strength, everything else would be for naught. Just as Zhang Jiuxiao's entire body tensed up, ready to face whatever Zhao Xingma threw at him, Zhang Xian suddenly spoke once more. Wait a moment. What's wrong this time? Zhao Xingma frowned in impatience. This lad sure was a ton of trouble. You have already cleared the test yourself. Do you really value whatever friendship you have with Zhang Jiuxiao so much that you are determined to have him clear the test with you? Other master teachers would know to back down in such situations, especially since the matter does not concern their own interests. Do you really know what kind of figure you are attempting to haggle with? I understand that Zhao Shi is in a rush, but surely it would be fine to spare us 20 minutes? Zhao Xingma was not sure what Zhang Xian was getting at. It's like this. I have gained some insights from the previous battle with those two young men over there, and I would like to share them with Jiuxiao. Zhang Xian raised his gaze to stare intently at Zhao Xingma. Zhao Shi, as the guide, you should at least have some time to spare for us to trade some insights, right? Fine. Zhao Xingma frowned in displeasure, clearly unhappy with this proposition. Nevertheless, he eventually nodded in agreement. 20 minutes would not make a difference to the outcome of the test. If it was that easy to raise a person's fighting prowess, everyone would have been an expert by then. Thank you, Zhao Shi. Jiuxiao, come over for a moment. Zhang Xian gestured with a smile. Knowing that Zhang Xian was doing all of this for him, Zhang Jiuxiao unhesitatingly headed over. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly caught sight of something that left his eyes widening in shock. A massive cauldron was plummeting from the sky, headed straight toward Zhao Xingma's head. Seeing this sight, Zhang Jiuxiao nearly fainted from fright. Who was Zhao Xingma? A guide of the sanctum of sages, a Saint Six Dan expert at the very least. Even if Zhao Xingma had suppressed his cultivation to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, such a crude assault would never work on him. Just as Zhang Jiuxiao was about to scream out loud, he suddenly saw Zhang Xian's figure blurring before him. With a powerful leap off, Zhang Xian dashed straight toward Zhao Xingma, and in that moment, it seemed like his figure had warped into a sword itself, seemingly wanting to tear the latter into pieces. It's over. Zhang Jiuxiao felt that if there was an end to the world, this would likely be it. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he nearly burst into tears. Even if I can't clear the test, you really don't have to kill the guide for me. If you succeed, you will become a fugitive of the Master Teacher Pavilion, condemned to an entire life of escape. This sight did not just challenge the limits of Zhang Jiuxiao's rationality. Even Pavilion Master Wu and Yao Shi felt as if they were going insane. To make a move against Zhao Xingma, too reckless. If the other party got mad, putting aside the fact that Zhang Xian would not be doing Zhang Jiuxiao any favors, he might even be stripped of his own slot. But everything had happened so fast that even they were unable to intervene in time. Humph! Noticing Zhang Xian's assault, Zhao Xingma's eyebrows shot up. Driving his Jinqi, he raised his finger and stabbed it forward like a sword. Even though his cultivation was still suppressed at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, this simple maneuver amply displayed his superior eye of discernment, experience, and combat sense. The finger stab was directed straight toward the blind spot of Xianxia's offense. Not only would it be able to keep Xianxia at bay, it would also allow him to fend off the cauldron above him at the same time. Two birds with a stone. To be able to make such sharp, instantaneous judgment from the unprepared state he was in, there was no doubt that his combat experience was superior even in comparison to Xianxia. Hula! However, before the finger stab could strike Xianxia, the young man suddenly flitted to the side before raising his palm, thrusting it toward the cauldron above to neutralize the force behind its descent, and catching it with a single hand. His movements were actually not an assault against Zhao Xingma but a maneuver to rescue. Xianxia swiftly shoved the golden origin cauldron into his storage ring before apologizing awkwardly to Zhao Xingma. My apologies, Zhao Shi. I have really spoiled my cauldron. It never thinks before acting, and I never thought that it would suddenly make a move against you either. I was alarmed when I saw it earlier, and that's why I leaped forward to save you. I hope that I didn't scare you. You say that you were saving me? Zhao Xingma nearly choked on his saliva. To use your body as a sword and charge toward me with such frightening momentum, as if preparing to launch a lethal strike at any moment. Are you sure that you were trying to rescue me? That's clearly attempted murder. If I hadn't reacted fast enough, I would have been split in half by now. Not to mention, that vicious cauldron even wanted to smash my head. Do you really think that I will drop the matter with a simple, "I didn't know that it would do that"? Xianxia clasped his fist apologetically. Indeed, I am the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and this cauldron is the Saint Guardian artifact of the Academy. As such, it's constantly keeping a lookout for my safety and protecting me. It sensed the overwhelming strength that Zhao Shi was emanating, so it thought that you were planning to harm me. That's why it would recklessly make a move against you. Zhao Shi, I hope that you will be as magnanimous as to let this matter go. All right. Hurry up and impart your insight. I'll give you 10 minutes. Even though Zhao Xingma still felt deeply indignant, he eventually decided to drop the issue. The other party had been pushing all of the blame to his artifact right from the start, and he could not stoop down to the level of venting his anger on a mere artifact. If the guide to the Sanctum of Sages were to pummel its owner out of fury toward an artifact, his peers would use that as a reason to mock him for many years to come. Not to mention, the cauldron was the guardian saint artifact of a Master Teacher Academy, so it was bound to have contributed plenty to mankind. Even if he was an advanced Master Teacher, there would still be repercussions if he killed such an artifact that easily. Nodding in relief, Xianxia returned to Zhang Jiuxiao's side, and his face immediately turned grim as he sent a telepathic message over. Even though Zhao Shi has suppressed his cultivation, given your current strength, it'll be impossible for you to emerge victorious. However, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to withstand a few moves from him. I'll teach you 3 maneuvers right now, and as long as you learn them seriously, no matter what kind of move Zhao Shi throws at you, you will be able to neutralize it by repeating them again and again. Got it? Yes. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. Considering that the young man before him was a celestial master teacher, and taking into account everything that the other party had done for him, Zhang Jiuxiao no longer harbored any doubt toward him. I'll describe those movements to you in detail, so try to simulate them in your head. Don't execute them, or else he will be prepared for them, Xianxia instructed. These 3 maneuvers were directed toward Zhao Xingma's flaws, and their aim was just to catch him off guard. If he noticed their intentions in advance, given his strength and eye of discernment, these maneuvers would surely be rendered useless. Understanding this as well, Zhang Jiuxiao listened earnestly as he pictured those movements in his mind. It did not take long before he grasped the Jinqi circulation method and the trajectory of each attack. As for the remaining time, he continued driving his Jinqi as he simulated those 3 moves in his mind in order to execute them perfectly when he faced Zhao Xingma later on. These 3 moves were actually rather simple, much simpler than any battle techniques in fact. A couple of minutes was more than enough for him to hone them to perfection. Seeing that Zhao Xingma's complexion was still rather awful, Pavilion Master Wu stepped forward to alleviate the situation. Zhao Shi, please don't take the matter to heart. Zhang Shi's cauldron is indeed a little reckless. Just earlier this morning, an envoy from Qianchong Empire, Xianxia, was turned into a eunuch by it. He had no idea why Xianxia would attempt to assault Xiaoshi, only to stop at the crucial moment, but considering the relationship between them, he felt obliged to cover for the young man. Someone has been turned into a eunuch? Zhao Xingma was unaware of the various affairs that had happened earlier in the morning, and he frowned upon hearing Pavilion Master Wu's words. Indeed, Pavilion Master Wu proceeded to fill Zhao Xingma in on the various matters that had happened earlier. Even though he had not been on the scene personally, he was still able to picture the situation through Pavilion Master Wu's descriptions. That cauldron sure is reckless. After hearing the full story, Zhao Xingma could not help but shake his head. For an artifact to cripple the manhood of a quasi-8-star master teacher, even the word brazen would be an understatement. Of course, that was even more so for Xianxia. To dare talk back to a quasi-8-star master teacher and even walk away from the conflict unscathed. Yet it was the other party that had ended up being punished. Just as Zhao Xingma wanted to inquire deeper into Xianxia's history, the person in question suddenly spoke up from the side. Xiaoshi, we are done trading insights. You can start the test now. Turning his gaze over, he saw that Zhang Jiuxiao was already standing at the center of the hall, his body conditioned to its peak, ready to face any opponent before him. Zhao Xingma made a rough calculation of the time, but it seemed like 5 minutes had not even passed. Slightly perplexed, he stepped forward and said, "Very well. Let me see just what kind of insight he has shared with you. To haggle with him just to stall for a mere 5 minutes. What kind of valuable insight did Zhang Xian impart to Zhang Jiuxiao within this short period of time?" "Zhao Shi, please pardon me if my moves offend you later on." Zhang Jiuxiao clasped his fist and spoke apologetically. "Offend me? Worry not. Feel free to use whatever you have against me. As long as you can withstand 3 moves from me, I'll consider allocating you another slot." Zhao Xingmo replied calmly. "Thank you. I'll be making my move then." "Hula!" Before finishing his words, Zhang Jiuxiao had already leaped off the ground to dash furiously forward. His right leg shot up, traveling along a trajectory that would land perfectly in between Zhao Xingma's thighs. "You?" Not expecting that fellow to actually aim for little Zhao right from the start, Zhao Shi's face turned livid. It was just a moment ago that he had heard about how Song Shi's manhood had been crippled by a cauldron, and then Zhang Jiuxiao suddenly came at him with this move. "Don't tell me that the supposed insight that Zhang Xian imparted to you was to strike me there?" Zhao Xingma was fuming inside. However, no matter how angry he was, there was no way he could take that kick head-on. Thus, he quickly sidestepped to avoid it. It was not that he was afraid that he would be crippled by that kick, but because of how humiliating it would be if he were to be kicked there. Voila! However, as soon as Zhao Xingma fled to the side, Zhang Jiuxiao's fingers immediately shot for his armpit. It turned out that the attack toward his crotch was only a feint. The young man's real goal was this: to deduce the movement technique I would use in reaction to your kick and assault my armpit, where one of the mingmens of my movement technique is located. Zhao Xingma narrowed his eyes in disbelief. The other party's finger was accurately aimed at the point where the greatest mingmen of his movement technique was located. If he were to be struck, his entire body would be numbed, resulting in a complete loss in his fighting prowess. It was too much of a coincidence to think that the other party had found his mingmen by sheer luck in the middle of a battle. Rather, it was more likely that the other party had predicted this right from the start. At this point, Zhao Xingma suddenly realized that he had been dragged into Zhang Jiuxiao's pace from the very first strike. The young man's combat sense was really a little way too strong. Such a cunning fellow. He has been using psychological warfare against me even before the start of the battle. With his sharp eye of discernment as a Saint Six Dan master teacher, it didn't take Zhao Xingma too long to see through the crux of the matter. Prior to the battle, Pavilion Master Wu had casually mentioned that Song Shi had his manhood crippled, and this had effectively planted a subconscious notion in his mind. As a result, when Zhang Jiuxiao angled his attack between his crotch, he instinctively moved to avoid the attack, not doubting that it might be a feint at all due to the planted subconscious notion. To think that he had already lost in the psychological warfare prior to the battle. Impressive. If it had been any other ordinary primordial spirit realm cultivator, he would have been cornered with this blow. Without expending at least 10 moves, it would be impossible to resolve the situation and turn the tables around. Unfortunately for you, your opponent is me. Zhao Xingma twisted his body to avoid Zhang Juxiao's finger jab. At the same time, he raised his hand and jabbed his finger toward the latter as well. Finger against finger, Zhao Xingma was intending to use his superior strength and comprehension of battle technique to forcefully overpower Zhang Juxiao, and through doing so, he would be able to turn the tides of the battle back to his side. Even though their cultivation were both at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, it was apparent that the might of Zhao Xingma's finger jab was far stronger than Zhang Juxiao's. Even before the finger arrived, the air was already groaning under the immense pressure, and vaguely, the sound of a storm could be heard. In face of the might of Zhao Xingma's finger jab, Zhang Juxiao was visibly flustered. Knowing that he couldn't face such an attack face-on, he hurriedly retracted his finger. But perhaps because he was too anxious, his body ended up tilting to the side, placing his head in the trajectory of Zhao Xingma's finger jab. Seeing this, Zhao Xingma frowned. With his strength, if his finger jab were to land, Zhang Juxiao's head would explode on the spot. In other words, Zhang Juxiao would die. In the first place, as a Saint Six Dan expert, his choice of intervening in a duel between juniors was already one that many would frown upon. If he were to kill Zhang Juxiao on top of that, without a doubt, he would be stripped of his position as a guide to the sanctum of sages. Humph! Thus, Zhao Xingma pulled back his might, and the sudden withdrawal of Xianxia left a groan escaping from his mouth, and his face reddened from the backlash. If he hadn't suppressed his cultivation, this bit of backlash would have been nothing at all. However, with his current cultivation of primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, and given the fact that he had devoted his full strength into the finger jab on top of that, the sudden withdrawal of his attack inevitably left him with some injuries. Voila! But even though Zhao Xingma had withdrawn his finger in order to avoid killing Zhang Juxiao, the latter, seemingly having expected Zhao Xingma to react in such a way, abruptly charged forward to knock Zhao Xingma's chest with his shoulder. With a deep frown between his brows, Zhao Xingma swiftly struck his palm forward to ward off Zhang Juxiao's charge. That palm strike moved at an astonishing speed, such that it would land on Zhang Juxiao before his charge could strike Zhao Xingma. My apologies. Zhao Xingma was still guessing that Zhang Juxiao might retreat for the time being before launching another wave of attack when he suddenly heard a faint voice sounding in the air, following which, he suddenly felt a piercing jab beneath his armpit. Unknowingly, Zhang Juxiao's fingers had already landed on his Mingmen. Voila! Zhao Xingma felt his strength receding swiftly from him as if a tide, and in an instant, numbness and powerlessness permeated his entire body. You! Who? After landing his finger jab, Zhang Juxiao didn't continue his assault. Instead, he hurriedly leaped back before clasping his fist apologetically. Zhao Shi, thank you for sparing me earlier. Humph! Driving his Xianxia, Zhao Xingma was able to swiftly recover from his numbed state. However, the loss had left him so frustrated that he couldn't speak a word. If Zhang Juxiao were to continue his assault after his Mingmen was struck, he would surely have been pummeled badly, and just thinking about the matter was enough to leave him stifled within. If Zhao Shi intended to kill me, I would have died by the second blow. I apologize for using such a despicable trick against you. Noticing Zhao Xingma's displeasure, Zhang Juxiao lowered his head further and continued apologizing. In truth, in the second move, if Zhao Xingma hadn't retracted his finger for fear of endangering his life, he would have never been able to close in on him. It was only due to Zhao Xingma's forceful withdrawal of his finger jab that gave him an opportunity to strike. It could be said that he had played on the other party's compassion to achieve victory. Forget it. A victory is a victory. I have no excuses for my loss. Zhao Xingma waved his hand impassively. I'll allocate Qingyuan Empire with 2 slots. But note that this is only the preliminary selections. I hope that you will be able to retain your slot during the secondary selections, or else your effort would have gone to vain. While Zhang Juxiao did resort to underhanded tricks to achieve victory, he did mention beforehand that all tricks were allowed. Furthermore, Zhang Juxiao had not just withstood 3 moves from him, He had subdued him even. Just from that in itself, it was undeniable that this battle was Zhang Juxiao's victory. Since that was the case, it wasn't a big deal for him to give out another slot. However, whether they would be able to secure this slot would depend on their performance at Chenchong Empire later on. Is this the insight you have imparted to him? Zhao Xingma glanced at Zhang Xian and asked. Judging from Zhang Juxiao's reflexes, it was unlikely that he would be able to come up with such a plan in the middle of the battle. Since that was the case, this matter would have to be linked back to Zhang Xian, especially considering the bizarre 5 minutes break he had called for earlier. They are 3 maneuvers that I casually came up with earlier. Knowing that there was no point hiding this from Zhao Xingma, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and replied truthfully. Casually? Zhao Xingma scoffed. A maneuver you came up with casually is able to predict that I would use these steps of stalling leaves, which Mingmen was located beneath my armpit. Not to mention, you were even able to take into account the fact that I wouldn't kill Zhang Juxiao, and after retracting my finger jab, I would have to take half a step back in order to ward off the momentum from the withdrawing energy. So you had Zhang Juxiao to dash forward to strike my Mingmen in this temporary opening. Do you expect me to believe that? There was no such thing as a coincidence in battle. Of the 3 moves that Zhang Juxiao had used earlier, the first one was psychological warfare, the second one had him putting his life on the line as a gamble, and the third one was a result of a careful calculation. Only one who had a thorough understanding of Zhao Xingma's habits in battle would be able to design such a battle plan to deal with him, considering how every single step of the plan took advantage of his weaknesses. There was no way it could be something that was casually came up with. I guess I was lucky then, Zhang Xian replied. In truth, the reason why he had the Golden Origin Cauldron assault Zhao Xingma earlier was to force him to execute a battle technique, thus allowing him to compile a book on him in the Library of Heaven's Path. With a compiled book, he would be able to gain a thorough understanding of Zhao Xingma's strongest moves and flaws, thus making it easy for him to tailor a set of maneuvers to corner him. However, considering that the secret of the Library of Heaven's Path was at stake here, he could only feign ignorance in this matter. Lucky. Seeing that Zhang Xian was unwilling to speak any further on this matter, Zhao Xingma decided not to ask any further either. Shaking his head, he took a look at Zhang Xian and said, Just a casual pointer from you can allow Zhang Juxiao to defeat me within 3 moves. If I were to suppress my cultivation once more, would you be willing to face me in a battle? You want to have a duel with me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. That's right. Zhao Xingma nodded. To be honest, he was really getting more and more interested in the young man before him. To subdue 2 listening students of the Sanctum of Sages easily within 3 blows, to grant Zhang Juxiao the strength to defeat him with just a casual pointer. If the young man before him were to utilize his full strength, just how powerful would he be? That might not be a good idea. I'm afraid that there might be a fatality. Zhang Xian shook his head. Don't worry. I'll immediately release my seal as soon as I feel that you are in danger. You will be safe. Seeing that Zhang Xian was slightly apprehensive at the idea of having a duel with him, Zhao Xingma consoled. When 2 cultivators of equal strength fought with one another, it was indeed very easy for a fatality to occur as they would be unable to control their strength precisely in battle. However, Zhao Xingma was a Saint 6 Dan cultivator, so if they were to find themselves in the middle of a perilous situation during their duel, he would at least still be able to release his seal and take control over the situation. I'm not referring to myself. I'm afraid that you will be unable to withstand my attacks. Seeing that the other party had misunderstood his words, Zhang Xian explained awkwardly. You? Zhao Xingma nearly exploded on the spot. It is one thing for you to remain unfrightened and fearless in a battle against a guide of the Sanctum of Sages, but to actually worry that you would hurt me. Ludicrous. You don't need to worry about hurting me. Given my cultivation realm, it'll be difficult for you to inflict any damage on me. Zhao Xingmo replied coldly with a livid face. This? Zhang Xian was still a little hesitant. Feel free to make a move. I know that you possess exceptional strength, and your talent is superior to your peers too. However, all of these are nothing in the eyes of the true experts of the Sanctum of Sages. Zhao Xingma placed his hands behind his back as he spoke in an air unique to experts. The Sanctum of Sages was the highest academy in the master-teacher continent. Even the powerful sage clans would send their offspring there in order to study. From that in itself, it was apparent just how formidable the personnel there were. Do you really think that a countryside bumpkin like you would really be able to defeat me? The only reason why he fell from Zhang Juxiao's tricks was out of a moment of carelessness. Now that he was fully prepared, there was no way he would allow himself to be defeated that easily anymore. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try then. Seeing how confident Zhao Xingma was, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. To be honest, as he had just achieved a breakthrough, he had been wanting to find someone to test out his newfound strength. The reason why he initially turned down Zhao Xingma was because he was afraid that he might accidentally hurt the latter, considering that he still lacked precise control over his strength, especially since he hadn't really tried it out in battle yet. But since Zhao Xingma was so confident about this matter, there was no longer any reason for him to turn down this precious opportunity. Let's begin then. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xingma grasped his hands tightly together, and strength began flowing through his entire body. In his view, even though Zhang Xian's talent was not too bad, he was simply too arrogant. This would be a good opportunity for him to strike down the young man's conceit and have him understand that there was a world far larger than the one that he could see. All right, I'll be making a move then, Zhang Xian warned in advance. Humph. Sneering coldly, Zhao Xingma paid no heed to Zhang Xian's words and dashed forward furiously. However, before he could make a move, he suddenly saw a palm print falling straight for him. In that instant, it felt as if the entire world was caving in on him. Pooh! Zhao Xingma felt as if his entire body had been frozen in place, rendering him unable to move at all. Before he could even begin to breathe, he was already struck squarely in the chest, causing his body to retreat swiftly into the distance. At the same time, a wild spurt of fresh blood colored the air crimson. Boom, 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 boom. Zhao Xingma immediately drove his Jinshi, wanting to ward off the momentum from his retreat. However, in the next moment his eyes narrowed. Countless palm prints abruptly appeared before his eyes. The other party's follow-up attack wasn't just a single palm strike, but thousands of them. Boom! His back crashed heavily into the walls of the hall, causing a deep depression behind him. Hoo-la! Unable to withstand the impact anymore, he swiftly unsealed his cultivation, and only then did he barely manage to fend off the attack. Just as he was heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian's forlorn voice suddenly sounded ahead of him. I thought that he was really that formidable, but he was sent flying before I could even use a fifth of my strength. In the end, he was nothing more than a braggart. Pooh! A suffocating sensation assaulted Zhao Xingma's chest, and he spurted blood once more. Even though his standing as a guide was nothing in the Sanctum of Sages, in his many years of invigilating the candidates, there had never been any genius who had been able to defeat him in the same cultivation realm. But this time, not only had he been defeated, he was even being looked down upon. The immense frustration that he felt left him on the verge of explosion. Hold it in! Hold it in! Zhao Xingma took a few deep breaths to suppress that feeling of frustration in his chest before pushing himself out of the wall. As indignant as Zhao Xingma felt from his loss, it would only be more embarrassing if he vehemently denied it. He would at least be able to retain some of his dignity if he accepted it graciously. At this point, he suddenly recalled the surnames of the duo, and a thought came to him. Looking at the young man before him, he said, "You are indeed an impressive individual. In the same cultivation realm, even I am no match for you. Zhang Xian and Zhang Juxiao, are the both of you from the Zhang clan, the Sage clan? If they were both geniuses from the Zhang clan, it would make sense why he was not a match for them when fighting in the same cultivation realm. While the Sanctum of Sages had plenty of experts who could deal with such offspring of sage clans, a mere guide like him was not one of them. Juxiao is from the Sage Zhang clan, but I am not." Zhang Xian shook his head. "I am an orphan, born in the remote Tianxian kingdom." He had never really given this matter much thought before, but thinking about it once more, there was something quite suspicious about it. Logically speaking, it should not have been anything much for him to be born in the remote Xianxia kingdom, but the fact that he was plagued with the innate fetal poison was a huge anomaly in itself. According to the sage Yuan clan, Xianxia kingdom was one of those ancient lands where descendants of sage clans could recover and awaken their bloodlines. For this reason, many sage clans had chosen to leave their offspring in such places, only taking them into the clan once their bloodline achieved a certain mark. Could it be that he was also a member of the sage Zhang clan, just that he was one of those children who had been left in an ancient land to awaken his bloodline? If that was the case, it would explain why a humble nobody in Xianxia kingdom would be plagued with such a fearsome poison. His current comprehension of poison had already reached the level of 7-star, but he still had no clue how the innate fetal poison could be resolved. He had even attempted to use Wei Ruyan's innate poison body to curb it at one point, but its effectiveness was limited. From this, it was apparent that the innate poison body was one of the most formidable poison, even when placed among grade 9 poisons. In other words, the person who had planted the poison on him was at least a 9-star poison master, and possibly one of the strongest ones at that. It was unthinkable for an expert of that caliber to travel to the small Xianxia kingdom just to deal with a nobody like him. Could it really be that the person whom he had possessed was also a member of the sage Zhang clan, just like Zhang Jiuxiao? It's no wonder I always felt like pummeling Zhang Jiuxiao whenever I met him. This might be a resonance in our bloodline. Zhang Xian stroked his lower jaw in deep contemplation. I really should find an opportunity to look into this matter. Knowing that this was not the time to be thinking such miscellaneous thoughts, Zhang Xian decided to put the matter aside for the moment. I thought that you were from the sage Zhang clan too. Zhao Xingma looked at Zhang Xian in intrigue before falling silent. Since Zhang Xian had already said that he was not from the Zhang clan, there was no point pressing on. It would only make things awkward. Thus, Zhao Xingma changed the topic and said, "All right, since the both of you have cleared the primary selection, I'll bring you to the Qianchong Empire for the secondary selection. The other chosen candidates should already be gathering there, so we must make haste." Qianchong Empire? Yes, we will be heading there right now. You have 2 hours to prepare, make whatever arrangements you need to, and bid farewell to others. Once the 2 hours are up, we'll set off right away, Zhao Xingma said. The reason he had been in a rush earlier was because the semester for the Sanctum of Sages was about to start, so the secondary selection in the Qianchong Empire had to be conducted soon. However, the Qingyuan Empire happened to be located the furthest away from the Qianchong Empire, so there was a need for them to make haste. 2 hours. Not expecting that they would be in such a rush, Zhang Xian was taken aback. He pondered for a brief moment before turning to Zhao Xingma with a grim expression. Right, Zhao Shi. There's a matter that I would like to consult you on, and this matter is very important to me. Thus, I hope that you can give a precise answer to me. As long as it's something I am aware of and the information isn't confidential, I'll answer your question, Zhao Xingma replied. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly and said, I would like to ask if the little princess of the Luo clan is currently in the Sanctum of Sages. Initially, Zhang Xian had intended to ask using Luo Ruoxin's name, but after some thought, he realized that there was a good chance that Luo Ruoxin might not be her real name. After all, as the little princess of the Luo clan, there were bound to be many who would want to claim her life or hold her hostage against the Luo clan. So it would not have been surprising if she adopted a pseudonym with that in mind. If Luo Ruoxin was not in the Sanctum of Sages, it would be meaningless for him to head there. If that was the case, he would be better off heading straight to the Empire Alliance to raise his cultivation. After all, he already had the position of an honorary elder in that master-teacher pavilion, so it would be much more convenient for him to access precious cultivation resources there. The little princess of the Luo clan? Zhao Xingma frowned upon hearing Zhang Xian's question. Why are you asking for her whereabouts? This matter is very important to me. Zhao Shi, I hope that you can answer my question. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and bowed respectfully. All right then. Seeing that Zhang Xian was serious about this matter, Zhao Xingma briefly hesitated before shaking his head in resignation. The little princess of the Luo clan was indeed studying in the Sanctum of Sages, and with her outstanding talent, she managed to enter the inner sanctum. However, a while back, for some unknown reason, she suddenly disappeared, and no one has seen her since then. But when I was coming here, I heard rumors that the Luo clan had managed to locate her, and they were intending on sending her back. Of course, I could not verify the authenticity of the rumors, so I can't say for sure if she is truly returning to the Sanctum of Sages. She really is from the Sanctum of Sages? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Mu Shi's guess was indeed correct. Since that was the case, he would have to head to the Sanctum of Sages. This was the only clue he had to find Luo Ruoxin at the moment, and even if Luo Ruoxin was not there, he might still be able to find some clues to her whereabouts. If he could find Luo Ruoxin, he would be able to discuss with her how they should deal with her marriage with the young prodigy of the Zhang clan on the 3rd month next year. You are acquainted with the little princess of the Luo clan? Zhao Xingma was taken aback. According to what I know, the little princess has a cold personality. I guess we can be considered to be acquainted with one another. Zhang Xian nodded in response. The other party would probably die of fright if he were to say that she was his girlfriend. Low profile, low profile. Even though Zhang Xian had attempted to conceal his emotions, Zhao Xingma could still see traces of affection in the young man's eyes. He fell silent for a moment before advising, "There's an engagement between the Luo clan and Zhang clan. Given that you aren't from the Zhang clan, I advise you not to disturb the little princess. Otherwise, I fear that you might find yourself in deep trouble." The little princess of the Luo clan doesn't just boast a high cultivation. She's also known for her peerless beauty. There are none in the Sanctum of Sages that come close to matching her grace. For this reason, she has countless admirers among the younger generation. However, due to her ties with the Zhang clan, all those who dare approach her have been viciously taught a lesson. Zhao Xingma's words were roundabout, but Zhang Xian could still roughly understand the intentions behind them. He had seen Luo Ruoxin's true appearance through his eye of insight, and it was no exaggeration to say that even Yu Feier, Luo Qiqi, Hu Yaoyao, and the others did not come close to comparing to her. Given so, it was inevitable that she would have countless admirers. It seemed like the Zhang clan was quite domineering, teaching all of those who harbored any thoughts toward her a lesson. Well, that worked to his favor too. Thank you for your advice. Still immersed in his relief from learning that Luo Ruoxin was likely in the Sanctum of Sages, Zhang Xian did not pay much heed to Zhao Xingma's advice. Instead, he began to plot his next move. Firstly, he should find a way to obtain Zhang Juxiao's blood. If he could induce a resonance with the latter's blood, that would mean that he was a member of the Zhang clan as well. If so, he could infiltrate into their ranks and secretly get rid of that unparalleled young prodigy that everyone had been talking so much about. If he was not, well, that might work out even better. He could do as he pleased without having to consider the Zhang clan's position. Anyone who dared stand between him and Luo Ruoxin would be crippled. Of course, either way, he would have to possess sufficient strength first before he could do anything. Return here in 2 hours sharp. We'll be setting off together. After saying all that should be said, Zhao Xingma waved his hand, dismissing the two of them. Thus, Zhang Xian and Zhang Zhouxiao clasped their fists before taking their leave. Zhang Xian headed straight to the Combat Master Hall and took Sun Chong with him, after which he bade farewell to Hall Master Xing and the members of the Xianxian faction. Before he came to Qingyuan City, he had still had the accompaniment of Wang Ying and Lu Yang, but now only he and Sun Chong were left. After spending so much time with one another, the departure of his direct disciples had really left him with an empty feeling inside. Following behind Zhang Xian, Sun Chong suddenly recalled a matter and said, "Young master, there was a messenger from Hu Yaoyao earlier. She wished to relay the news that she has been recommended to cultivate at the Terpsichore Guild main headquarters due to her outstanding talent, and she will be leaving Qingyuan City in half a month's time." "I see." Zhang Xian nodded. It was not for no reason that Hu Yaoyao had been called a bewitching devil. She had a sensual figure and disposition that seemed to draw others to her helplessly. It was as if the Terpsichore occupation had been created just for her. In view of that, it was not too surprising that the Terpsichore Guild main headquarters had taken her away. Also, when young master was at the Master Teacher Pavilion, Chu Gongzi also dropped by earlier to relay his gratitude to you. He's currently the regent of the Qingyuan Empire, and they are still deciding on the inauguration date. With the Master Teacher Pavilion and Combat Master Hall working in unison to push this through, there shouldn't be any problems with the inauguration, Sun Chong said. It was due to Zhang Xian's recommendation that Pavilion Master Wu, Hall Master Xing, and the others nominated him to be the next emperor of the Qingyuan Empire. With two true leaving Aperture Realm experts backing him, the other rivaling factions would not dare to make any reckless moves. As for the members of the Xianxia faction, it seems like they are planning to remain at the Combat Master Hall for the time being to raise their cultivation as fast as possible, so they won't be returning to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy for the time being. As the cultivation of the members of the Xianxia faction was still too low, they would only become a burden when heading to a higher-tier empire. Nevertheless, they sought to become a source of strength for Zhang Xian, so they decided to remain in Qingyuan City for the time being and focus on their cultivation. Zhang Xian could roughly fathom their thoughts. Since they had already made their decision, he would not interfere in their choices. Nodding slightly, he turned to Sun Chong and said, "Let's go." Returning to the Master Teacher Pavilion once more, Zhang Xian saw that Zhao Xingma, Zhang Zhouxiao, and the two listening-in students were already prepared to depart from Qingyuan City. The aerial Saint Beast that Zhao Shi had prepared was at Saint Sixdan Pinnacle, and the small house it carried on its back was extremely spacious. Even if they took more people along, there would not be any problem at all. After bidding Pavilion Master Wu farewell, Zhang Xian leaped on the back of the aerial Saint Beast, and its massive wings began flapping powerfully. Before long, they were already well on their way toward the Qianchong Empire. The Qianchong Empire is the strongest country among the 8 conferred empires, and the head of its regional Master Teacher Pavilion is a half-Grand Dominion realm expert. He's a real quasi-8-star Master Teacher, wielding strength far greater than Song Shi. While the group was sitting around in the small house on the aerial Saint Beast, Zhang Zhouxiao began introducing the various aspects of Qianchong Empire to Zhang Xian. Naturally, in order to maximize his chances of entering the Sanctum of Sages, he had done his research on the 8 conferred empires before he chose the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. Half-Grand Dominion Realm? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. The gap between each cultivation stage became more and more significant the higher one's cultivation was. Similarly, there was also a huge disparity between a leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle cultivator and a half-Grand Dominion Realm cultivator. It seemed like it was not without reason that the Qianchong Empire was the leading power of the 8 conferred empires. Under the lead of such a powerful pavilion master, it was inevitable that its national power would be strong as well. There will be a secondary selection in the Qianchong Empire, so I'll offer you some guidance on your cultivation over the next few days. Try to advance your cultivation as much as possible during this period of time, or else it might be difficult for you to clear the secondary selection. Zhang Xian instructed sternly. Even on a Grand Dominion Realm aerial Saint Beast, the journey from the Qingyuan Empire to the Qianchong Empire would still take roughly 6 to 7 days. This period of time should be enough for Zhang Zhouxiao to make several breakthroughs in his cultivation. Otherwise, the slot that he had obtained with great difficulty would really go to waste. Thank you, Zhang Shi. Zhang Zhouxiao quickly nodded. With Zhang Xian's eye of discernment and capability, if Zhang Zhouxiao could obtain his personal guidance, his cultivation would surely be able to advance by leaps and bounds over the next few days. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Zhang Xian waved his hand calmly. At this point, he suddenly recalled the matter that had been on his mind all this while, and he turned to Zhang Zhouxiao and said, "Zhouxiao, give me a droplet of your blood essence. I want to examine it closely to see if there's any way I can raise the purity of your bloodline." "A droplet of my blood essence?" "Sure." Without any hesitation, Zhang Zhouxiao flicked his forefinger, and a droplet of blood shot straight into Zhang Xian's palm. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up upon seeing the blood essence. He quickly wrapped it within a layer of his jinqi before he turned to Zhang Zhouxiao and said, "I'll take some time to examine it. For the time being, you should cultivate using the method that I imparted to you earlier." After which, he turned around and returned to his room. With a grasp of his hand, he created an isolation barrier around him and leaped into the myriad ant hive nest. It would be best for him to be in an environment with absolute silence while studying Zhang Juxiao's blood essence. It would also be much safer as well. After finding a place to sit down, Zhang Xian had the droplet of blood essence float in front of him. With a tap of his finger, a droplet of blood essence was squeezed out of his fingertip, and he pushed it toward Zhang Juxiao's blood essence. After careful examination, Zhang Xian could only shake his head helplessly. There doesn't seem to be any resonance between the two droplets of blood essence. Seems like I'm not from the sage Zhang clan after all. If the bloodline of the Zhang clan was truly running through his veins, there would at least have been even the slightest reaction between his and Zhang Juxiao's blood essence, but even with his eye of insight there was nothing of the sort. In other words, the body that he had transcended into had nothing to do with the sage Zhang clan. It seemed like he had really been thinking too much into it. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? But if I am not a member of the Zhang clan, which freaking poison master was so bored as to travel all the way to Tianxian Kingdom just to plant the innate fetal poison into me? That person had to be really sick in the mind. That person had better not let Zhang Xian catch him. In any case, whether he was from the Zhang clan or not would not really affect his plans. If he was from the Zhang clan, he would just have to hold back a little on that young prodigy. But since it was already confirmed that he was not, well, he could not be blamed for being merciless. After confirming that he was not an offspring of the Zhang clan, Zhang Xian began looking into whether he could refine unique bloodlines. It seems like it is really difficult to refine a person's bloodline. It did not take long before Zhang Xian arrived at a conclusion. Refining a person's bloodline was a feat so difficult that it was nigh impossible. That was to be expected. If it was that easy to raise a person's bloodline, every offspring of the sage clans would have been an inner member. Before leaving the myriad anthive nest, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled how much his cultivation had risen in recent days, so he confidently sought his clone for a battle. As usual, he ended up being viciously pummeled into the ground, nearly losing his life. Against others, there were none of the same cultivation realm who could possibly rival him. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he was still a long distance away from matching up to his clone. Ah, so stifling. After leaving the myriad anthive nest, Zhang Xian continued offering pointers toward Zhang Juxiao's cultivation. As expected of a genius from the Zhang clan, despite the low purity of Zhang Juxiao's bloodline, the talent that he possessed was truly spectacular. His ability to learn was almost like a sponge. Not even the most talented member in the Xianxian faction could come close to him. In just 6 short days, it was as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. While his cultivation remained at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, his fighting prowess had risen to a level where even the 2 listening-in students were no longer necessarily a match for him. Thinking about the guidance that Zhang Xian had offered over the past 6 days, Zhao Xingma was filled with nothing but shock. His pointers are really spot on, especially on the details. Even I wouldn't have noticed those aspects if he hadn't pointed them out explicitly. Zhang Juxiao had quite a handful of inconspicuous but nasty flaws that even he had failed to discern. But Zhang Xian was able to uncover them keenly without the slightest error in his analysis. Such an eye of discernment was nothing short of fearsome. Just with his eye of discernment and state of mind, it was no wonder he could successfully crash the Qingyuan Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion. Zhao Xingma had no doubt that, even in the sanctum of sages, Zhang Xian would be able to rise through the ranks and glow brighter than everyone else. On the 7th day, a massive city came into sight. We have finally arrived at the Qianchong Empire. Standing by the window, Zhao Xingma said, judging from the timing, the candidates chosen from the other empires should have arrived as well. Let's head straight to the Qianchong Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion. On the journey there, Zhang Xian had learned that Zhao Xingma was responsible for the primary selection phase of the 8 conferred empires. He had been to the other empires, and the Qingyuan Empire was the final stop for him. Those who had cleared the primary selections should have made their way over themselves, and judging from the current time, they should have all arrived. So, as soon as the candidates from the Qingyuan Empire arrived, they would be ready to start the secondary selection. May I know how many people have cleared the primary selection, and how many slots are there for the secondary selections? The Qianchong Empire has 3 slots, and the other 3 stronger conferred empires have 2 slots each. The remaining 4, including Qingyuan, only have a slot each. All in all, the 8 conferred empires should have 13 slots in total. Other than that, there are also the 10 Tier 3 sage clans, and each of them have 2 slots. Thus, all in all, there should be 33 people, and only 20 will remain after the secondary selection. Zhao Xingma said. That's still good. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. 20 out of 33, it would be fine as long as they were not in the bottom half of the candidates. That should not be too difficult. Seeing how Zhang Xian's expression had relaxed after hearing the rules, Zhao Xingma warned, don't let your guard down just because the proportion of candidates that are cleared for the secondary selection is high. Those who are able to obtain the candidacy to Sanctum of Sages are all top-notch geniuses in their regions, experts among experts. It won't be easy to rise above the rest of them. No matter what, the Qingyuan Empire was the weakest among the conferred empires. Even as top-notch geniuses from the Qingyuan Empire, there could still be plenty of geniuses outside of the Qingyuan Empire who were stronger than them. I acknowledge that there's no primordial spirit realm intermediate stage cultivators who could possibly be your match. After all, even I lost to you. However, the requirement to entering the Sanctum of Sages is that the candidates must be a master teacher below 30 years old. There are some formidable geniuses who have already reached leaving Aperture Realm. In other words, you won't just be facing primordial spirit realm experts. Leaving Aperture Realm? That's right. One genius of the Qianchong Empire has already reached leaving Aperture Realm. Even though he hasn't undergone the lightning tribulation yet, his fighting prowess is still not one to be underestimated. There are also quite a few from the Tier 3 sage clans who have reached that level as well. If you let your guard down before them, you could be done in before you know it. Zhao Xingma nodded. He was only saying this much because he had really high expectations for the young man before him. As powerful as the young man was, the problem was that he was not just faced with opponents of the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, the opponents would not be suppressing their cultivation to his level before fighting with him either. Thus, it would be no easy feat to get into the top 20 among the 33 people. I see. Thank you for your warning. I'll just have to deal with whatever comes my way then, Zhang Xian replied calmly. Instead of leaving him on edge, Zhao Xingma's words had left Zhang Xian feeling slightly excited instead. While his cultivation was only at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, his fighting prowess was already on par with leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage cultivators. Previously, out of fear that he would accidentally hurt Zhao Xingma, he had only used a fifth of his full strength. If the other candidates were really as powerful as Zhao Xingma had said they were, he should be able to have some fun in the secondary selection. Seeing Zhang Xian's expression, Zhao Xingma knew that his warning had effectively fallen on deaf ears. Shaking his head, he decided to nag no more. At this point, the aerial Saint Beast beneath them suddenly began diving down, heading toward the middle of the majestic city beneath them. Not too long later, the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion came into sight. They landed on the square just in front of the Master Teacher Pavilion, and barely a moment after they had landed, a few old men immediately stepped forward to welcome them. Zhao Shi. The person leading the group was an elder who appeared to be in his 60s. There was no beard or mustache on his pale face, and his eyebrows were arched like crescents. Despite being dressed in a simple green robe, he carried an imposing disposition with him. Activating his eye of insight, Zhang Xian discreetly assessed the elder, and he realized that the latter's cultivation had actually reached half-grand Dominion realm. The other old men following behind him were not weak either. Just like Song Xian, they were all leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle experts, as expected of the number 1 conferred empire. Just this group of men could easily bring about a complete change in the leadership of the Qingyuan Empire by themselves. Zhao Xingma nodded impassively to the other party's warm greeting before introducing the duo standing behind him. Pavilion Master Yu. These 2 young men are the candidates chosen from the Qingyuan Empire, Zhang Xian and Zhang Zhouxiao. After which, Zhao Xingma turned around and said, "This elder over here is the head of the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, Yu Yichuan." Paying respects to Pavilion Master Yu, Hearing that the elder before them was the head of the regional master-teacher pavilion, Xianxia and Zhang Jiuxiao swiftly clasped their fists and bowed respectfully. "Zhao Shi, this way please." Pavilion Master Yu shot the both of them a glance, but he did not bother responding to their greetings. He turned his attention back to Zhao Xingma and began leading the way forward. If I remember correctly, Song Xian seems to be his uncle. Most probably, the reason he was dispatched to the Qingyuan Empire was to have him accrue some contribution so that he could be promoted to the position of Vice Pavilion Master, but Zhang Jiuxiao sent a telepathic message over to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian swiftly understood what Zhang Jiuxiao was saying. That explained why Pavilion Master Yu would even bypass the most basic of formalities with them. So, it was because the other party harbored enmity toward him. As an envoy dispatched by the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher, Song Shi should have conducted a thorough investigation of the matter before passing judgment, even if he had to withstand immense pressure from the populace for that. Thus, his very act of sentencing Sun Chong, Elder Su, and the others to the death penalty rashly was a flawed judgment in itself. As such, there was no doubt that he had to be punished for his lapse in responsibility. And with Song Shi's punishment, not only would Song Shi be no longer qualified to rise to the position of the Vice Pavilion Master, even Pavilion Master Yu's reputation would take a blow as well, considering that he was the one who had chosen to send Song Shi over. Given so, it was inevitable that Pavilion Master Yu would harbor some enmity toward Zhang Xian. "Let's go," Zhang Xian said. There was nothing he could do about the other party's enmity toward him, and he couldn't be bothered with it either. The Qianchong Empire was just a temporary stop before he headed to the Sanctum of Sages. He wouldn't be staying there for too long, so the other party's attitude toward him meant nothing at all. At most, he would avoid encounters with Pavilion Master Yu as much as possible. Perhaps because the Master-Teacher Pavilion had been cleared in advance, there weren't too many people along the corridors, except for those Master-Teachers who had specially come to welcome them. Even the weakest of those Master-Teachers were at 7-star pinnacle, and forming 2 rows by the side, there were at least several hundred of them. They sure have a steady foundation, Zhang Xian thought as he passed in between the 2 rows of Master-Teachers. These Master-Teachers possessed a cultivation of primordial spirit realm pinnacle at the very minimum. Experts of this caliber were truly limited in the Qianchong Empire, but here they were as numerous like the grass along the road. It was as if one would see them at every turn. Truly as expected of the number 1 conferred empire. The reason behind the Qianchong Empire's overwhelming strength is due to their proximity to a spirit mine. They are rich in spirit stones, and they have the Master-Teacher Pavilion's support as well. It was based on these 2 factors that they were able to grow so prosperous over the years. Noticing Zhang Xian's astonishment, Zhang Jiuxiao sent a telepathic message over to explain. "Spirit mine?" Zhang Xian asked. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. According to the rumors, there's a concentrated high-tier spirit stone mine in the Qianchong Empire. It's for this reason that they were able to attract countless experts to work for them, and this formed a virtuous cycle that furthered their development. As such, their national strength grew stronger and stronger. Of the 4 necessary elements to cultivation, wealth, peers, method, and environment, wealth was indeed ranked at the very top. With sufficient money, a person would be able to attract talents to work for him, and once there were sufficient experts, cultivating a new generation of experts wouldn't be too difficult either. Through this cycle, a country would be able to grow stronger and stronger. If an empire was utterly poor, lacking in precious cultivation resources, which expert would be willing to waste their time there? Naturally, it would be impossible to establish a high-tier Master-Teacher Pavilion either. You said that there is a concentrated high-tier spirit mine here? Zhang Xian's breathing hastened in agitation. That's right. Most of the concentrated high-tier spirit stones in circulation in the other empires all originate from here. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. If I wish to earn concentrated high-tier spirit stones here, where should I go? Zhang Xian asked anxiously. He happened to require as many concentrated high-tier spirit stones as possible to raise his cultivation. Since there was a spirit mine here, there should be plenty of concentrated high-tier spirit stone in circulation as well. If he could just lay his hands on some of them, he would be able to push his cultivation forward. I am not too sure about that either, but, according to rumors, there seemed to be a black market in the Qianchong Empire, and concentrated high-tier spirit stones are often traded there in high quantities. If you really do require concentrated high-tier spirit stones, it should be worth checking that out. After which, Zhang Juxiao pondered for a moment later before continuing. However, this is second-hand information, so do take it with a pinch of salt. I'll take a look at it later on. Zhang Xian nodded. Even though Zhang Juxiao's fighting prowess was subpar and his talent was not really worth a mention, he still had a redeemed trait, reliability. Since the other party was telling him this news, most likely, there should be some level of credibility to it. Besides, regardless of whether the Qianchong Empire had spirit mines or not, as the #1 conferred empire with many leaving Aperture Realm experts under its command, it was bound to have a rich supply of concentrated high-tier spirit stones. As long as he could find a channel to exchange or earn them, he should be able to raise his cultivation to primordial spirit realm pinnacle there. With such thoughts in mind, the crowd arrived at a vast hall, and everyone swiftly took their seats. Pavilion Master Yu waved his hand with a hearty laugh and said, "Invite the outstanding talents who have cleared the primary selection in." A master teacher backed out of the room, and not too long later, a group of young men and women walked into the hall. Dressed in master teacher robes, there were 7 conspicuous stars weaved onto the emblems pinned on their chests. Zhang Xian quickly scanned through the arriving crowd. Just as Zhao Xingma had said, the cultivation of those who had cleared the primary selection was not too bad. The weakest ones were like him and Zhang Juxiao, primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, whereas the strongest ones were at quasi-leaving aperture realm. To be able to advance their cultivation to this level before they even reached 30, there were indeed plenty of geniuses in this world who possessed talent that did not pale too much in comparison to his. Zhao Shi, the candidates have come here in a rush after clearing the primary selection, and I reckon they are weary after the long journey they have taken here. Thus, I specially prepared a banquet to welcome you, as well as to allow a day of rest for all the candidates. Will it be fine if we conduct the secondary selection tomorrow? Pavilion Master Yu inquired with a smile. Zhao Xingma pondered for a moment before nodding. It's fine. Even though they were pushed for time, half a day's delay would not do much harm. This would be a good opportunity for the young geniuses who had come for the secondary selection to let loose before facing the cruel challenges that lay ahead of them. Upon receiving Zhao Xingma's agreement, Pavilion Master Mo raised his hand and instructed, "Men, serve the wine in dishes," following which, a group of apprentice master teachers walked out and served plates of delicacies before the crowd. It seemed like Pavilion Master Yu had roughly estimated when Zhao Xingma would be arriving and made preparations in advance. As if to reflect their economic power as the #1 conferred empire, the served dishes were the nourishing meat of saint beasts cooked along with various precious medicinal herbs. Judging from the cooking method, it seemed to have been prepared by a high-ranked gourmet as well. Not only was the meat fresh and succulent, the spirit infused within was also incredibly rich. Just a bite of it would leave one's zhenqi pulsating in excitement. Such food was extremely beneficial to the cultivation of one's primordial spirit. This entire table should be worth at least several thousand high-tier spirit stones, Zhang Juxiao remarked. So expensive? Zhang Xian was startled by the extravagance of the meal. Back then, he had to go through so much trouble just to earn 1,000 high-tier spirit stone. But now, just a single meal already cost way more than that. Income disparity sure was frightening. Just look at this golden tiger beast liver. On top of the Saint 1 Dan golden tiger beast, it's also complemented with 4 saint herbs, river breath grass, peepa stem, desolate flower, and 5 flavored beef leaf. These 4 have a maturity of roughly 50 years, and every single one of them is individually worth 100 high-tier spirit stones. Taking all of these ingredients into account, and factoring in the exceptional skills of the gourmet that has prepared this dish, one could say that even 1,000 high-tier spirit stone would be a low cost for this dish. Zhang Juxiao analyzed. Hearing Zhang Juxiao's analysis, Zhang Xian took a look at the dish himself and realized that his analysis was spot on. Thus, he could not help but ask, "You have studied food before?" Gourmet was a lower 9 paths occupation, and it was not even qualified to be considered as a supporting occupation. For this reason, there were nearly no master teachers who would learn it. Despite this, Zhang Juxiao knew a surprisingly great deal about food. Well, I do love eating good food, so I spent my free time studying it. The Zhang clan has employed a gourmet to take care of their meals, and back then, whenever I was free, I would tag along and learn from him, so I guess I do have some understanding of it, Zhang Juxiao explained. To most master teachers, gourmet was viewed as a trivial field of study. However, if one could complement the ingredients well, the tonic broth a gourmet broiled could possibly harness medicinal effects on par with pills. In fact, the reason Zhang Juxiao was able to advance his cultivation and capabilities so far despite being only 27 this year, and a mere member of the side family, could be partly credited to his effective coordination of ingredients in his meals. Incredible, Zhang Xian complimented. Zhang Xian did know a thing or two about gourmet as well, but that was mostly limited to appraising. He had not collected many books about that occupation, so he could not be said to be too proficient in it. While the duo was talking to one another, Pavilion Master Yu suddenly laughed heartily in the center of the room. How can delicacies go without fine wine? Flicking his wrist, he took out a gourd of wine. This is the Tianqian brew, specially brewed by Old Man Tianqian. I believe I need not explain how valuable it is to you. I happened to obtain a gourd of it a while back, and I stored it away for a whole 300 years to allow it to mature beautifully. Since Zhao Shi is here today, I think it would be a good time to take it out and savor it. Is there anyone here who wishes to give it a try? Chuckling softly, Pavilion Master Yu uncorked the lid and gently poured out a cup. The transparent wine in the cup emanated a strong fragrance that swiftly permeated the entire hall. Just a single whiff was sufficient to whet one's appetite for it. Fine wine. Zhang Xian nodded in approval. The wine fragrance could be clearly smelled even from a distance away. From that, it could be seen that the purity and taste of the Tianqian brew were bound to be far superior to the other wines he had drunk in the past. Zhang Juxiao's eyes gleamed in agitation as his breathing hastened. Old Man Tianqian is a famous wine sage in the Empire Alliance. The wine that he brews is able to intoxicate even Saint Seven Dan experts. Tianqian brew is known to be the finest wine he has ever made, and the quantity of it is severely limited, making it an extremely precious commodity. Countless people would willingly sell their fortunes just to acquire a single cup of it, only to leave in disappointment. And yet, Pavilion Master Yu is actually offering it to us. Is this wine very famous? Seeing that Zhang Xian did not understand the value of the wine before him, Zhang Juxiao exclaimed in agitation. Of course it is. It's a priceless commodity. Even 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones wouldn't be able to buy you a single cup of it. 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones? Just to buy a cup of wine? Zhang Xian's lips twitched. Even the entire Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall only had 10 of such concentrated high-tier spirit stones in its inventory, and to spend this sum of money just to buy a single cup of this wine, how insane must one be to do something like that? It's true. Even though concentrated high-tier spirit stones are rare, there are still channels through which one can obtain them. However, the Tianqian brew of Old Man Tianqian is not something that one can buy with just money. It takes a great deal of luck as well. Without sufficient luck, one might not even get to see it, Zhang Juxiao explained in agitation. Seeing how excited Zhang Juxiao had become before the Tianqian brew, Zhang Xian could only smile helplessly. To be honest, he really did not desire such fine wine. On the contrary, he even thought that drinking was a waste of time. Thus, unless he was really bored, he would never drink. But judging from Zhang Juxiao's response, it seemed that if he could really purchase a cup of Tianqian brew with 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, he would fork out that sum without any hesitation. Seeing this, Zhang Xian could not help but shake his head. Was this wine so delicious as to make so many people willingly fork a huge fortune just for an opportunity to try it? Seeing how Zhang Xian had no interest in the Tianqian brew at all, Zhang Juxiao sighed deeply and said, I understand that Zhang Shi might not think much of the Tianqian brew because you are neither a drinker nor a gourmet. However, if you just look at their reactions, you should be able to roughly understand how valuable the Tianqian brew is. Their reactions? Xianxia raised his head, and only then did he notice the heated atmosphere in the hall. Everyone was staring at the cup of Tianqian brew in Pavilion Master Yu's hand with reddened eyes, and it felt as if they would even rush forward to snatch it if not for the disparity in strength between them. After a short moment of commotion, a young man spoke up. Pavilion Master Yu, there are so many of us here but only a cup of fine wine. So it wouldn't be too good to bestow it upon anyone here. Since that's the case, why don't we hold a competition, and the victor will be entitled to the cup of wine. Yunshi is right. The fine wine brewed by Old Man Tianqian should only be awarded to those who are worthy of it. Otherwise, it would only be wasting it. Regardless of what competition it is, I shall be the one who drink that cup of wine. Stop bragging. It's still not clear who will get the wine. The words of the first young man swiftly received the approval of the crowd. Considering how valuable the Tianqian brew was, it was impossible for everyone to be given a cup of it. Since that was the case, the one who would be drinking the wine would have to display some kind of capability that others would have no choice but to submit to. Quiet down. Hearing the discussion among the crowd, Pavilion Master Yu took a sweeping gaze at the crowd and smiled. All of your words are indeed true. There's only a cup of wine here, so naturally, it should only be awarded to the one who possesses the greatest capability. However, there's no need for a competition. I have already made up my mind on who here is the most deserving of this cup of wine. In my opinion, he's the strongest and most capable among all of you. Oh, strongest? Pavilion Master Yu. May we know whom the person you are referring to is? To have Pavilion Master Yu offer such high praise for him, I sure am curious to see just who that person is. Pavilion Master Yu's words caused the crowd to immediately begin scanning the faces in the hall in hopes to finding whom the mysterious person complimented by him was. They were all the top geniuses and experts in their own regions, so how could they possibly permit others to claim the title of the strongest without putting up a fight for it? This person's reputation is not too striking, but throughout his journey here from an unranked kingdom, he has crashed 2 pavilions in total, and both of them were successful. Furthermore, he brought about a change in the dynasty of the Qingyuan Empire and had almost all the master teachers there acknowledge him as their teacher. It has not been long since his name emerged on the master teacher continent, but his every deed is nothing short of impressive. I have nothing but respect for that person, Pavilion Master Yu said. 2 successful pavilion crashes? Brought about a change in the dynasty of the Qingyuan Empire? Journey here from an unranked kingdom? Everyone was taken aback for a moment before hurriedly turning their gazes toward Xianxia and Zhang Jiuxiao. These 2 were the last to arrive, so there was no doubt that they were the candidates from the Qingyuan Empire. Indeed. He's no other than Xianxia, Pavilion Master Yu declared as he gestured at Xianxia grandly. This fellow sure has a bunch of boring tricks up his sleeves. Xianxia clicked his tongue in disdain. Pavilion Master Yu first took out the fine wine to evoke everyone's agitation before announcing that he would gift the cup of wine to him. On the surface, it might seem like a compliment, an attempt to raise his standing among the candidates. But in truth, Pavilion Master Yu was helping him draw hostility from the rest of the candidates, compelling them to spurn him, to make him the enemy of the crowd with just a cup of wine. That fellow sure had mastered politics. Xianxia, you might be unaware of it, but Xianxia is actually my wife's younger brother. His recklessness back in the Qingyuan Empire nearly caused a huge disaster, and we really owe you one for correcting him. Also, your flawless resolution of the crisis has prevented a potential uprising in the Qingyuan Empire and instilled confidence back into the Master-Teacher Pavilion. This is something that I could have never done. Thus, allow me to propose a toast to you with this cup of wine. With a chuckle, Pavilion Master Yu tapped on the table, and the wine on the table immediately floated into the air. On the other hand, after hearing Pavilion Master Yu's words, Xianxia narrowed his eyes menacingly. To first acknowledge his relationship with Xianxia before expressing his respect toward Xianxia. To onlookers, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with his words. However, that was basically invalidating any possible accusation that he was intentionally putting Xianxia in a spot due to his conflict with Xianxia. To be able to make things difficult for Xianxia while staying perfectly clean by the sidelines, as expected of the head of the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, he sure knew how to play games. Really, there was nothing more frightening than a despicable master teacher. If Xianxia rejected the cup of wine, it would make him appear weak, and he would be made a laughingstock as a result of that. However, if he accepted the cup of wine, there would surely be plenty of people who would stand up in opposition to it. Just thinking about the matter was enough to leave him with a splitting headache. As Xianxia was contemplating on how he should resolve this crisis, Pavilion Master Yu suddenly smiled slightly. With a tap of his finger, the floating wine cup before him immediately flew toward Xianxia. It seemed like the other party had no intention of allowing him turn down his goodwill. Xianxia, this is just a token of my sincerity. I hope that you can accept it. Voila! The wine cup arrived before Xianxia. Just as Xianxia was about to catch it, a powerful pressure hidden amid the cup suddenly crushed down on Xianxia, threatening to tear his body apart. In the face of the pressure, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The movement of the wine cup was not too fast, making the gesture appear amiable on the surface. But in truth, Pavilion Master Yu had tampered with the wine cup so as to humiliate Xianxia publicly. If Xianxia failed to catch the wine cup and allowed the fine wine within to spill, it would make it seem as if he had a complete lack of respect for Pavilion Master Yu, not even reciprocating the latter's goodwill. Once that happened, the crowd in the area, already displeased and indignant by how Pavilion Master Yu had chosen to bestow the wine upon Xianxia, would surely make use of this opportunity to defame and put him down. Through this, on top of getting back at Xianxia for the affairs with Xianxia, Pavilion Master Yu would also be able to portray himself as a magnanimous and gracious man, further winning the respect of others. Truly two birds with one stone. Formidable. I'll be graciously thanking Pavilion Master Yu for this cup of wine then. If it had been anyone else, this abrupt trick would surely have caught them off guard, causing them to embarrass themselves. However, Xianxia was different. Through his eye of insight, he was able to sharply identify the flow of Jinqi around the cup. Without any exaggerated movement, he lightly lifted his chopstick and tapped the wine cup ahead of him. The movement of the chopstick was not too fast, but it carried the aura of an indomitable spear. In the blink of an eye, it struck the wine cup. Puh! A hole was struck into the bundle of Jinqi shrouding the cup. The Jinqi immediately dissipated into the surroundings like a deflated balloon. At the same time, without the support of the Jinqi, the wine cup began falling to the ground. With a swift movement, the wine cup was caught in between the chopsticks. The set of actions from Xianxia flowed fluidly, as if he was simply calmly catching Pavilion Master Yu's wine with his chopsticks. To an outsider, there was nothing incongruous about Xianxia's actions at all. But Pavilion Master Yu's face froze for an instant. The energy he had shrouded around the wine cup was something that even primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivators would have been unable to withstand. Yet, the young man was actually able to neutralize his Jinqi so easily. From this, it could be seen that the other party's grasp over his strength had already reached an astonishing level. Based on the intelligence he had received, Xianxia's strength was mainly built upon a Saint Intermediate Tier cauldron that he possessed. There was nothing in the intelligence that he had received that said that Xianxia possessed such powerful strength himself. Naturally, Zhao Xingma would not speak of his humiliating defeat against Xianxia to another, and the others present in the room back then, Pavilion Master Wu, Yao Shi, Zhang Jiuxiao, and the others, out of respect for the guide of the Sanctum of Sages, would never gossip about such a matter. As a result, even with the superior intelligence network that Pavilion Master Yu commanded as the head of the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, there was no way he could have been aware of the surge in Xianxia's cultivation and his near-invincible fighting prowess in his cultivation realm. Most of the information he had was obtained from Xiangshi's account. And Xiangxia, having suffered a huge setback in Xianxia's hands, would naturally put him out to be as vile as possible, accusing the other party of using his artifact to launch a surprise assault on him. As for the rest, he was a little too ashamed to speak of it. As a result, there was a lapse in the information regarding Xianxia. Nevertheless, despite his shock, Pavilion Master Yu did not allow it to show on his face. Instead, he covered it with a chuckle. Xianxia, cheers. After which, he raised his wine cup and gulped the wine down in a single mouthful. Xianxia replied with a polite smile and raised his wine cup as well. However, before he could drink it, the young man known as Xianxia abruptly stood up and yelled, "Hold it for a moment!" Everyone immediately turned their gazes over. "Xianxia, what's wrong?" Pavilion Master Yu asked in bewilderment. Pavilion Master Yu, everyone has agreed earlier that the cup of wine should go to the one who is most qualified to drink it. I know that you have said earlier that Xianxia is the strongest among us, but I can't help but feel a little indignant about that. Thus, if it isn't too much to ask, I would like to challenge him to a battle. Xianxia clasped his fist toward Pavilion Master Yu before directing a provocative gaze toward Xianxia. There was no one in this room who would willingly miss the opportunity to savor the Tianqian brew from Old Man Tianqian. For this opportunity to go to an unknown figure from the Qingyuan Empire, putting aside him, there was no one in this room who did not feel indignant about that. Indeed, I think that we should still hold a competition to decide the allocation of the wine. We are all aware of the circumstances surrounding the Qingyuan Empire. If I'm not mistaken, Xianxia over here is currently at Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage, the same cultivation realm as one of my students. I really don't think that he's qualified to enjoy this cup of wine from Pavilion Master Yu. Xianxia, surely you won't turn down our request to spar, will you? In any case, we will all be participating in the secondary selections tomorrow. So why don't you give us a show of your strength first? All the candidates spoke up one after another, and they did not neglect to send looks of hostility toward Xianxia while they were at it. It seems like I have really underestimated the prowess of this cup of wine. Looking at how vehemently the crowd was speaking up against him, Xianxia could not help but sigh. Despite Zhang Juxiao's previous explanation, he had been hoping that the others would not go so far for a mere cup of wine, and he would have been spared this unnecessary trouble. However, it seemed like the allure of the wine was truly irresistible to them. Pavilion Master Yu contemplated for a moment before nodding. I have already bestowed the wine upon Xianxia, so I'll leave him to decide its allocation. However, I don't wish to see any acrimony arising out of this matter. Understood. He had already ignited the spark, and all that was left was to sit back and watch the show. We understand, Pavilion Master Yu. Hearing those words, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Those words could be taken as a silent consent to his proposal. Thus, with a cold sneer, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, do you dare duel me? If I were to win, the wine shall be mine to savor." Swirling the wine in the cup, Xianxia asked leisurely, "Oh? Then what if you lose?" "Lose?" Xianxia's lips crept up in derision. "Don't worry, I won't lose. I don't think your words can dictate whether you will win or not. Even if I'm on the weaker side, I still do have a chance at victory. Earning nothing when I win, losing a cup of fine wine when I lose. Don't you think that the bet you are proposing is too convenient?" Xianxia pointed out to Xianxia nonchalantly. Xianxia was silent for a moment before harumphing coldly. "What do you propose then?" The cup of wine was bestowed upon the young man by Pavilion Master Yu. From such a perspective, the bet was indeed a little unfair to the other party. Simple. Both you and I know the value of this Tianqian brew. A cup of it is worth at least 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stone. However, I'll give you a discount. As long as you take out 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, I'll have the duel with you. If I lose, you can take the wine away with you. Otherwise, the spirit stones will be mine to take. Xianxia said. That Yu Ichuan had intentionally come up with this show to embarrass him. But who was to say that this was not an opportunity for him? With just a bit of manipulation, he could make use of this opportunity to scrape this bunch of geniuses clean. It was unlikely that they would be able to take out 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, but 5. Considering their standing as the top-notch geniuses in their regions, they might have that many. 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stones? Upon hearing the bet, Xianxia frowned in hesitation. He had not expected the bet to get so big. If you do not dare to stake the spirit stones, I'm afraid that this wine will be mine to savor. Unwilling to waste his breath, Xianxia began raising the wine cup, seemingly ready to gulp it down in a single mouthful. Wait a moment! Someone bellowed at that moment, and another of the master teachers stood up. Yunshi, if you don't have the guts to challenge him to a duel, I'll be taking your place. That wine shall be mine to take. After saying those words, the master teacher flicked his wrist, and a jade container appeared before everyone's eyes. He pried it open lightly, revealing 5 radiant spirit stones within. Here are 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Feel free to check if you want to. The master teacher flicked his hand, and the spirit stones flew toward Xianxia. Xianxia caught those spirit stones and examined them closely. A moment later, he nodded. These are indeed concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Before this huge crowd, the master teacher was not worried that Xianxia would steal those spirit stones. He calmly walked into the center of the hall and said, "Good! The preliminary selection was a test of fighting prowess, so why don't we compete on that as well? Do you dare to accept my challenge?" The hall was rather spacious. While 33 outstanding talents were seated around the room, there was still substantial empty ground in the center to carry out duels and the sort. You want to have a duel with me? Xianxia unconfidently looked at the master teacher before him, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked, "May I know what your cultivation is at the moment?" Seeing the fearful look on Xianxia's face, the master teacher could not help but sneer coldly. "I am at Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle. If you really are that afraid, I can suppress my cultivation to Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage for the duel. To already be losing out in terms of aura prior to the battle. Even before conducting the duel, it was apparent who the winner would be. That would be for the best." Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia placed the cup down before getting to his feet. He slowly walked over to the empty space in the middle of the hall. The master teacher introduced himself as Xianxia walked over. "I am Lu Chongxin from Bei Empire." The next moment, Lu Chongxin's eyebrows shot up, and he began suppressing his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had fallen to Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate Stage just like Xianxia. Qingyuan Empire, Xianxia. Xianxia nodded hesitantly before clasping his fist. "Please have mercy on me later on." I will." Seeing how the other party had suddenly turned so cowardly after challenging him arrogantly a moment ago, a contemptuous smirk emerged on Lu Chongxin's lips. With a flick of his hand, his palm began turning red. "Let's begin." After saying those words, he began dashing toward Xianxia with imposing momentum. Lu Shi's movements may seem reckless on the surface, but these actions are actually carefully calculated. From the very first move, he is already using his metalcore palm. Those who have cleared Zhao Shi's selection had to withstand 3 moves from those 2 listening-in students from the Sanctum of Sages. Given so, how could he be at all ordinary? Lu Shi's reckless exterior is just a performance to provoke his opponent into making a careless move. In truth, he's in perfect control of the situation. The cultivators who were familiar with Lu Chongxin began discussing discreetly. Those who were able to surpass countless other master teachers and clear the preliminary selections were all extraordinary geniuses. Even though Xianxia might have appeared weak on the surface, Lu Chongxin still knew better than to underestimate his opponent. Voila! As soon as the palm fell, the surrounding air immediately began to redden, as if a coal that had lit up under intense heat. The metalcore palm was the ultimate technique of the Bei Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. A Saint Intermediate Tier battle technique, the might it harnessed was comparable to even the Grand Constellation Finger. Interesting. Xianxia seemed to have gotten into the fight as well. He raised his palm as well to meet the other party's assault. The palm art he was using was also a Saint Intermediate Tier battle technique, Cloud Crane Palm. Despite its grand-sounding name, the palm was centered around flexibility. Clearly, this was a sign that Xianxia was unwilling to face Lu Chongxin's metalcore palm directly, intending to use other means to bypass it. "Do you think that I'll allow you to deflect my palm that easily? Dream on." Sneering coldly, Lu Chongxin intensified the pressure from his palm. All of a sudden, it was as if the surrounding space had collapsed toward Xianxia, leaving only a single path for the cloud crane palm to travel through, effectively preventing the cloud crane palm from exploiting its flexibility to maneuver around the metalcore palm. He was trying to force a direct confrontation between them through his superior might. Pong! As soon as the two palms collided with one another, Zhang Xian's face immediately paled, and he retreated several steps backward. At the same time, his arm bent slightly as well under the impact. Fearing that his opponent would notice his weakness, he hurriedly hid it beneath the sleeves of his robe. And here I was still wondering how formidable you were. With just this bit of strength, you were still dreaming of drinking the Tianqin brew. Seeing that his assault was effective, Lu Chongxin burst into a heart laughter. This, on the other hand, Zhang Zhouxiao stared blankly at the unexpected sight before him. Slowly, realization dawned upon him, and sympathy seeped into his eyes. Zhang Shi can't possibly be that weak. I guess it's time to start praying for Lu Shi over there. Every time Zhang Xian behaved like that, someone would be in for a round of misfortune. He had undergone that many times himself, so he could be considered a veteran. Zhang Zhouxiao wasn't the only one who thought that. Zhao Xingma and the other two listening students were also speechless by the sight before them as well. They had experienced with their own bodies how pervertedly powerful that fellow was. There was probably not a person in the world who could win against him in a battle of equal cultivation realm. Lu Chongxin might be talented, but compared to that abnormal fellow, he was still lacking far too much. Yet, despite the overwhelming disparity between the both of them, Zhang Xian was pummeled to the point where his body was trembling non-stop, unable to retaliate at all. Even if they were beaten to death at this very instant, they still wouldn't believe the sight they were witnessing at this moment was true. It's a pity that Lu Chongxin beat me to it. If only I knew he was that weak, I would have gone up myself. How could I miss this precious opportunity to savor the Tianqin brew just like that? In contrast to Zhang Zhouxiao and Zhao Xingma's reactions, the other young geniuses revealed regretful looks on their faces upon seeing this sight. Previously, Pavilion Master, you had said that Zhang Xian had successfully crashed 2 master-teacher pavilions, and in his view, he was the strongest of them all. These words had instilled some fear and hesitation into them. After all, 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stone was no small sum at all. They were still thinking that Zhang Xian might really be an expert amongst experts, but who could have thought that he would actually be so weak? Voila! At the center of the hall, Lu Chongxin roared furiously and launched yet another charge toward Zhang Xian. In the blink of an eye, it felt as if 8 hands had sprouted from his body, inducing a furious gale in the surroundings. Saint Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, 8-armed ape form, powerful and swift. This battle technique swept across the hall like a raging storm, making it incredibly difficult to guard against. From the looks of it, it seemed like Lu Chongxin had seen through Zhang Xian's true strength, and he intended to end it swiftly so as to not waste any time. You, on the other hand, seeing Lu Chongxin abruptly exerting such a powerful might, Zhang Xian's face paled in fright. He subconsciously huddled his body together. Since he was unable to dodge the move, he would just have to forcefully attempt to endure it with his back. This was one of the moves which a cultivator would not use unless they were really in a helpless and desperate position, as it would only likely put them deeper into a spot. Such a person is actually being called a genius? Pavilion Master, you sneered coldly. Song Shi had sent word over saying that he had suffered a major setback in the hands of someone named Zhang Xian, such that his manhood was even crippled. Pavilion Master, you had still been wondering what kind of amazing expert Zhang Xian would be, and he was intending to put the young man down into his place here. Who would have thought that the young man would actually be so weak? It seemed like there was no need for him to make any moves. Just Lu Chongxin would be enough to give the young man a beating of his life. Shaking his head, Pavilion Master, you picked up a slice of fish, and he was just about to savor it when the huddled Zhang Xian, seemingly in a state of complete panic, suddenly slipped and fell forward. Ah! This forward fall had pushed him right toward Lu Chongxin. A completely suicidal move. But, for some reason, Despite how suicidal Zhang Xian's move appeared to be, Lu Chongxin's face warped in horror upon seeing that sight. He immediately attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. With astounding momentum, Zhang Xian's head crashed heavily onto his chest, and Lu Chongxin's body stiffened on the spot. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed all over the air. In the next moment, Lu Chongxin fell heavily onto the ground, knocked out. Ah! As if not daring to believe that he would actually be able to knock out Lu Chongxin just by a mere slip, Zhang Xian stood up and stared at the knocked-out young man in a daze, muttering dreamily beneath his breath. I won! This! While Zhang Xian was in a state of confusion, the surrounding crowd had already widened their eyes in astonishment. Lu Chongxin's 8-armed ape form wields incomparable might, making those who stand before it fearful to face it straight on. I would have never thought that it was all an act to conceal a Mingmen at his chest. Zhang Shi's panicked fall happened to avoid the 8-armed ape form's assault and exploit the flaw. Just what kind of ridiculous luck is that? His luck might be not bad, but that won't be enough to make him deserving of the Tianqian brew. If he wishes to savor that wine, he would do well to show some strength. Soon, the crowd recovered from their state of shock, and disdain and contempt slipped back into their eyes. They hadn't expected the young man to win through a lucky maneuver like that, but that was all there was to it. Mere luck. I have won. These concentrated high-tier spirit stones are mine then. Finally recovering from his dazed state, Zhang Xian exclaimed in excitement as he kept the spirit stones on the table into his storage ring. Then, he lifted the cup of wine once more and declared proudly, Fellow master teachers, I believe that all of you should have witnessed my superior strength. So, I won't stand on ceremony before you all anymore and savor this cup of wine. Bore witness to his superior strength? How can there be such a shameless person in the world? It's as if the person who had shrieked earlier wasn't him at all. It was clearly a lucky victory. So where did he find the courage to talk big before us? I can't stand it anymore. I'll have to have a showdown with him. Not a surprise, Zhang Xian's words swiftly piqued a furious uproar from the crowd. All of their faces flushed crimson from rage and indignant, reminiscent of volcanoes on the verge of eruption. Pa! The earlier Yun Shi smacked his table furiously and stood up once more. Lu Chongxin might have lost, but I haven't lost yet. Here is 5 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. They will be yours if I were to lose, but if I win, that Tianqian brew will be mine to take. With a powerful leap, Yun Shi landed in the middle of the room before staring down on Zhang Xian imposingly. Had he known that the fellow was so weak, he would have surely dashed forward earlier. He wouldn't have waited till now. You still want to compete with me? Zhang Xian shook his head vehemently as a visible hint of fear surfaced in his eyes. I don't think that would be appropriate. I just had a battle, and I have exerted myself greatly. Exerted yourself greatly? Hearing the nonsense the young man before him was speaking, Yun Shi spat through gritted teeth. If anyone has exerted himself in the earlier battle, it is clearly Lu Chongxin. You barely used any of your jinqi in that earlier battle, knocking him with a headbutt by sheer chance. How can you say that you have exerted yourself greatly like that? That's right. I don't think I am in any state to face you in a duel. So, why don't we just forget about it? Zhang Xian waved his hand as he lifted the Tianqian brew once more and brought it over to his lips. Wait a moment. Why don't we do this instead? I'll give you some time to rest. And here is 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. If I lose, they will for your taking. Otherwise, you will have to give the Tianqian brew to me. Seeing that Zhang Xian was intending to back out, Yun Shi quickly flicked his wrist, and 2 jade containers appeared in his hands. With a flick, they landed on the table not too far away. While doing so, Yun Shi didn't forget his taunting. Why? Are you scared now? Surely the man that pavilion master you is full of compliments for wouldn't be a coward, right? This? Zhang Xian lowered his head in hesitation. It was hard to tell whether it was the spirit stones or the words that had left him conflicted. But after a moment of silence, he took in a deep breath, as if making a grave decision, and raised his head resolutely once more. Very well, I shall have a fight with you. However, I have a condition. You must suppress your cultivation to my level as well. There's no problem with that. However, unlike Lu Shi, I'll be using a weapon. Hearing Zhang Xian's consent, a smile crept up on Yun Shi's lips. He flicked his wrist, and a meteor hammer one appeared in his hands. Saint Intermediate Tier Weapon. Gilded Violet Meteor Hammer. You want to use a weapon? Zhang Xian frowned in distress for a moment before asking once more. Are you sure? Of course, Yun Shi replied. Very well then. Zhang Xian walked to the middle of the hall and assessed Yun Shi once more. Is that meteor hammer the weapon you are going to use? That's right, Yun Shi replied proudly. It was out of sheer coincidence that he obtained this weapon, but rarely were there anyone who was a match for him when he had this meteor hammer in his hands. While it was clear that the young man before him had only defeated Lu Chongxin out of sheer luck, considering that he had placed 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones on the line, he didn't dare to take any risk. Thus, he decided to go all out. With this weapon in his hands, he would be able to subdue even quasi-leaving Aperture Realm experts easily, let alone a mere Primordial Spirit Realm intermediate stage cultivator. I also have a weapon, but, just a warning beforehand, it's a little heavy. Please do pardon me if I fail to control its strength in the midst of battle. With a conflicted look on his face, Zhang Xian told Lu Chongxin, Your weapon is a little heavy? You are pitting the weight of your weapon against mine? Ha 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 ha. Rest assured, use whatever weapon you want. It won't be fun if your weapon isn't heavy enough. Hearing those words, Yun Shi burst into hearty laughter. Is there something wrong with this fellow's head? I am using a meteor hammer. You want to compete with me on the heaviness of our weapons. Regardless of whether he was faced against a sword, a saber, or a spear, a hammer from me would never fail to force any opponent into defense. Yet, to compete with me in terms of heaviness, in the many fights I have been through, I have never seen a single weapon that is even heavier than mine. Since that's the case, let's begin then. With an apprehensive look, Zhang Xian reluctantly nodded. Show your weapon and allow me to have a look. Yun Shi laughed heartily as he raised his meteor hammer in a battle position. Despite the lack of wind, the chain in between the two hammers rattled loudly, as if provoking the young man who dared stand before it. But I have already shown you my weapon. Contrary to his expectations, the young man before him simply shrugged his shoulder nonchalantly before the imposing presence of his meteor hammers, uttering some incomprehensible words. Yun Shi couldn't help but be taken aback. The young man's hands were completely empty, and there was not a single thing on him that came close to resembling a weapon. Yet, he was saying that he had already shown him his weapon? Your head! In his moment of bewilderment, a master teacher by the side abruptly shouted in alarm. My head! Perplexed, Yun Shi raised his head, and his eyes immediately narrowed in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, a massive cauldron was already floating right above him at some point. Upon meeting gazes with Yun Shi, Who? The massive cauldron began descending on him with astounding momentum. The hell! Exclaiming in horror, Yun Shi tried to leap to the side to avoid the falling cauldron, only to realize that the sheer might of the cauldron had already caused the surrounding space to collapse inward. Pada! With a deafening explosion, a huge hole was punctured into the ground. All Yun Shi saw was a dark shadow covering the entire world before being crushed into the ground. His two legs were exposed at the end of the cauldron, and its uncontrollable convulsing suggested that Yun Shi had already been incapacitated. I told you that my weapon is really heavy. Shaking his head helplessly, Zhang Xian headed to the table and carefully kept the 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones there. Then, with a wave of his hand, he kept the golden origin cauldron back to his storage ring, revealing a Da-shaped Yun Shi in the middle. With a perfectly nonchalant voice, Zhang Xian informed the other party, You have lost. Pooh! This further blow caused Yun Shi to spurt a mouthful of blood. To this is cheating. He's from Qingyuan Empire, so how could he have such a formidable cauldron? That cauldron must at least be at leaving aperture realm. To win on sheer luck the first round and rely solely on his cauldron for the second, can that fellow get any more shameless than that? There was a brief moment of silence before a heated commotion broke out amidst the crowd. Given the current circumstances, it was implied that a duel between the both of them should be a clash in their fighting prowess. Even if weapons were used, they should only play a supporting role. Yet, that fellow actually sent a leaving aperture realm artifact over to thrash his opponent. That was way too unconventional. However, Xianxia was the one who proposed fighting using weapons, and prior to the duel, Xianxia had also told him that his weapon would be a little heavy. Considering that Xianxia had been warned beforehand but still heartily agreed to it, Xianxia couldn't exactly be said to be at a fault over here either. Just that, while it was not clearly stated, it was obvious to everyone here that it was a duel to pit their fighting prowess against one another, not their artifacts. 2 consecutive rounds of victory should be enough to prove my strength to all of you. If none of you have any objections, I'll assume that all of you agree that I am deserving of the title of the strongest amongst all of you. Naturally, I won't hold back on this cup of wine too. After keeping Xianxia's spirit stones safely into his storage ring, Xianxia announced smugly as he picked up the wine cup and swirled it. In an instant, the wine's fragrance diffused into the surroundings. Prove your strength to all of us? Seeing how gleeful Xianxia was, the faces of the remaining candidates reddened in indignation. It is mere luck the first time round, and a complete reliance on your artifact the second time. How can you call yourself the strongest amongst us all like that? The title of the strongest should be forged with one's strength, not through relying on external tools. Xianxia, I still have doubts about your strength. Do you dare to have a duel with me? Another master teacher stood up and walked to the center of the hall. Just the aura that he emanated left the surrounding air feeling as if it had turned viscous. A half-leaving aperture realm expert. It seemed like the stronger experts amongst the group couldn't watch on anymore, and they had decided to make a move themselves. Xianxia, that person is the 3rd young master of Sage Shui clan, Xuening. Upon catching a closer glimpse of the person who had just stepped forward, Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly sent a telepathic message over to Xianxia. Shui clan. Even though they are a tier 3 sage clan, their prowess is still one that shouldn't be underestimated. In terms of influence and power, they are on equal footing with Qianchong Empire. Zhang Jiuxiao continued. Even the weakest of the sage clans would have a long heritage behind them, as well as a set of cultivation techniques suited for their bloodlines. Ordinary empires wouldn't come close to comparing to them. Even though this 3rd young master of the Shui clan was only at half-leaving aperture realm, his true fighting prowess could very well be on par with an average true leaving aperture realm expert. Thanks for your reminder. Xianxia replied Zhang Jiuxiao telepathically before lifting his gaze to look at Xuening. You are interested in drinking the Tianqin brew too? At this point, it isn't just for the Tianqin brew anymore. Xuening harumphed proudly. It might just be a cup of wine, but due to Pavilion Master Yu's proclamation of bestowing it upon the strongest of them all, the nature of this matter had changed altogether. It was now a matter of their dignity and honor as well. It would be one thing if Xianxia was truly outstanding, but the 2 victories he had achieved were either by chance or through unacceptable means. Not to mention that fellow's cultivation was only at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage only. If even that fellow was qualified to drink this cup of wine, which was to be bestowed to the strongest, what would this mean of the rest of them? What do you want then? Xianxia asked warily. The same as before. I'll take out 10 concentrated high-tier spirit stones to have a duel with you over the Tianqin brew. Xuening said. This? Xianxia paused for a brief moment. I have just undergone 2 battles, and my Jinqi is nearly depleted at this point. Why don't we do this instead? If you are willing to take out 15 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, I'll accept your duel. Your Jinqi is nearly depleted? Xuening's eyelids twitched. All you have done earlier was to toss a cauldron out to crush your opponent. Please explain to me how you have managed to deplete your Jinqi doing that. Fine. I'll take out 15 concentrated high-tier spirit stones then. Xuening could tell that the other party had a way with his words, and arguing with him would be pointless. Thus, he waved his hands majestically and accepted the deal. Judging from the strength and reaction speed which Xianxia had displayed earlier on, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to achieve victory. Besides, there were close business ties between the Shui clan and Shenzhong Empire, so 15 concentrated high-tier spirit stones were still a sum they could afford to lose. Very well. Xianxia nodded. Will you be using any weapons? I won't be using any weapons, so you shouldn't use your cauldron either. Let's have a fair duel using our own strength. Xuening quickly replied. As confident as he was in his strength, he could tell that he stood no chance against the young man's cauldron at all. If they were going to compete with one another, the first thing he should do was to stop the other party from using his cauldron. Hearing that they were not to use any weapon, Xianxia seemed to have become a little apprehensive. Those who wish to enter the sanctum of sages should possess individual fighting prowess worthy of doing so. Relying on external tools is just a temporary measure. It might help you right now, but it won't help you for life. Why? Are you afraid of having to fight a battle yourself? Noting Xianxia's hesitance, Xuening mocked coldly. If that's the case, I advise you to put down the Tianqian brew and step down. Someone as cowardly as you isn't worthy of drinking it. Very well then. I guess it would only be fair for me to not use a weapon if you aren't using one. Seemingly cornered by Xuening's words, Xianxia gritted his teeth forcefully in indignance before finally relenting. Let's start then. Xuening flicked his wrist and placed 3 jade containers filled with concentrated high-tier spirit stones on a table. At the same time, Xianxia also casually placed the cup of wine back on the table before walking back to the center of the hall. Humph! Without the slightest interest in wasting any more time on words, Xuening immediately stepped off from the spot, and his figure suddenly turned illusory as he dashed toward Xianxia. Despite having suppressed his cultivation to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, his speed was still as fast as lightning, making it highly difficult for one to accurately discern his figure. With tremendous speed, Xuening's 5 fingers swiftly appeared before Xianxia. At the very least, he's considerably stronger than that Lu Chongxin and Yun Shi. Xianxia thought as he took a step back before meeting the other party's strike with a finger. Grand Constellation Finger. Upon catching sight of Xianxia's move, Xuening forcefully changed his move. From a powerful palm strike, his fingers suddenly began moving adeptly, as if he was playing a zither. Saint Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, Koi Pipa Finger Strokes. Pipa, Pipa. A series of resounding taps echoed as Xuening's adroit 5 fingers clashed together with the Grand Constellation Finger, inducing a series of sonic booms. Under the relentless assault of Xuening's fingers, Xianxia's face paled, and he was forced to retreat again and again. Heh! Xuening smirked upon seeing that his attack was effective. He knew that this was a perfect opportunity to continue his assault, so he swiftly moved his fingers to draw out long strings of Xinqi to seal the area, preventing Xianxia from getting away. On the other hand, seeing how formidable Xuening was, a hint of fear seemed to appear in Xianxia's eyes. Flustered, he moved his hands and legs simultaneously at an extremely swift speed, forming a protective barrier around him. Even though this set of actions seemed to have been done in a state of panic, it did manage to help him effectively fend off Xuening's continued assault. Oh, it seems like he isn't totally useless after all. Seeing that his attack had been warded off, Xuening's eyebrows shot up in surprise. In the first round, it appeared that the other party had obtained victory by sheer luck. In the second round, the other party had relied completely on his artifact, not moving a single finger in the battle at all. As a result, in Xuening's eyes, Xianxia was nothing more than a fake, a person who had earned his reputation through trickery and luck. However, this momentary encounter had made him realize that the other party's weakness could very well be feigned. In any case, one thing was for sure. The other party was definitely not as weak as he appeared to be. Nevertheless, an opponent who could only defend himself was still nowhere on par with him. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he gathered his full strength and launched a decisive blow toward Xianxia. Saint Intermediate Tier Battle Technique, Contention of 100 Vessels. In terms of sheer might, this battle technique was above even that of Lu Chongxin's 8-armed ape form. Wasn't the other party's defense as resilient as a tortoise's shell? Fine then, he would just have to forcefully break it apart. Pa 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 pa. Overwhelming might paired with incomparably swift movements. In the blink of an eye, Xuanning had already released more than 100 punches. However, despite the immense might of his assault, he found that the young man's defense was even more formidable. Even after so many strikes, he found that he still was nowhere close to breaking apart the young man's tortoise shell. That fellow sure is scheming. Despite being considerably strong himself, he intentionally feigned weakness in order to get us to challenge him and earn our spirit stones. However, no matter how tough his defense is, it won't be sufficient to bring him victory. He might have withstood the barrage of punches from Third Young Master Xue, but he's bound to take significant damage in the midst of doing so. At this point, it had become apparent to the others in the room that Zhang Xian wasn't as easy as they had initially thought him out to be too. As elites amongst the master teachers, they might have been tricked the first 2 times Zhang Xian feigned weakness, but if they still couldn't tell this much by the 3rd time, they would really be unworthy of their titles as geniuses. But while they realized that Zhang Xian wasn't as weak as they had initially thought, they didn't think that he would be too strong either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed himself to force into a state where he could only sustain his defense, unable to counterattack at all. As the old adage preached, a sustained defense is bound to lead to defeat. At this rate, it was just a matter of time before Zhang Xian caved in. Third Young Master Xue's Jinqi capacity is really no joke. For him, 100 punches is nothing but a warm-up. Let's see how long that lad can keep up his defenses for. I had a battle with Third Young Master Xue once, and the weight of his punches will only grow stronger throughout the course of the battle. While that lad over there isn't too bad himself, it is nigh impossible for him to win against Third Young Master Xue. Amidst the crowd, 2 of the young geniuses remarked. At quasi-leaving Aperture Realm, these 2 young geniuses were the few stronger ones amidst the crowd, so naturally, their words held more weight and credibility. Xuanning's strength might be nothing compared to them, but amidst the 33 candidates participating in the secondary selection, he could definitely be considered as one of the stronger ones. Given his strength, it was hard to believe that a primordial spirit realm intermediate stage nobody from Qingyuan Empire would be able to defeat him. The battle proceeded on for some time, and another quasi-leaving Aperture Realm cultivator remarked, Xuanning's punches are growing faster and faster. On the field, Xuanning was utilizing a particularly bizarre movement technique which made his movements seem reminiscent of an intangible specter. At one moment, he would be at Zhang Xian's left, and in the next moment he would suddenly appear at the right. While flitting around Zhang Xian, his punches never stopped, causing a rampaging shockwave to diffuse into the surroundings and raise a powerful gale. Xuanning's movements were so fast that just looking at it was giddying. He's actually still able to defend against that? This offense continued for quite a while, but despite seeming as if a weak candle flame in the midst of a raging storm, about to be extinguished at any moment, Zhang Xian still managed to withstand every wave of attack each time, not exposing the slightest opening for Xuanning's punches to slip through. Even if he's able to defend against that, he's bound to reach his limits very soon. Frowning, one of the quasi-leaving Aperture Realm young genius who spoke up earlier remarked once more. Even as a quasi-leaving Aperture Realm cultivator, under Xuanning's rampaging barrage of attacks, he could only afford to maintain a defensive position for some time before his defense collapsed. The typical strategy against such relentless attacks was to bide one's time until an ideal opportunity emerged to slip an attack in and turn the tables around. Yet, Zhang Xian had already maintained his defensive position for a very long time now, and even more shockingly, he actually managed to perfectly ward off every single attack. Was he really a tortoise? But even if Zhang Xian specialized in defense, this wasn't a feasible plan in the long run. Xuanning's punches didn't just consist of mere brute strength. They were also infused with a hidden might one. As the hidden might began accumulating, it would slowly wear down Zhang Xian's body from the inside. Even someone of his cultivation wouldn't be able to withstand something like that, let alone Zhang Xian. Zhang Shi, I concede that I have really underestimated you. I haven't thought that you would be able to survive so long under my offense. However, it's about time to put an end to this farce. Contrary to what the two quasi-leaving Aperture Realm young geniuses had thought, Xuaning's attacks were completely ineffective against Zhang Xian, and he had realized this fact as well. His failure to bring down the other party despite his sustained assault had caused him to start feeling a little panicked, so he decided to use his ultimate move. With a furious roar, the strength in his body began surging swiftly. Xuaning had intended to reserve this move as his trump card in the secondary selections, but at this point, he couldn't care that much anymore. Hong Long. As his aura surged, Xuaning's movements grew faster as well. Vaguely, 7 to 8 silhouettes of him seemed to appear all around Zhang Xian. Following which, a thin golden line forged of Jinqi was pulled in a circle before tightening around the tortoise-shelled Zhang Xian, slowly creeping its way into the shell an inch at a time. This is the Shui clan's golden silk thread. The face of one of the quasi-leaving Aperture Realm young genius warped in astonishment. He actually managed to grasp this technique? Golden silk thread? The second quasi-leaving Aperture Realm young genius asked in confusion. That's right. The Shui clan's golden silk thread is similar a guillotine created by capitalizing on the superior speed of their movement techniques. If utilized well, it would be able to even sever a Saint intermediate tier artifact into two. The first young genius tightened his fists in agitation. This battle technique is really powerful. If Zhang Shi persists on his defense, he could very well find the golden silk thread wrapped tightly around him. Once that happens, even if he doesn't die, he could very well find himself crippled for life. It's that formidable? The second young genius gulped down a mouthful of saliva as he anxiously turned his gaze back to the battle. One look, and he suddenly froze in disbelief. What is Zhang Shi trying to do? Turning his gaze over as well, the first young genius also froze on the spot as well. In this moment, the young man trapped in the middle of the golden silk thread suddenly staggered on the spot, as if intoxicated on alcohol. He did a series of extremely bizarre actions, a little reminiscent of an avant-garde dance, and a little reminiscent of a physical expression of his panic and helplessness as well. Hula! As those movements were being conducted, Xuaning's movements suddenly grew faster and faster, to the point which it seemed as if he was going to lose control of himself. And he really did. From the sheer centripetal force too of his circular movement around Zhang Xian, he ended up flinging himself headfirst into a pillar of the hall. Following which, his face suddenly flushed green, and he bent over and vomited. After vomiting, his legs suddenly twitched, and he fainted. This, not expecting the imposing Xuaning to suddenly vomit and pass out. The second young genius stared at the sight with bulging eyes as he muttered in disbelief. Could it be that he ended up moving in circles too fast and too much that he ended up getting nauseated? It was true that an ordinary human would find themselves dizzy after spinning around too much, resulting in nausea and vomiting. And Xuaning did spin quite a few times in order to execute his golden silk thread, and quite quickly at that. Could it have been that he had been unable to withstand the resulting sensation, just like ordinary humans? Of course not. The first quasi-leaving Aperture Realm young genius exclaimed. If I'm not mistaken, Zhang Shi should have utilized a terpsichorean art, and in his moment of carelessness, third young master Shui fell for it. In the first place, it was already ridiculous to think that someone whose cultivation had reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle would actually be vulnerable to giddiness from spinning too much. Even if not for that, Xuaning surely would have undergone plenty of intensive training to cope with whatever side effects the battle technique would bring him. Otherwise, if he started vomiting before his attack could land, that would literally be suicide. Terpsichorean art? Speaking of which, the movements he carried out earlier were indeed a little peculiar. But Zhang Shi isn't dressed in any elegant clothes, and there were no exaggerated movements. Were those awkward movements really enough to put third young master Shui into a trance? The second young genius was still a little skeptical at that notion. Xuaning might not have been the strongest in their group, but he was definitely ranked in the upper half. His willpower and state of mind should have been flawless. So before a man who was neither dressed in beautiful clothes nor carrying out elegant and pleasing moves, why would he fall into a trance? Didn't Terpsichores bewitch others through their beauty and grace? Or did this mean that Xuening was interested in men? True Terpsichores are able to draw others in with even the simplest of gestures. In normal circumstances, it would indeed be difficult to phase third young Master Shui using such means. However, third young Master Shui's failure to break through the tortoise-like defense after an extended period of time left him deeply anxious, resulting in an opening in his state of mind. It was by exploiting this opening that Xianxia managed to get him in a single move, the first young genius explained. Even though the two of them were quasi-leaving aperture realm cultivators, he was more well-versed in the topic of Terpsichores compared to the other. To wear down third young Master Shui's strength and patience through putting up an impeccable defense, biding his time for the perfect timing to down him in a single move. It is no wonder, Pavilion Master, you said that Xianxia is the strongest among us. There's indeed more to him than meets the eye. The second young genius turned his gaze toward Xianxia, who was delightfully stowing the concentrated high-tier spirit stones into his storage ring, and his face turned grim. Just like the others, he had thought that the young man had only won against Lu Chongxin and Yun Shi through sheer luck. However, after seeing this sight, it suddenly dawned on him. How could a person who had cleared Zhao Xingma's preliminary selection possibly be ordinary? He really piques my interest. Brother Sun, let me challenge him first. You can have him if I fail, the second young genius said. As drawn to the Tianqian brew as they were not so desperate as to have to drink it at all cost. However, the various peculiarities that Xianxia had shown had left them rather intrigued. In this moment, he was like an enigma that they desired to look into. Our fighting prowess is roughly equal. If you can't defeat him, there's no point in me going up there and embarrassing myself. The first young genius shook his head. Nevertheless, he still offered some pointers. During the battle with him, remember to propose a fight without weapons. Also, make sure to firm your state of mind. Don't grant him any openings to use his Terpsichorean arts. The second young genius nodded. Following which, he stood up and clasped his fist. Xianxia, I am Ma Minghai from the Qianchong Empire. Please guide me along. Xianxia was still feeling deeply thankful to Pavilion Master Yu for granting him this precious opportunity to earn so many concentrated high-tier spirit stones, when he suddenly heard a voice. Turning to the young man who had just stood up, he asked, You want to challenge me too? That's right. Ma Minghai smiled. Will you accept my challenge? I won't, Xianxia replied as he sat back down on his seat. Ma Minghai nearly fell to the ground after hearing those words. That is not how the script was supposed to go. Even if you don't want to accept my challenge, do you have to be so smug about it? A little choked up within, Ma Minghai gritted his teeth and offered, I'm willing to offer 15 concentrated spirit stones as my stake for the battle. I have exerted myself too much earlier. I'm too exhausted to fight anymore. 20. I can't offer you any more Ma Minghai clenched his fists tightly. However, before he could finish his words, the young man had suddenly materialized back in the middle of the hall. He flung his sleeves grandly, assuming the disposition of an unworldly expert. You should have said so earlier. I have already recovered from my exertion, so let's start now. Ma Minghai was so stifled that he nearly failed to catch his breath. Shameless people, he had seen plenty of them in his life, but the young man before him was really in a whole different class. Just to up the stakes, he would use the same blatant lie again and again. Incorrigible. At that moment, Ma Minghai suddenly heard a voice in his ears. Don't be affected by him. He's intentionally provoking you to affect your state of mind. It was from the earlier Brother Sun. A glint flashed across Ma Minghai's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. If not for Brother Sun's reminder, he might have lost sight of himself there. It seemed like the clash between them had already begun, even before the battle itself. Taking a deep breath, Ma Minghai calmed his state of mind back to its unperturbed state before flicking his wrist to take out 20 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. With one quick movement, the jade containers storing the spirit stones flew straight toward Xianxia's table, after which he leaped to the center of the hall and raised his hand politely. "I'll be in your care. I'll be in your care too." Xianxia nodded. Boom! Without wasting any time on words, Ma Minghai swiftly suppressed his cultivation to primordial spirit realm intermediate stage, and with a resounding burst of Jinqi flowing through his meridians, he dashed forward. Unlike the previous few opponents whom Zhang Xian had faced, Ma Minghai's movements were simple and concise. There was no elegance or complexity in his moves, only ferocity and brutish violence. Yet it was such an offense that was extraordinarily difficult to cope with. A single lapse in attention could very well result in severe injuries. "Not bad," Zhang Xian complimented. As expected of a genius from the Qianchong Empire, this Ma Minghai was not a person to be underestimated. In the previous few battles, Zhang Xian had not used his full strength at all. Nevertheless, it seemed like his opponent had still noticed that something was amiss, so he had given up all attempts at testing him out, using his strongest moves from the start so as to gain control of the flow of the battle. Under his relentless suppression, it would leave very few gaps for Zhang Xian to attempt anything. Nevertheless, in face of the ferocious offense, Zhang Xian calmly drove his Jinqi and flicked his palm. In an instant, it felt as if a river had appeared between the two of them. Zhang Xian had not used spatial seal, utilizing just his Jinqi. Even though it was less than a tenth of his true strength, the palm strike still harnessed strength that no ordinary primordial spirit realm cultivator would have been able to withstand. The awoken Lu Chongxin saw the sight before him, and he gulped fearfully. Previously, he had thought that Zhang Xian had only defeated him by sheer luck, and he had been filled with indignation at his defeat. But after seeing this, he realized that if the young man were to get serious on him, just this move would be more than enough to defeat him. "Good move!" Exclaiming in excitement, Ma Minghai focused his sword intent into his forefinger and sliced it downward. Sila! A burst of sword chi surged forward, and the river forged of Jinqi was instantaneously sliced in two. What formidable sword intent! Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. He had faced quite a few experts himself, but he had never encountered anyone with such pure sword intent. That was nearly on par with a fifth of his. Really, experts from the Qianchong Empire were indeed extraordinary. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian grabbed the sword chi in between his forefinger and middle finger, and with a flick, he sent it back at Ma Minghai. What the? He actually managed to catch such a powerful burst of sword chi. Brother Sun widened his eyes in incredulity. Granted that Ma Minghai's sword chi was already considerably worn down from slicing the river of Jinqi, its might and speed were still not at a level where it could be caught. Impeccable timing, superior strength, and a profound grasp of swordsmanship. All of these had to be met before a feat like this could become remotely possible. Brother Sun knew that there was no way he could achieve a feat like that. Could it be that Zhang Xian was actually a wolf cloaked in sheepskin, appearing weak and tame before them? An unparalleled expert was actually hidden beneath that exterior. Incredible! Why don't you try catching this one too? Despite having his sword chi caught, Ma Minghai did not show the slightest apprehension or fear. Instead, his eyes glowed in excitement, as if a new world had appeared before him. With a bellow, a powerful surge of sword intent burst forth from Ma Minghai. It swiftly morphed into countless swords around him, filling the area so densely that a large area was shrouded by an ominous shadow. Forged from sword chi, these swords could be considered mere masses of energy. But if they were to land, they would easily cut through one's flesh just like sharp blades, inflicting grievous injuries upon their victim. That sea of 1,000 blades. To be able to form so many swords with just his sword intent, Ma Shi is really a frightening person. I can't even imagine standing against all of those swords simultaneously. The faces of the young geniuses in the hall swiftly turned grim. Due to the presence of the Sword Lagoon in the Qianchong Empire, most of their experts had a profound mastery of swordsmanship. The Sword Lagoon had many swordsmanship heritages, and the Sea of 1,000 Blades was one of the strongest sword arts there. It was impossible for any cultivator to defend themselves from the simultaneous assault of so many blades. Just like the rest of the crowd, Xianxia was also a little startled by the emergence of countless swords around Ma Minghai. To be able to form so many surges of sword qi around him in the blink of an eye, Ma Minghai was indubitably a powerful adversary. While the other party was still a long distance away from matching up to him against Zhengyang, Wangying, Luyang, fine, at least Sun Chong would not have been a match for him in a battle at the same cultivation realm. Standing before the imposing array of swords, a slight smile crept onto Zhang Xian's lips. Instead of attempting any evasive maneuvers, he opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. Voila! The countless swords immediately converged together into Zhang Xian's mouth. Jai! Jai! Before anyone could process what was going on, the imposing array of swords was swallowed into Zhang Xian's stomach. The faces of the surrounding crowd paled. While others would be desperately trying to escape from the onslaught of sword qi, that fellow actually opened his mouth and swallowed it. However, that was not the end of the shock yet. Here, I'll return them to you. The countless surges of sword qi that Zhang Xian had swallowed earlier were melded into a short sword inside his abdomen, and with a resounding roar, the short sword burst forth toward Ma Minghai. Along the trajectory of its movement, the short sword swiftly grew longer, reaching a length of a zhang before it stopped growing. Even before reaching its target, the incomparably sharp aura that it emanated already left a sharp pain in the eyes of onlookers. Not expecting such a move from Zhang Xian, Ma Minghai's face paled. Understanding the deep peril that he was in, he unhesitatingly released the seal of his cultivation, and his aura quickly rose. Pong! Nevertheless, he was still forced to retreat a dozen steps to ward off the momentum from Zhang Xian's assault. Only with the full might of his quasi-leaving aperture realm cultivation did he barely manage to withstand that attack, and even so, he still felt an aching pain gushing through his body. At the same time, the lingering shockwave from the collision had caused his robe to be shredded, leaving behind a tattered rag that barely covered his body. You are indeed very powerful. Taking a deep breath, Ma Minghai was just about to suppress his cultivation once more to release his most powerful move, when he suddenly heard a voice sounding from above. Enough! You aren't a match for Xianxia. Turning around, Ma Minghai saw Pavilion Master Yu gesturing for him to back down with a wave of his hand. Yes, as indignant as Ma Minghai felt, he knew that Pavilion Master Yu was right. Just the previous release of the seal on his cultivation was already enough to signify his defeat. I believe that Xianxia should have proved his superior strength to everyone here, so let's end the duels right here. Pavilion Master Yu waved his hand. At that moment he was feeling stifled inside. He had intended to use the hands of others to teach that brat a lesson, but not only did his plan fail tragically, it even became an opportunity for that brat to establish his dominance. End the duels right here? Are you really thinking that you will be able to get away scot-free after attempting to bully me? How could there be something that convenient in the world? Zhang Xian raised his eyelids to glance at Pavilion Master Yu, and his voice grew louder as he spoke. I, Qingyuan Empire's Zhang Xian, request to challenge the head of the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, Yu Ichuan. Please guide me along. 1 Zhang about 3.33 m. He's challenging Pavilion Master Yu to a duel? But Pavilion Master Yu is a half-grand Dominion realm expert. Everyone froze, unable to believe what they had just heard. Yu Ichuan was not only the head of the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, he was also a half-grand Dominion realm expert. To challenge him to a duel. Had Zhang Xian gone mad? Or was he really that arrogant? You are challenging me? Caught off guard by those words, Pavilion Master Yu was visibly startled for a moment before his eyes gradually narrowed into thin slits. That's right, Zhang Xian replied with a cold smirk. Surely you wouldn't shy away from a challenge from a junior, would you? From the very start, that fellow had been trying to make things difficult for him at every turn, and this had left Zhang Xian deeply displeased. The reason why he feigned weakness at the very start was to draw others to challenge him so that he could earn his fair share of concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Now that his strength was finally exposed, there should be no one so foolish to challenge him anymore. Since that was the case, it was about time for him to settle some personal grudges. You wanted to play politics with me? All right then. Let's see if you have the strength to back up your actions. Audacious! An elder standing behind Pavilion Master Yu stood up and roared. Xianxia, mind your own standing. You are a mere 7-star master teacher from a Tier 1 empire, whereas Pavilion Master Yu is a quasi-8-star master teacher. Do you think that you are qualified to challenge him? You are questioning my qualifications? Xianxia scoffed coldly as he flicked his wrist, and a token floated in the air. Tell me, am I still unqualified now? That token. You are an honorary elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. How can that be? The revelation of the token left everyone in the room horrified, unable to believe what they were seeing. They understood very well just how powerful the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion was. Even the most normal of managers there would be a top-notch expert at the very least, wielding unquestionable authority in his grasp. As for an honorary elder, that was a position so high that they couldn't even begin to fathom it. Not only was the crowd astounded by this, Pavilion Master Yu's body had stiffened in horror as well. Very clearly, Xianxia hadn't informed him of this. If he had known this in advance, even if one were to inflate his guts tenfold, he still wouldn't dare to provoke an elder from the Empire Alliance. Why yes, you are qualified. The face of the elder who had spoken earlier turned ghastly pale, and he fearfully replied with quivering lips. With his eye of discernment, he could tell that the token was real. In other words, despite the young man's lacking cultivation and low master teacher rank, he was indeed a bona fide elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, a figure whom they could only look up to, not daring to offend in the slightest. Good. Retracting his emblem, Xianxia looked at Pavilion Master Yu coldly and said, Pavilion Master Yu, are you going to turn down my challenge? You used a cup of Tianqin brew to turn everyone against me, all just to exact vengeance for your wife's brother. Really, watching you play out your own act is truly cringeworthy. We are all master teachers here. Do you think that your little ploys would really go unnoticed? Are you going to coward out after you have provoked me, an elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion? This? Exact vengeance? Does anyone know what's going on? I arrived earlier, so I heard some news. It appears that there are some problems in the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. So Pavilion Master Yu sent his wife's brother to deal with the matter. However, the latter failed to resolve the issue properly, abusing his authority even. So he ended up being crippled, and he's currently awaiting punishment from the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion as well. There's such a matter? That explains why there's something weird about Pavilion Master Yu's behavior today. Hearing up to this point, there was no one else in the room who didn't know what was going on. They turned to look at Pavilion Master Yu once more, but this time, the nature of their gazes was very different. They had thought that Pavilion Master Yu was an impartial and magnanimous person, and his personal charisma had also won them over for a while. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like he was nothing more than a hypocrite, to manipulate them to deal with Xianxia, doing in his enemy without soiling his hand. Pavilion Master Yu sure knew how to play politics. Since it's a request from Elder Zhang, there's no reason for me to turn you down. Noticing the hostile looks from the surroundings, Pavilion Master Yu clenched his fists tightly. At this point, he knew that he couldn't back out of this matter anymore. Those in this room wouldn't allow him to retreat with his hands clean. Voila! Pavilion Master Yu got to his feet and walked forward before stopping at the center of the hall. With a soft chuckle, he said, Elder Zhang, you are an honorary elder of the Empire Alliance, a person of extraordinary standing. It's an honor to have a duel with you, as well as a great learning experience. Considering that you are my senior, surely I don't have to suppress my cultivation, right? Don't have to suppress his cultivation? Pavilion Master Yu means to fight against Xianxia with his half-grand Dominion realm cultivation? But Xianxia is only at primordial spirit realm intermediate stage. Even if he were to use his cauldron as well, it's questionable whether he would be able to rival a leaving aperture realm expert or not, let alone a half-grand dominion realm. Isn't Pavilion Master Yu clearly taking advantage of him? This is really too much. I was still doubting the authenticity of Xianxia's words earlier, but from the looks of it now, it's clear that Pavilion Master Yu is indeed intentionally trying to trip him over. A huge commotion broke out amidst the crowd. At the same time, Xianxia also narrowed his eyes menacingly. Indeed, those who were advanced in age tended to be more cunning. In his years of experience as the head of the Qianchong Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion, it seemed like Pavilion Master Yu had become rather adept at playing within the rules. He first intentionally addressed Xianxia as Elder Zhang so as to lower his standing, making Xianxia appear as if he was in a superior position. If it was a senior who had proposed the duel, the junior accepting the duel wouldn't have to lower his cultivation. Such was the convention in the Master-Teacher Pavilion, especially considering that there were nearly no circumstances where a senior Master-Teacher would be weaker than a junior Master-Teacher. And this was exactly the convention which Pavilion Master Yu was building his argument upon. Such conventions had already become something similar to unspoken rules, so from an official stance, Pavilion Master Yu would be safe as long as he were to insist on it. Despite the condemnation from the crowd, there was really nothing Xianxia could do to force Pavilion Master Yu to lower his cultivation. So, in just a single move, Xianxia had been cornered instead. It seemed like Pavilion Master Yu had also realized that he wouldn't be a match for Xianxia even with his cultivation suppressed. That was why he disregarded his reputation to propose something like this. Sure. You don't have to suppress your cultivation. Xianxia nodded slightly. You want to thrash me with your full power? Sure. Let's see if you have enough teeth for me to knock out. From the point where I started my journey here from Tianxian Kingdom, those who had attempted to do me in had all either suffered tragic fates or ended up becoming my students. I'll be thanking Elder Zhang for your kind guidance then. Pavilion Master Yu chuckled politely, but the sharp glint that flickered across his eyes showed a very different story. As he stretched his body slightly, a domineering aura burst forth from his body, reminiscent of a massive dragon soaring into the clouds. At half-grand dominion realm, Pavilion Master Yu's cultivation had already surpassed that of the other vicious. With just a grasp of his hand, the surrounding space suddenly seemed to freeze on the spot, preventing anyone from making a move. Hula! After driving his aura to its strongest, Pavilion Master Yu flicked his wrist and whipped out a sword. He drove his Jinshi into the sword, and a resounding metallic call echoed from it. With just one look, it was apparent that the sword was of superior tier, Saint Intermediate tier at the very minimum. A weapon of such caliber, paired with Pavilion Master Yu's cultivation and profound grasp of swordsmanship, there was no doubt that he was one of the strongest enemies that Xianxia had encountered so far. Pavilion Master Yu has even taken out his sword? He's clearly trying to quell Xianxia. Well, given that Pavilion Master Yu was exposed and challenged in public, it's a given that he would want to vie his dignity back. It seems like Xianxia is in a really dangerous position then. The crowd frowned upon seeing this sight. Pavilion Master Yu was already a difficult adversary even without a sword, and now that he was equipped with one, it seemed unlikely for anyone beneath Grand Dominion realm to be able to match him. Since you took your weapon, can I take that to mean that you wish to have a clash of weapons with me? Xianxia asked calmly. Pavilion Master Yu nodded. My specialty happens to be swordsmanship, so naturally, I hope to receive Elder Zhang's pointers in that aspect. Since you have wielded a weapon, I won't hold back either then. Xianxia stated nonchalantly. Elder Zhang, feel free. Pavilion Master Yu replied with an impeccably polite smile. He had seen Xianxia's cauldron, and with his eye of discernment, he had gauged its fighting prowess to be roughly on par with leaving Aperture Realm advanced stage cultivators. Naturally, to a half-grand Dominion Realm expert like him, that cauldron wouldn't pose any threat at all. Very well then. Xianxia nodded slowly. Then he flicked his wrist. Voila! More than 100 puppets suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall. These were the puppets forged he had obtained from Vicious back at the marshlands of the Northern Meadows. As these puppets were forged from the hands of celestial designers, they didn't carry the aura of otherworldly demons. As such, there was no problem with Xianxia using them in public. "These are my weapons," Xianxia replied calmly. "You guys, Pavilion Master Yu over there seeks your guidance. Make sure to give him plenty of it." Yes. These puppets had all submitted to Xianxia, so upon hearing his order, they immediately roared furiously before charging at Pavilion Master Yu. While their cultivations were only at leaving Aperture Realm Intermediate Stage to Advanced Stage, lower than the Half-Grand Dominion Realm Pavilion Master Yu, the issue lay in that there were more than 100 of them. Watching as the 100 puppets charged toward him, Pavilion Master Yu suddenly felt as if someone had opened the gates of hell and let the demons loose on him. "You?" Pavilion Master Yu could have never dreamed that Xianxia would have so many powerful puppets in his possession, and his face immediately warped in horror. He immediately flicked his sword to fend off the first incoming puppet, but in the next moment, 2 fists were already on their way to striking his back. Before he could even turn around, more punches and kicks were already on their way to him from all different directions. To make things worse, they were all accurately aimed for his blind spots. It was as if those puppets knew the openings in his swordsmanship in advance, and they were exploiting them intentionally. It's a collaborative formation from the Combat Master Hall, and it seems like someone is guiding them too. Pavilion Master Yu's body stiffened at the realization. If these puppets were to attack randomly with his Half-Grand Dominion Realm Cultivation, even though it was still likely to end in his loss, at least his defeat wouldn't have been too tragic. However, that was clearly not the situation now. Somehow, it seemed like Xianxia knew where all of his openings were, and he was getting the puppets to attack him while cooperative with one another impeccably through using one of the most profound collaborative formation of the Combat Master Hall. Things were really dangerous for him then, and as expected, after trading a few blows, the puppets still remained completely unhurt whereas he was already covered with wounds. Pung 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 pung. As the battle went on, the number of blows that Pavilion Master Yu received increased swiftly. From time to time, there would even be a kick landing squarely on his face. By 10 minutes, his eyes were already swollen to the point where he had to squint to barely see what was before him. As powerful as he was, there was no way he could withstand the simultaneous assault of more than 100 leaving Aperture Realm Combat Master level fighting prowess puppets. If only I knew this would happen, I would have never proposed using weapons. In this moment, Pavilion Master Yu really wanted to cry. It was just a moment ago which he deeply believed that as long as he didn't suppress his cultivation, he would be able to destroy Xianxia easily. Who in the world was to know that that fellow would have so many puppets in his possession? Puppets were indeed considered to be weapons as well, so from that perspective, what Xianxia did couldn't be considered to be against the rules. But what that had left him even more frustrated was how leisurely he had told the young man to feel free previously. The young man sure had taken his words at face value. This, on the other hand, the rest of the crowd gulped down a mouthful of saliva as they watched the sight before them fearfully. It was really fortunate that they didn't propose to have a duel using weapons after the precedence with the cauldron, or else even if all of them were to go at him simultaneously, their forces would still be utterly devastated. "Zhao Shi, please, save Pavilion Master Yu." Seeing how pitiful Pavilion Master Yu was being pummeled, the elder who had spoken earlier quickly turned to Zhao Xingma and pleaded desperately. Zhao Xingma shot a nonchalant glance at Pavilion Master Yu as he casually picked up a piece of fatty meat and placed it into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing the piece of meat slowly, he calmly replied, "Pavilion Master Yu has agreed to the duel, and he was the one to set the rules too. I don't think that there's anything I can do to help him. After witnessing everything with my own eyes, why should I bother helping someone like Yu Ichuan? If a student from the Sanctum of Sages couldn't even stand up for himself after being bullied, he would be better of living a humble life as an ordinary master teacher. Besides, that fellow didn't even hesitate to beat me up either. Why should I sacrifice myself to save you? Pavilion Master Yu?" Seeing that Zhao Xingma was reluctant to make a move, the elder could only panic helplessly by the side. By this moment, Pavilion Master Yu was already lying feebly on the ground. His face was filled with footprints, and blood spouted out from his mouth as his body convulsed uncontrollably. After 10 minutes of pummeling, it had already come to a point where it seemed like Pavilion Master Yu would lose his life if the puppets continued hitting him. Thus, Xianxia could only reluctantly order his puppets to stop. After stowing his puppets away, Xianxia placed his finger on Pavilion Master Yu's Renzhong one to wake him. Then, looking at the latter earnestly, he asked, "Pavilion Master Yu, you have used a weapon in the battle, so I used mine as well. It was a fair duel, so you should have no disagreements with the conclusion, right?" A fair duel. Blood spouted from Pavilion Master Yu's mouth once more. To send more than 100 puppets to pummel the individual me, can that still be considered as a fair duel? If Pavilion Master Yu has any objections with the conclusion, I don't mind having a match with you right now without using any weapons, Xianxia replied. I fought 4 battles earlier without any rest, whereas you have only fought 1. Such will be advantageous to you, but considering that you are my junior, I'll make an exception just this once. Pooh! Pavilion Master Yu spouted blood once more. You weren't even injured in the 4 matches you fought, whereas I am clearly on the verge of death, unable to move at all. How the heck am I supposed to battle with you? Pavilion Master Yu, can I take your silence as consent? Since that's the case, I guess I'll just have to reluctantly accompany you for a duel then. Seeing how the other party was focused on spouting blood, neglecting to answer his question, Xianxia began walking over to Pavilion Master Yu with clenched fists, ready to sink it into the latter's flesh at any moment. I admit defeat. I admit defeat, Pavilion Master Yu exclaimed. At this point, there was nothing else he could do. He was clearly unfit for battle in his current state, so if the duel continued, he could very well lose his life. For a half-grand Dominion expert like him to be forced to admit defeat to a mere primordial spirit realm intermediate stage lad, the more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. It's all that bastard Xianxia's fault, Pavilion Master Yu thought with gritted teeth. Had Xianxia not misreported the information, he would not have been pummeled so badly. It felt as if Xianxia wanted to pull him down with him. It's good that you have admitted defeat. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia straightened his body. As the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, instead of thinking about how you can bring greater prosperity to mankind, you waste your time obsessing over your personal interest and making paltry gains. If I wasn't strong enough, not only would I have humiliated myself here, I might even have been severely injured as well. I'll report this to the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, and I'll leave them to judge this matter. Pavilion Master Yu had exploited his position in order to settle his personal grudges. In the first place, the punishment that Xianxia had received was justified, and yet, due to his personal ties, Pavilion Master Yu still attempted to exact vengeance on him. Just the lack of magnanimity he had displayed this far was already enough to show that he was not worthy of being the head of a Master Teacher Pavilion. Pavilion Master Yu's face paled. Xianxia was an honorary elder of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. These words were more than enough to end his career as the head of the Chenchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. All right, feel free to continue. I'm going to rest now. After everything that had happened, Xianxia knew that it would only be uncomfortable for everyone if he remained in the hall. Thus, he turned around and left. The moment he walked out of the door, 2 apprentice master teachers immediately rushed up to lead him to his accommodation. Regardless of whether Xianxia had a conflict with Pavilion Master Yu or not, he was still a guest of the Chenchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. Even if only due to formalities, they would still have to prepare a proper accommodation for them. Zhang Zhouxiao, Sun Chong, and the others quickly followed along as well. Their accommodation was a residence. Xianxia took one of the rooms and closed the door before entering the myriad anthive nest. While there were some unpleasant events that had happened at the banquet earlier, he did earn 50 concentrated high-tier spirit stones, so it was not too bad. With this many spirit stones, he could attempt to break the bottleneck of primordial spirit realm and reach half-leaving aperture realm. Once he reached that cultivation realm, he would be able to deal with Pavilion Master Yu even without his puppets. Sitting on the ground, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out all the concentrated high-tier spirit stones that he had obtained earlier. After making some preparations, He began absorbing the pure spiritual energy through his acupoints and converted it into heaven's path Xianxia. Hong Long. Some time later, he successfully achieved a breakthrough. Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage. Kacha. 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 Soon after, just as Xianxia had reinforced his cultivation and was attempting a breakthrough to Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle, he found that the 50 concentrated high-tier spirit stones had been completely expended, reduced to mere dust. Xianxia could not help but shake his head. The effectiveness of concentrated high-tier spirit stones is falling along with the advancement in my cultivation. Back when he achieved a breakthrough to Primordial Spirit Realm, he had already noticed that the effectiveness of concentrated high-tier spirit stones was starting to dip. Nevertheless, he had thought that 50 of them should at least suffice for him to reach Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle. However, in the end, it was only enough for him to raise his cultivation by one stage. It seemed like he would have to find some way to acquire higher-tier spirit stones if he wished to achieve breakthroughs swiftly. I should go out and take a look around. Seeing that there was no way he could cultivate on, Xianxia sighed deeply as he left the myriad anthive nest and walked out of his room. Young master. Upon seeing Xianxia, Sun Chang and Zhang Zhouxiao immediately walked over and greeted him. Zhouxiao, are you familiar with Qianchong City? I need someone to take me around. I want to check if there's any place where I can exchange for or earn concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Xianxia said. I came to Qianchong City 3 years ago, so I am quite familiar with the city. Is Xianxia in urgent need of spirit stones? Zhang Zhouxiao asked, slightly perplexed by Xianxia's question. Did the other party not just earn 50 pieces at the banquet? Was it insufficient for his use? Xianxia nodded, not explaining anything much. If he told the other party that he needed more spirit stones because he had already expended those that he had earned during the banquet, there was a chance that the other party might have been shocked to death. In any case, it was a risk not worth taking. How many do you need? Zhang Zhouxiao asked. As many as possible. Xianxia roughly estimated. It would be best if there's around 300 or so. Based on his current consumption of spirit stones, in order to reach Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle, he would require at least 100 more. Furthermore, his soul cultivation was only at St. Tudan, and to raise it to Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle as well would require roughly another 200. 300. Zhang Zhouxiao's lips twitched. You need so many of them? It won't be easy to find that many even in Qianchong City. While Qianchong City did have a spirit mine that produced concentrated high-tier spirit stone, it was far from becoming a common commodity in the city. Only the strongest of powers in Qianchong City would have the connections and wealth to obtain that many concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Zhang Zhouxiao pondered for a moment. Currently, I only know of 3 places that will have that many concentrated high-tier spirit stones. First, the Master Teacher Pavilion, which is here. Second, the Qianchong Royal Family. Third, the black market that I told you about earlier. How could I have forgotten the Master Teacher Pavilion? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before he slapped his forehead. Indeed, considering how even those individual master teachers were able to take out 10 to 20 of them easily, it should not have been too difficult for the Master Teacher Pavilion to take out 300 of them. Should I go look for Pavilion Master Yu and have him take out those spirit stones? Xianxia stroked his chin as he pondered. A moment later he shook his head. Better not. I have just beaten him up. And it would be bad for my reputation if I continued pummeling him. If he extorted spirit stones out of Pavilion Master Yu right after pummeling him to a state of half-death, it would have seemed as if he was taking advantage of the weak, and it would have reflected badly on him. No matter what, he still had his image and standing to uphold. If he extorted spirit stones from Pavilion Master Yu like that, he would have been no different from a street thug. The Master Teacher Pavilion is out for the moment then. As for the Qianchong royal family, I don't have any ties with them, so that's probably unfeasible too. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia said, Where's the black market you spoke of? If I don't have anything to exchange for concentrated high-tier spirit stones, is there any way I can earn some there? The black market is just outside of Qianchong City, Zhang Zhouxiao replied. The fastest way you can earn concentrated high-tier spirit stone if you have nothing to trade for them, would probably be gambling. Gambling. Gambling with your life. Zhang Juxiao nodded. The black market has something known as the Ring of Death. A victory in the Ring of Death will earn one a high-tier spirit stone, 2 consecutive victories 2 high-tier spirit stones, 3 consecutive victories 3 high-tier spirit stone, so on and so forth. But of course, that is only spare change. The big money lies in what comes later on. By winning 10 consecutive matches, one will have earned the title of Conqueror of 10, and that grants one the opportunity to clash with the other Conquerors of 10. There will be many people putting their bets on those matches, and if one plays it right, it's possible to strike a windfall. But to be honest, those who were able to become Conquerors of 10 are all nigh invincible existences in their own class. There's no doubt that great wealth lies there, but the slightest misstep could spell one's death. Every year, countless experts are brutally killed in the ring. I see. Zhang Xian nodded as his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He was confident that he would not lose to anyone in the same cultivation realm, so if he became a Conqueror of 10 and clashed with the others, wouldn't he be able to learn lots of money swiftly? Seeing through Zhang Xian's thoughts, Zhang Juxiao advised, Zhang Shi, you are indeed extremely powerful in your power class, but I think it would still be best for you to steer clear of the Ring of Death. Intrigued, Zhang Xian asked, why? Zhang Juxiao should have been fully aware of his strength, and yet to still ask him to steer clear of the Ring of Death. Could it mean that he had encountered cultivators who were even stronger than him in the Ring of Death? Other than the usage of excessively powerful artifacts, the Ring of Death has basically no rules whatsoever. Usage of poison, hidden weapons, trickery, such means are all fair game. Putting everything aside, it's unlikely for even the powerful combat masters to last till the 10th round. At this point, a bitter smile crept on Zhang Juxiao's face before he said, I also visited the Ring of Death out of curiosity back then, but in the 5th match, I was defeated. In view of their standing, there were many means that a master teacher wouldn't be able to use in a battle. On the other hand, the fighters in the Ring of Death were those who underwent life and death battles every single day. They had no qualms resorting to whatever means they could think of, as long as it would aid them in slaying the opponent before them. You were defeated by the 5th match? That's right. The 10 victories required to become the Conqueror of 10 must not only be consecutive but continuous as well. In other words, you have to remain on the stage and fight 10 opponents without any rest in between. While the opponent chosen for each match is selected by random, they typically grow stronger and stronger. Furthermore, each of them have different specialties. Some are adept in physical assault, some are more skilled in soul arts, and some are masters of mystical arts, making it extremely difficult to guard against them. The reason I was defeated is due to exhaustion piling up, and the fellow in the 5th match took advantage of that well, Zhang Juxiao explained. Take me over to take a look, Zhang Xian said. To be plunged into a life and death battle one after another was indubitably a great challenge on one's mind and body. But to Zhang Xian it was really nothing at all. Does Zhang Shi really want to go? Seeing how the other party was still insisting on it after all he had said, Zhang Juxiao shook his head and sighed. If you find yourself in danger, it would be best for you to admit defeat quickly. Don't worry, Zhang Xian said confidently. If he could earn spirit stones just by fighting matches one after another, just as Zhang Juxiao said, he should be able to easily earn enough to shut down the entire black market. Just the thought of it left his heart trembling in excitement.